Welcome to the In Season podcast, rated R for language.
None of us are doctors or neurologists. The things you're about to hear are opinions of people living with epilepsy or seizures. These are firsthand experiences. Epilepsy can cause speech problems, and the medications are hard to pronounce. So please bear with me.
Epilepsy can cause bad memory, so some stories will be repeated. I'm Pookie. Get ready.
Wait, you did the dissolving in water, like put the pill in water and drink the water?
I tried it today. Yeah, I was my pill. It's 750 milligrams of Keppra. So it's a little big, and I kept finding myself like getting like stuck kind of in my throat. While it was trying to go down, it would like get caught sideways. And today I did it. I was like, I Googled it first to make sure it was safe, but I was like, all right, I'm gonna let this pill sit in water for like 30 minutes, and then I'm just gonna chug that water. And it didn't taste bad. It actually did not taste bad. No, sorry. Yeah, no, Angel, it wasn't that bad. Pretty flavorless, actually.
No, I just meant the Keppra. Yucky.
Oh.
Yeah.
I asked that once upon a time, like, would you put the pill in the water and see if that worked like that? And somebody was like, no, that sounds like it wouldn't work. I don't want to have a seizure or risk it. But I'm going to ask you how it goes later.
I tried it this morning and I've been feeling fine. Yeah.
So, Brandon, you don't want to kill anybody when you're on Keppra?
Well, so for the first, I've talked about this before on the stream. Definitely for the first like 6 months to 6 to 8 months, I'd say I wanted to kill everything around me. Yeah, the slightest thing would set me off. But then my body adjusted, so now I'm fine.
Good.
Now I just get mad about
couldn't
normal
adjust.
things. Well, I don't know if it's because I'm on levetiracetam, and if the generic like makes any difference, but I mean, my pill is
And did you get a haircut?
this bit. Who?
Oh, okay.
But like my pill's this big, and it was just getting caught in my throat like sideways when I would go to take it. So I figured, you know what? Screw it. Today I'm gonna try something different.
Nice.
Has anyone ever took their pills and it actually went down the wrong pipe?
Yeah, you end up puking it up. Yep.
No, haven't done that yet. I thought about it though, because one time I thought I did it and I was just like panicking and I was just overthinking shit. And I was like, I feel it in my chest. And I kept thinking all day, am I feeling this? Is this what I'm feeling? And I think it was just my head, but yeah.
Will this
I was there.
dissolve into a powder that my lungs can accept? I don't know.
I was wondering that. I was thinking, are my lungs going to accept this?
Yeah. It's a valid question.
No, it already.
No, yeah, exactly. Yeah, just like at that point, just start it. Yeah.
Right. If ever it says do not cut, crush, or chew, that means do not cut, crush, or I made a mistake and I cut Vinpat in half. And you get it all at once. And if the vertigo wasn't bad enough taking the whole pill, let me tell you, I needed shrooms to get myself out of the Vinpat trip. Okay, just saying.
Well, and with a lot of pills, isn't it? It's not like it's an even mix on both sides. It's like one side has more of one like chemical and then the other has more of the other. So you're supposed to take them all at once. I mean, mine, for example, they do have a little, like a split in the middle of the pill. So you can tell that, it was made with that in mind. Which I think was intentional. Yeah,
usually a score mark means that you can cut them, but
oh,
I know a
I
lot
didn't know that. Okay.
people will like open capsules and do stuff like that.
Sure.
I have a former friend that had a thing for oxycodone, and she was getting Narcos oxycodone, which has acetaminophen, crushing and snorting them. And she calls me one day and she's like, I don't know what to do. I need your help. And we call it, because I'm from the 70s, we call it she nixed her nose. She did what Stevie Nicks did. And it wore the bone thin and her nose just started bleeding. What is it? CSF leak, all the ugly stuff that you can get from snorting cocaine. But she was snorting oxycodone. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding. It was the acetaminophen that did the damage, and I'm like, no, don't do that. I mean, if you really gotta just get some morphine, okay, don't do that. But, crushing or cutting a pill when it says on the prescription bottle not to, that can really send you for a loop. Yeah. I I did not enjoy that at all. But it wasn't my fault. I had to wait for my meds. I was out of meds. It was that or nothing kind of thing. And yeah, it didn't turn out so great, but I'd recommend if it says don't do it, don't do it. But those Keppra, man, I remember how huge those things are. And they're bigger than the Vimpat. And it's like, do they really expect us to be able to swallow these when, yeah, no, I can't imagine a young kid trying to swallow that. I can't. But yeah, but I want to hear M's story today. I really do.
It's funny you say that, don't cut it and all that, because my when I was at my last appointment, when they said I would start dosing down from the lacosamide to just cut it in half. I'm like, are you crazy? In my head. I'm lucky I have like so much of the extra ones from when I was dosing up to the 200 milligrams and stuff. I can just like, yeah, I'm just gonna go get that one.
Feel like I'm missing something. And you look great today. I love the ponytail. You're glowing.
Thanks.
Gee,
I feel like I'm going to face plant. I do not handle benzodiazepines well. So much that I'm getting May confused with June, and it's almost the 4th of July. So I'm going to just say 2 weeks of benzo is not good. But thank you. Thank you. I did get 6 hours of sleep last night, so that's probably why. But I woke up quite messed up. So it's like, was that really sleep or was I unconscious? And my watch didn't know the difference, Yeah. But thank you for the compliment, Pookie. I was ready to shave it off. It's 93 degrees in the Great Lakes region. And what we have all over the place is water, and it gets picked up in the air and you can almost swim as you're walking. It's really heavy humid.
I'm in Providence right now, and it's Rhode Island, and we are right on the water, and it's 100 degrees out. So yes, I feel you so hard right now.
same in Philly. It's 100 degrees out.
Yeah.
I'm near Angel and it's 100 degrees and it's really steamy out.
I
I
can't
went
believe
for a
you guys
walk
are
this
going through
morning.
that.
We're talking about how hot it is. And
I'm-
the humidity.
Yeah, me and Em are dealing with
101.
high 70s, mid 70s, if that. Yeah, you guys are in the hundreds. We are, let's see, 61 degrees.
In Philly, it's a heat wave coming. I mean, we're
That's not
in a
fair.
heat wave.
Come
basically.
on.
It's
That is just not
no heat
fair.
waves coming this time. This is, let's see.
So
this
you're
is
saying
gonna
we should all
last
come
for-
visit you? Can we all stay at your place?
So tomorrow's gonna be 69. Thursday will be 69. Friday will be 77, and Friday through Sunday will be 77. And Monday will be 73. We got good weather here.
Nice. Angel, we're getting 3 more days of rain.
Ugh. Yeah, lucky you guys.
Oh, God. More rain. I'm tired
Yeah.
of the rain, but I do not want it to be very, very hot. Keep
I'd
it
rather it
between
be
the
very hot.
70s and the 80s.
Okay, it's okay that we get like distracted and off track at the beginning, right?
Oh yeah, you can get distracted and off track all day.
Okay, I just wanted to make
I'm
sure
off
you
track.
didn't.
I'm lost.
I just making sure you didn't want to get to sort of the agenda, situation. Just making sure.
Go ahead.
Exactly. Yes, ADHD in the chat. Yeah.
It makes Pookie's job easier.
Oh, you guys have glasses. Makes you want to get glasses every time.
Oh yeah, I got new glasses last week actually. Yeah.
For some reason, as a kid, I always wanted glasses. For some reason, as a kid, and
did it make
I
you
didn't
feel
know
like
why.
you were gonna be one of the smart kids, and then realized that all the kids with glasses hated the fact that we have to wear glasses because it sucks?
Yeah,
Yeah, there was
it sucks,
like
Pookie.
I was thinking back at it. There was like 3 things, maybe 2 or 3 things as a kid that I grew up and learned just aren't gonna happen. They aren't possible. And one I forgot because I just forgot what we were talking about. But the other one, as a kid, I forgot that I did not know. I used to tell myself, okay, I'm going to date Britney Spears when I get older because I liked Britney Spears. And as a kid, I did not realize that people age. I was like, eventually I'm going to catch up to her and I'm going to find Britney Spears. But I didn't catch up to her. So I was like, yeah, that I didn't think of that. I was like 7. But yeah, Britney Spears was big in my 7 and 8s before I knew age was a thing.
Wait, Pookie, how old are you?
I'm 35.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So something here I thought was a good one. Everyone could answer this. $1 million or completely cured of your epilepsy. We've all asked questions in our head or been asked this question by someone. If you could have $1 million or be cured, which would you choose? I obviously varies based on the seriousness of your epilepsy. Some people have multiple seizures a day, while some people go weeks or months without having a seizure. I have auras constantly, and they always lead to grand mal, a full-blown seizure if I'm not in ideal relaxed situation, so I'm constantly restricted to my daily life. So as tempting as that money is, I'd take the cure. As the famous quote goes, some people are so poor, all they have is money. To be honest, I take the money. I got my seizures to a decent point to where I'm gonna live. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else?
I liked M's point about taxes after the fact, but let's all keep in mind $1 million in this economy isn't as much as we think, but I would totally take no epilepsy. That I'm on board with no epilepsy.
Oh
yeah. I've been done with wanting to take pills a long time ago. And I know I still have to, but I rather have the cure. Plus, if you take the $1 million, you're still probably going to end up using it for doctor's visits and everything.
Okay. Now that you put it like that, I'm gonna change mine. You said some good things. I'm gonna change my answer. I think I'd rather the cure because without the cure, I mean, if I get the cure, I could work and find decent work and drive and stuff like that. That's worth more than $1 million. So I'm with you, Angel. You made a good point there.
Maybe $1 billion, but
Yeah.
no, not for $1 million. I'd take a cure.
My epilepsy isn't
without a
that
thought.
bad.
Say that again.
Mine is not that bad, and I would take the cure any day over the $1 million. And
Okay.
really, mine is not terrible. But God damn it, I want this out of here.
Yeah.
And what good is
Yeah.
$1 million if you can't enjoy it?
Right. Once I
Yes.
thought about the cure, then I was like, maybe I could make $1 million if I had the cure. Yeah. If I had the cure, I wouldn't be here though.
Right.
Yeah, I would never.
We'd all be worse off.
Yeah, we wouldn't be together if we had a cure.
Yeah.
But we'll spend it on nanny cams. I like that one.
Don't make it sad saying we wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't be here, but now it's sad.
I know. But in where I am right now, I don't think I could really enjoy $1 million. It would just sit in my bank account. I mean, I'm pretty much, yeah, I'm in that limbo right now where like I can't even pick up my knitting. I can't even do things I like. I can read maybe 2 paragraphs and a couple of posts and my brain farts, and it's like, okay, so what would $1 million be like if I can't use it? But the
Right.
cure, that would be nice. I don't know if you guys saw those posts on the other epilepsy subreddit. There's people that think they can find a cure. And I'm like, yo, no, don't do the holistic herbalist kind of thing. It's just not safe, but it would be nice if there was a cure. I think they would have found it by now. I don't know, but we are like the incurable, what are we, 3%? 3% of the global population has epilepsy. So we are a very elite group. So we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So,
a good way of looking at it, Annie.
According
Yeah.
to the Bible, there hasn't been a cure in over 2,000 years.
And then there's, Hippocrates. I was talking to some people I know about, looking for a cure. And is it more than just our controlling our brain waves? It is a lot more than just that. But Hippocrates, and not as in a hypocrite, but Hippocrates was the father of medicine. He wrote a book called On the Sacred Disease. And he discusses epilepsy in every level because he studied every part of every person that he came across with epilepsy, from spiritual, emotional, physical. And then there's another book called The Sacred Disease, was written, I think recently, within the last 10 years, by a doctor, a woman who has epilepsy. And that's on my reading list. So after I can get past a couple of paragraphs, I'll start reading again. But I think it's really intriguing when, all the way back in the time of Hippocrates, the, beginning of medicine, they recognized epilepsy as such a rarity. It was either the spirits coming through that person, or that person was like a hub for that communication, because it does look so, yeah, otherworldly, can we say? I've seen some of my seizures and I'm like, why didn't they just stick me with an antipsychotic and walk away? But they couldn't, because my brain was on fire. So yeah, I don't know. I think I try to find some positive about it. I don't know. Have you guys ever had seizures that took you to like a different spiritual level where you started to wonder what is going on, really? I don't know.
I had a seizure that made me want to go to church. I was like, oh man, I'm feeling so down. Maybe I need to go to church. Maybe that's what it is. I don't think I get a sign like that. You never know.
Well, clearly it was the devil trying to escape from your body, so why wouldn't you want to go to church, right?
I think he'd probably be hanging out with me there, then go home with me. Anyhow. Yeah, I feel like I'm leaning forward now.
I know. Thank you, Em.
Um, this one says, "Do you feel like your epilepsy limits your capacity for fun? As someone with epilepsy, I feel like it limits my capacity for fun of what I can do and how long I can do it for. Some examples, personally. I like to stay fit, so I'll go to the gym and do weights with a friend 2 to 3 days out of the week, but I have to limit how much I can do and how long I can lift for. Two, I also used to run 5Ks for school, but I would have to use clonazepam as what I liked to call my supercharger. So it would lower the chances of me having a seizure. I'm obsessed with superheroes, so I would even do the eyes snapping open thing from Captain America, First Avenger, when it kicked in. Number three is almost every year my family goes to Cape Cod in Massachusetts. There's a high ropes course near my aunt's house there that we sometimes go to. Side note, I have acrophobia, a fear of heights, and my seizures are occasionally affected by heart rate. So do the math. I don't feel like my epilepsy stops me from fun because I've found everything. I think it's because I had it so long. So then I found everything that I like fun with epilepsy. So I've come to find things that, oh, this is fun and I can do this. So kind of stuck with that.
Yeah, I don't think it stopped me, especially more so when I was younger. Because I'd done like I was talking to M yesterday and I'd been on roller coasters. I go to concerts and I've been to movies, and it's depends on what everybody considers their fun. Like I can play video games, like what's fun to one person might not be fun to another, but
Right.
well, what's fun to me I can still do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything I found fun was probably after my teens and once I got to a decent age. So everything that I find fun, I've learned with epilepsy. I was gonna say there wasn't things I could do before I had epilepsy, but I was a teen. I was doing everything outside the house and not worried about epilepsy. Anybody else? Come on, guys. Let's give
Kevin, I feel
somebody.
like you've been really quiet in general today. What's going on?
Huh?
Let's hear from you.
Um, like me by my health and everything. I'm good.
Oh no. I said Kevin.
Oh,
Evan.
Can't drink any caffeine today. It's too hot. So I'm not all jittery. I guess, yeah. What Angel said. I did all the active stuff that like a teenager did. I was climbing trees and swimming and stuff. I only had like a few seizures a year, so, and I didn't have really bad myoclonics. But so when I was younger, it didn't prevent me from doing things. But as for the person, uh, any advice for them? Uh, uh, you, you you have to find a balance somehow. I mean, if this is preventing you from living your life, I mean, you still, I don't know, have to have supervised. I don't know. You still have to find a way to live your life. I mean, it's tough, I know, but if this is oh Pookie, what did this person say was the difficulty in living their life?
Oh,
um,
actually, hang on, Pokey. Before you keep going, M really wants someone to say no benzoyl and running for they really wanted that said, so I figured I'd cut in quick, throw that out there. Benzo, yeah.
No benzos.
No benzo, no running.
And get a nanny cam.
Nanny cam, sure.
Okay.
Mark, I'm gonna you came in like at the bare end of this. I'm gonna reread it. Actually, I'll go through the other one for you. The other question was, would you rather have $1 million or cured of epilepsy?
Oh, that's interesting. I don't know. I almost find the fact that I don't have an immediate answer to that more interesting than whatever answer I'll end up at, because I think most people would jump right at it, you know, at
The
being
general
cured.
response over here was we would take the cure over $1 million. Just so if you're thinking everyone would chose $1 million, we did not.
No?
No, I was thinking maybe with the cure, I could just go make $1 million. You know, I mean, it's not likely, but it's possible. That's a hard one. I know.
I don't know. I guess I'd take the $1 million. Yeah, I could
I thought that at first too. I could do a lot with $1 million.
well, I could do, yeah.
You could live the rest of life good.
Get a few years worth of
Medication.
yeah, well, yeah, medication. Hopefully it doesn't come to $1 million for just a few years, but yeah, it would ease a lot of psychological stress. And I
Okay,
think
yeah.
that reducing the psychological stress of all of this, you know, how much it's costing, and that might help reduce all of the seizures and all of the need for it. So it might kind of be a little partial cure just by itself. And you could pay a lot of bills with $1 million, you know. Yeah, I think that's what I'd do. I'd take the $1 million.
Okay, I found this one, and I think I've seen a couple of you guys in the comments, but anyway, I still answered it. It says, have you ever heard about it? When I was looking for something else related to epilepsy, I came across a term, epileptic personality, and some people around me say that I fit this personality type except for some characteristics. Have you heard of anything about this before?
I mean, I guess before I had epilepsy, I'd only ever heard about it before in terms of like I knew one person who had it. Um, but like obviously I heard of it, but I'm confused about what they mean by like characteristics. Like we're all very different people. What characteristics describe them as epileptic if they're not having seizures? If they're having seizures, they have epilepsy. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I seen that you said Angel make an epileptic community with those millions. We need to make a hospital.
I like that
On-site.
idea, Angel.
On-site hospital is necessary. Yeah, there was a video that that was my next question, but I was gonna post it first. There was a video of someone's faking having a seizure, then someone came over and act like they were helping him, and then he fell over and act like he was having a seizure, and then people just start walking away from them. But I'm gonna not sit here because I don't like it.
Speaking of like all the heat we've been having, except for Pookie, like, have any of you been feeling more seizure-y when like because of the heat? Yeah. Okay. Not the
I
only one.
always laugh when you say that. More seizure-y.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. You all know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Here's the
What's
thing,
the
Brandon.
more? Do you feel like you're more likely to have a seizure? Just feels so long, you know.
Yeah, you can stick to seizure-y. That sounds good. That's a good way to say it.
I had brainstorm. I got seizure-y, you know.
Some days, yes. Not today. Not today is just hot. Today doesn't really feel that bad. It's really, really hot, but it's not that bad. It's just hot. It's not humid or anything. The air quality is pretty good.
Yeah.
It's really
We
not
were
that
all
bad.
talking about how it's like 100 degrees where some of us are, so.
I mean, like back in like May, I went to a graduation and it was like 80 degrees and it was terrible out in the city and the air quality, and I felt really seizure-y that day. I
Yes.
couldn't focus on
None.
anything.
Yes.
Yeah, right. It was just awful out. I had to get home really quick, and yeah, it was just
Check this
so
out.
it varies. It's not temperature necessarily.
For me, it's the humidity and the dew point. I'm used to the heat. It doesn't bother me. In fact, I like it. I just can't stand the high dew point, which is the worst thing.
A lot
And
of people
humidity.
don't understand that about humidity. It's not just the humidity, it's the dew point, and that's where it really gets like the dew point getting closer to the humidity, that's where it starts to feel horrible, like you're walking through a swamp, you know.
Yeah.
Yesterday, the dew point was 70 and the humidity was 50. And I was dying outside.
Oh my God, that's
Oh
horrible.
man.
And I have arthritis in every joint in my body. So
Oh.
I was really feeling it.
Oh, that sounds like it sucks. Well, it would suck
It
more
does.
if you were over here in the cold, because the cold is different story with arthritis and bones and
Right. Oh, the cold sucks too.
yeah. Before we move forward, I see there's Lufa here, so we usually start with Lufa. What are you taking? When was your last seizure? And when were you diagnosed?
Anyone want to go first?
Uh,
I can go first. Yes.
Go ahead.
I don't know how to use Zoom. I apologize.
It's all right.
I'm my bad. What were the questions?
What are you taking? When
Okay.
were you diagnosed? And when was your last seizure?
Well, I'm moving from Keppra to Breviact right now, and I'm on Klonopin as well. My last seizure, I want to say was 2 or 3 months ago. Oh, how do I start the? Oh, sorry, sorry. Oh, sorry. I kind of dressed like a clown today.
It's all right. I'm dressed like a clown too.
What were the other questions? I apologize.
When was the last time you had a seizure? When were you diagnosed? And what are you taking? I think you said what you're taking in your last seizure.
Yeah, I was diagnosed, I think 2 or 3 months ago. My memory isn't too good, and my thinking process isn't too good because I underwent electric convulsive therapy treatments.
That
So
isn't why. It's the epilepsy and the pills they're giving us. That's
I
why
have
everything.
questions.
We're
I got questions about that
yeah,
electroconvulsive thing
same.
too.
well, the
But
electric convulsive therapy was for mental health reasons.
oh.
Um,
Well, we don't know
but
what that is, so
yeah, it plays a very You can still receive it if you have epilepsy. I wasn't diagnosed with epilepsy at the time of receiving electroconvulsive therapy, but they basically hook up electrodes to your brain and target specific areas of your brain and force you into a seizure, to kind of almost factory reset or um, cleanse your brain if you have a lot of uh, trauma or mental health issues. And it's typically when I saw a lot of people that were older, I heard it can be used for epilepsy. I'm not sure on that. I don't know anything about that. Um, but it's 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 a very misunderstood concept. And I think most concepts are misunderstood when it comes to anything that is different, like chronic illness or anything. If you don't have it, you don't understand it, and that would go for anything. Um, but it's it it meshes with my epilepsy in a weird way where I have to kind of differentiate when is it the ECT that is causing me to have this side effect right now, or is it my epilepsy that's causing me to have this side effect right now? Because I do have a lot of diagnoses, and when I read them off, it sounds like I'm just spewing out different things for shits and giggles, but
It's all right.
it
I know where you're at.
yeah, it's a Tony. Sorry, it's a process. It's been a process, but getting the epilepsy diagnosis has helped um, tremendously, I'd say.
Were you having seizures before you got diagnosed?
Yes, I've been having seizures since around. So I have juvenile myoclonic epilepsy, which is now just like adult myoclonic epilepsy. Um, and because of my mental health, they and my personal opinion is with insurance and the healthcare system, they want everything to be as cheap as possible, and they want to go the cheapest route that won't cause them any issues. But um, my mom and I, since I was 12, I've been having these little like jerks, typically in the upper area of my body. And I wasn't forcing them, I wasn't having audible things, so it wasn't Tourette's. And my mom and I were, and I've, ever since I was a kid, I've been really like vitamin deficient, I've been really pale, um, and just a lot of different things. So my mom has always thought that there's been something up with me. And I got, I started having the little jerks and whatnot. I was in and out of a lot of mental health facilities for my childhood, but I was put on this one medication called Abilify that gave me a dystonic reaction called tardive dystonia, where my eyes, the muscles in my eyes would get stuck, rolled to the back of my head for hours. So it took about 3 years for me to convince the doctors that that was being caused by the medication. But I also thought that the jerks were being caused by the Abilify as well. But when the eyes stopped rolling to the back of my head and getting stuck, the jerks didn't stop. And the psychiatrist that I had been with then put me on a new medication called Cogentin, which reverses the side effect of the tardive dyskinesia. And he said it should have gone. It should have stopped by now. Like there's no reason you should still be having these jerks. And mind you, it was before I had these jerks. I was like a swimmer. I was active. I was doing all right. I felt sick a lot, a little weak, but I had, my own stuff going on, whatever. So it was in the back of my mind. And then I got to a point where the the we got a neurologist because my mom and I had done all of the research, and no one was listening to us and kept saying that it was psychogenic non-epileptic seizures. But I'm telling them, like, I'm not forcing myself to have these jerks. I'm not forcing myself to, not that if you do have psychogenic non-epileptic seizures, you're forcing yourself, but the way that it was presenting, um even when I wasn't like stressed necessarily, I'd still have like cluster attacks of the myoclonic seizures. And I'm sure anyone that has them knows that they're super debilitating. And it got to a point where I couldn't stand up, I couldn't feed myself, I couldn't go out. I lost my job because I was having seizures at work constantly, tonic-clonic seizures. Um, and At one point, I was put in the psych ward, and it's this really awful place. But they, I had been working really hard to stay on the cogentin because it was the only thing that very minorly would control them. So if they were really bad one day, I could take extra of it. So I kind of had to self-medicate myself and be my own pharmacist and figure it out myself. Um, which is how I figured out that Klonopin is really useful for myoclonic epilepsy. But again, my mom and I found all of that out on our own without doctors or anything, because the entire time they're telling me that it's all in my head and that I need to see a psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist is saying, well, I don't deal with neurology, so you need to go see a neurologist. So it was constant back and forth until, well, I was in the hospital. They ripped me off of the cogentin that I had been on for 2 years at that point, cold turkey. And I was like, I'm gonna have a seizure. Like, you guys are like putting my life at risk. I'm going to have a seizure. And the doctor was like, no, you're not. Like, it's all in your head. And so I got like 3 nurses holding me back. And I'm like, I just want to talk to the doctor. Just let me talk to the doctor now. I probably could have been a little calmer, but at this point in my life, like, I'm 20 years old and I'm fighting for my life to be treated properly as anybody should. And so the doctor's like, no, you don't need that. We don't do neurology here. And I'm like, regardless if you do neurology here, you should be giving me my medication. If you have someone with diabetes, you're giving them their insulin and stuff. Like, why is it different for me? So they stick me with 3, they call it booty juice in the psych ward. They stick me with 3 of those. And I wake up in the ER with my one-on-one because I had been causing so many problems that they put me on a 1-to-1, and my mom had to walk into the hospital, the psychiatric hospital, and say, if you don't discharge my daughter today, I'm going to have legal action come in. And that same day I was discharged, because that entire time they weren't giving me my medicine, they weren't giving me underwear, they weren't taking care of us at all. And it's really dangerous for an epileptic. So then fast forward, I had a lot of my cat, who is my soulmate, passed away in a really traumatic way. But ever since then, I've been like self-medicating to deal with other things, as with diagnoses and whatnot, along with the epilepsy, because if I was taking certain substances, I was just out of it. I couldn't feel the epilepsy. I couldn't feel um, the autism. I had an excuse for it all. So it wasn't like, oh, I'm a medical mystery. I'm just a junkie at this point. So here's your answer, because it's so much easier than trying to go through all these different things, and it's an awful resort. Which then I had the ECT done, which really helped. I'm 8 months post ECT, and it's really helped reset my brain in the instance of using substances and whatnot, and I'm more focused on taking care of myself and my epilepsy. But it took me having a seizure in the neurologist's office to finally have a week-long seizure study done. And within moments, like, of them hooking me up, they came in and they're like, yeah, we can see the rapid firing of the junior myoclonic epilepsy going off in your brain, even without a grand mal seizure. Like, you're epileptic, and we're sorry, basically, that our entire system has let you down. But it's taken, like, they put me on lamotrigine at one point because, again, they said it was psychogenic, and it made everything worse. Lamotrigine made my seizures so much worse, especially the myoclonic ones. And in order to get off of that medication, I literally had to take the entire bottle and overdose on it for them to take me off of it. And to, like, it's these extreme lengths that I've had to go to get a diagnosis and to be taken seriously. So I'm 8 months ECT, and that's has its own, bits and bobs. I'm kind of like I have dementia sort of after it, because it rips out your memory, and I have short-term memory loss. But it doesn't help that I have epilepsy and untreated for so long as well. That also affects my memory. So I'm like 20 and trying to figure out how to work again. And I used to be such a good worker. And then all this shit happened. But yeah, that's my spiel of epilepsy for me.
Thank you for sharing that. That was like amazing the way you put that. And you're saying like you have all these issues that honestly probably to a lot of us are like very but that is like so crazy, and you are amazing, and your mom's amazing.
Yeah, she is. She's been my biggest supporter.
When you said that you overdosed on Lamictal, I was like, good for you. I mean, I'm glad you're okay, but like,
well, because
they
kept upping my dose. They're like, you just need more. You just need more. And I was like, all right, if I need more, let me take the whole bottle. Like here you go, guys. And they're like, why'd you do that? And I'm like, well, I'm sorry, but you guys don't listen until it's time to listen, until you have to listen.
And oh my God.
I am
sorry. I'll shout you out because I have childhood absence. And I think that's really hard to distinguish, like through an EEG from juvenile myoclonic. So right there with you, and I'll let Annie go.
Oh, I just have to let you know, same story. But it took until I was 46, and I basically went into status epilepticus at work. Because it was the same thing over and over again, in and out of psych wards. I went into status in isolation, and they gave me a B-52, the Haldol, I can't remember the mix. It's 2 antipsychotics and a pain management. And I stopped breathing. They had to intubate because they're treating me like a psych patient, and they were ignoring the epilepsy. And then I would get out a week later. It would happen again in a few months, and again and again. So I became the frequent flyer at the psych ward until one fateful day, I collapsed and went right into status. So that put me into a coma, and I was 46. I was 7 years old when I had my first seizure. So you're not alone. I'm so glad you're here. We want you to feel alone. Yes, we just all want to scream, and this is the place to do it because we get it. We get it. We're not going to say that never happened, and I had doctors doing this for 5 years. I was diagnosed in 2007 in Buffalo, New York. I should have been diagnosed in 1968, which I was, but they didn't do anything. And when I moved in 2020, just before COVID, They said, no, you don't have epilepsy. There's hope. You don't have epilepsy. You have a condition called psychogenic non-epileptic seizures. And I'm like, and I have a lawyer. So no, you're going to have to look at my prior medical history and the clinical evidence thereof. And they never did for 5 years until I said, okay, sat down with the doctor at the epilepsy center. And I said, I don't know if you're going to recognize these names, but here's copies of the emails from the National Association of Epilepsy Centers. They're going to review your accreditation. And this is why. And it was because they tried to tell me for 5 years I didn't have epilepsy. I had to beg for the Vimpat. I never got the Valium, and I can't remember what else I was on. It's been so long. You know, they never restored my medications and pushed the psychogenic non-epileptic story. And I said, you know what? Enough. I went ahead and I did the behavioral therapy. I got the psychiatrist. They all talked to my providers, who then put me on some, I don't know, list or something. So I ended up, PNES affected my entire spectrum of healthcare. I walked around with a fractured vertebrae for 3 months. I had a gallbladder that was so bad it was leaking, and all of that pain was being ignored. I had 2 strokes, a seizure, busted my head open at a hospital because they discharged me because they said you're not having seizures. Well, then they had to deal with me in a coma.
Well, because they also told me, they were like, when I was taking my week-long study, I was like, if I've had so many EEGs and you guys can tell right away, why couldn't they tell me at the neurologist office that something was wrong? And they were like, they just couldn't read it. They just couldn't understand it. So I was like, so for the past 10 years of my life, the past however long of my life, because I don't even know how many seizures I've had due to my memory loss. And I don't know, I'm convinced I've had ones in my sleep. I have one, I zone out all, so you really can't keep track. And it's like,
hey, Lufa, you got to get a nanny cam in there.
Yeah, get a nanny cam.
Seriously, you don't want to
That's
ignore your sleep. You might need a sleep study. Annie and I were talking about this because sleep apnea. Just look up sleep apnea and epilepsy and get yourself a nanny cam. You can hit me up. They're $20. I have opinions.
Yes, we do. Yeah, we do. Hi, Rachel. Hi, Rachel. It's so good to see you. Is it a new? I'm sorry, Lufa. I don't mean to cut you off.
oh no, you're fine.
Rachel,
I'm ready now.
yeah. How are you doing, love?
Pretty okay. Surgery was last Tuesday. A cephalocele, so anterior right temporal lobe resection. So I'm a week in, out, whatever you want to say. I hate narcotics. I'm just ripping the bowls, hitting up the Tylenol, and I'm good. I'm good. I'm blessed to be with you guys today.
So far, so good. Everybody here. Hi, Lexi.
Right.
Hi, Jason.
Hi, Toaster. Hi, Jason.
Hey.
On.
Hey,
You're
how y'all?
looking great, Rachel, by the way.
Oh, thanks. I'm freshly showered. You guys want to see the nar scar I got though? Like my battle wounds. P.S.
Yes.
Just for funsies,
You're
I have
such
a
a
new
warrior.
nickname. I should put it on there. My new nickname is going to be Skull Flap. Skull Flap. Skull Flap
You're a warrior.
2026. Because, you know, they
You
popped
kept your
my skull
hair.
out. They didn't make me shave it.
Amazing.
Wow.
Amazing, right? So, I don't know where
Let's
I'm
see.
at.
Let's see.
Can you see it? Can you see
Yeah,
it?
a little bit. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
So
There you
Yeah,
go.
in my ear. Now the thing that hurts
Let's
right
see it.
now is I have 34 staples. They put a staple right here. And so it really, obviously my jaw hurts, but like my ear hurts, my inner ear hurts. That's like mainly the most pain. It's like, you know, obviously they drilled saw or such through my brain. So that's painful, but you know, the brain doesn't have any nerves in it. So it's the skull and the fascia. It's around my skull that hurts. Other than that, I'm good. So these are just battle wounds, right? Because we're all fucking warriors around here.
Right.
So
That's right.
Hey, Lexi.
it's good to see new faces though. I'm happy that
Lexi.
new peeps.
Hi, how are you
Lexi, you've been
guys?
here before, right?
Yes, I've
Yes.
been here before.
I remember your face, which is remembering is a lot. So yeah.
Well, this time I have more light. Last time I had like no light. I mean, I wasn't feeling well last time I was here, so I was kind of just sitting in my bed in the dark. But this time I have more light. Yay.
That's even better. I remember who you were with more light.
Oh.
I remember you from the dark. Anyhow,
Yeah,
hey
it's in the
Toaster.
dark.
You haven't said anything. Where's my phone? Oh. Yeah.
Poster or wonderful storyteller.
Yeah. I had a good one earlier that you guys missed, and I have to go back to it. Would you take $1 million over epilepsy being cured? For the new people. If you just got here and you haven't heard this question, I'd like to hear your answer.
I want a cure. I don't want $1 million. I want a cure.
I'm sorry, are you saying like the cure for like me specifically or like all of us?
No epilepsy.
Ooh, good
Ever.
question.
Seizure again?
Oh wait, is it for everyone?
Like no jerks or anything?
Well, I
No
mean,
jerks.
I believe if they had a cure for me, they would cure everybody. So I mean, if there
Well,
was a cure,
It
would
was
you take the
phrased
cure for $1
originally
million?
as like, you know, an individual cure. So just making sure. Yeah.
I don't know. At this point, I might need the $1 million for all the medical.
Right. Totally.
I
I
don't
wouldn't
know.
take it.
I'm a little stressed at this point.
Yeah, at one point I was thinking take the $1 million, but I was thinking
If
without
it's
$1 million.
cure for other people, that would be nice. If other people didn't have to experience this. Because I know when I wasn't formally diagnosed, I didn't understand epilepsy and how unpredictable and deadly it can be.
Hey, Lufa, I'm impressed that you still have your nose ring in, but just a warning, if you are having nocturnal seizures, I ripped a hole in my septum and lost my beautiful, tiny, gorgeous little nose that I'm
Well-
never getting back. Just get a nanny cam.
Also, they'll take it off if you have surgery because I had my nose pierced and I had a cool little thing up here. I woke up and none of it was there.
I feel like so far my seizures, besides like hitting my head and falling down the stairs, they've been pretty, you know, not too bad.
Yeah,
so
other than that,
but
falling
you
down
know,
the stairs.
it's mainly the myoclonic seizures that get in the way that are like the worst, because I'll be like trying to chop up something and next thing you know I have like a knife sticking almost out of me and I'm like, holy shit, what the fuck just happened? But sorry for my
Do I hear a Midwestern accent?
I'm in okay, but I moved around from the East Coast to the Midwest, so it changes on it. If you ask me about, if I were to say like Diad, there's Diad, or if you ask me about pizza, I'm gonna prefer New York pizza. If I get angry, my Jersey accent comes out.
Wait, when you say a knife sticking out of you, do you mean like a kitchen knife or what are we talking here?
A sword?
I wish that'd be even cooler, but
I-
no, like
I
I
do-
accidentally like stuck my finger with like, it wasn't even that bad. I just like sliced my finger, but like
okay.
it was like in my finger, and I was like, okay, maybe
I do
I'll
knife
make
throwing,
dinner
so
another night and we just heat something up today.
if I was doing my knife throwing that I do and I like realized like, you know, I was back in my apartment with a blade in my leg or something, yeah, I'd be really concerned. So
Well, at this point, I'm just like, all right, but I'm a little nervous right now because of the switch from the Keppra to the Breviac, but
Is anybody else here on Breviact who can talk about it? I guess
Not anymore.
I'm on Kepra, so I can only talk about Kepra.
yeah, the Kepra's it's been affecting my mental health like way too much. So I gotta take it.
Yeah.
But
Does it make you depressed? Is that a symptom? I feel like Keppra is making me like manic and depressed, and it's not a very nice mix. I already talk constantly.
yes, my primary when I was 2, they tried to diagnose me with borderline personality disorder and bipolar disorder and put me on medication. But my mom was like, no, I think she just has autism, but she'll probably get that in the future. But she was right. So my primary diagnosis is, BPD and bipolar and autism, the full shebang. But what were we talking about? Where do we go?
Take your time.
We don't know either. It's okay.
Oh, the Breviac. Oh yes, the Kepra.
There you
The
go.
Kepra, I feel like just because I have pre-existing like mania a lot, and especially with my period, I have the Mirena IUD, and it has worked wonders for me. I love her so much. It was awful getting it done, but she has been wonderful, and she'll last till I'm 30. So I love her. And she just stops my period, which is great because that's also been a huge problem of mine, where my period comes and then I go into like a period psychosis. Since taking the Keppra though, it has been eating away at my birth control. Like, it's been eating everything that my birth control lets out. So I'm like crazy all the time. And my mom and I joke that my name's Olivia, so we have different Olivias. There's like sleeping Olivia, but the one Olivia we don't like at all is period Olivia, because like I do things and I don't remember doing them, and she's crazy. Like, nobody, like, she's nuts. And so
she's more fun.
She is a little fun, but she's got no consequences. No consequences at all. Somehow I ended up somewhere with a knife threatening to like scratch up somebody's car, and got taken back by the police, got my knife back, had no charges given to me, and I was like,
Jersey girl.
Yeah, like, she did it again. But it's been eating away at like my mental health, and especially after receiving ECT, I'm working really hard to rebuild my personality and character, not on trauma and like being in constant vigorous trying to fight mode, because I'm always in defense. I'm always defensive. Like, I always think someone has a vendetta against me, and I always have to be protective of myself, and it's not healthy. So with the Kepra, I've never been one of like, usually it's mania, but the depression comes and goes, but it's never been depression to the point where I'm like there's nothing that really, makes me want to kill myself, but I just want to kill myself. Like, I literally just want to, I could be the perfect day. I could get everything I want. Mr. Beast could give me all his money. There could be a cure for epilepsy. And if I'm on Kepra, I just want to end it all. Nothing makes me happy. I'm like, I know no one enjoys being around me, so I just like to stay home, and I just sob all the time, and I cry myself to sleep, and I wake up crying, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on.
You're not alone.
It's the Kepra, and just as someone who's high risk naturally,
You're not alone.
it's not a.
Oh, Lufa, you gotta get on the chat over here. We got some shout outs to you in the chat.
Do that. Where do you guys see this?
Are you on a phone? It's at the bottom. It says chat. Or if you're on the computer,
Luffy,
I
that's
don't
such
know.
a fun name. Okay.
Oh shit! I missed a little bit apparently.
Okay, wait.
Personally, I think Keppra was never meant for anybody with epilepsy. So,
Which is funny because it's always the first thing that they give you when
well,
they think you have epilepsy. You know, like it's always the first choice. Even though it
me,
doesn't work for everyone. I am not saying that it doesn't work for me because I I mean I guess if we're getting back to the initial question that Pookie asked, like I had a seizure earlier today. It wasn't a full, tonic. But I was sitting in a meeting just like fully my entire body clenched, you know, um, and not able to open my eyes and look at anything. And I'm on Keppra. It works. I haven't had a full on tonic in like 8 months, but
Does anyone else have myoclonic epilepsy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
like I said, childhood is close to that, but I've been talking a lot.
I haven't been diagnosed, but I show signs of it, and I didn't know the signs of it until I joined
So
the epilepsy Reddit chat. I
yeah,
didn't know that all these different types of epilepsy even were a thing. I thought it was
I didn't
just
either.
grand mal.
That's when
And
that's when
just
the guy
found out
sat
there's
down.
so many different types of epilepsies. I used
Mhm.
to just think, oh, there's just one. Everybody's just shaking, and
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's not
just
it.
the people
Like so,
flopping
like
around
with
like a
Kepro,
fish
like
in the Hollywood movies and stuff.
yeah.
That's what
they
I've
Well,
they
'cause
always.
always show it as the big tonic clonic,
yeah.
full on, and then
And
people don't understand
poorly
what
too.
epilepsy really looks
Well,
like.
yeah, and I didn't understand what epilepsy was, especially since my school was also telling me that autism and Down syndrome were the same thing. So
Yeah,
What?
like
been
like
been a
I read
long
the
20
song.
years.
No, like I read the song
there's a
about
lot to unpack there.
like I didn't really actually think about it until when I actually had to look up epilepsy and like I don't like I didn't know, really know what it means like until like when I was on Kepler for like 7 years and Kepler and Kepler nearly destroyed me. Like and also like Kepler also like lost my own passion.
Yeah, Kepra's like the devil drug spot, and I've had a lot of bad experiences with
I'm s-
medications, but
I'm
Kepra's
Wait,
just
scared to
Jason.
change at this point.
Jason, what did you, sorry, Brandon.
You're good. You can continue.
Oh, I just wanted to know if you remember, Jason. I missed the last thing you said. If you remember.
Oh, so like I was saying that like Kepler nearly destroyed my passion for music.
that would suck too. Like,
Yeah, and that's like you're a musician, so that's like probably a large part of or your whole life.
Yeah, like yeah, just like I remember like there was like doctors telling me to like once I get off of it, like once I get off of it, they're gonna put me back on. And and I told like I didn't want that. And once when it could put me on more and more, like that was the final straw. I had like that was when I left Tallahassee and moved to South Florida.
Yeah, I gotta
Thank you for explaining that.
go back to. Okay, go ahead, Kevin.
I was going to say the weird thing about Keppra with me was it wasn't the first drug they put me on, but they chose a really bad time in my life to put me on it. It was in college, and I was really stressed out. College can be stressful for some people, and I was snapping at professors and just really just getting into fights with people, and it 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 may have worked actually. It might work now for me actually because I'm looking to get off Topamax. Topamax is not good for the brain, but Topamax is actually really good for myoclonic seizures, and that's what I have. So I don't know, maybe, yeah, looking to get off that.
Before I
Topa?
move on to go ahead, Lufa.
It was Topamax, you said?
Yeah. Oh, it's Topamax and Dupyramid are the same thing.
Okay.
Before I move on, there was a few people I really like this question, and I want to hear these answers. Jason and anybody who has not answered, would you take $1 million over the cure for your epilepsy?
Ooh. Oh man,
Mm.
like that's kind of hard, honestly. You
Oh
know,
yeah,
like
it's a tough one.
I mean, I would like to take the $1 million, but I mean, I would like to take $1 million, but at the same time, I would be scared because I don't know, like in the near future, I would have more seizures and stuff like that, and the doctor would put me on more meds, and then and I had to pay more doctor bills. But I mean, like for me, like I would just say screw it. I would just take the $1 million.
I said a similar thing. I said that I might need the million for all the doctor's bills and stuff.
Yeah.
Lexi. Lexi, you there?
Yeah, sorry. I said cure for my epilepsy. I want a cure. That's I don't I don't know. I'm tired of having seizures all the time. And um
Most of us said that. Don't worry.
yeah. Well, it's hard too if you have like drug resistant epilepsy, which is I have Jeevan syndrome, which is a form of that. So it's like I've had doctors tell me before that I'm never going to be seizure free and to not that I'll never be able to drive again. And it's just like I don't think $1 million would help me all that much. I think I'd be better off and happier if there was just a cure.
Rachel, you there? There's Rachel and Toaster left who haven't answered. Toaster, would you take $1 million over your epilepsy being cured?
No,
Okay.
I would definitely take epilepsy. See what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
The
Yeah.
epilepsy cure,
Yes.
like most of us.
At first, I said the money because I was just like,
I mean, that is a that sounds like a mind-blowing amount. But I don't know. I wanna.
I think
I
having
just
money. I think having money, my living situation is going to change. Can't live here for free.
Oh, well, I have to admit, I am in a very good situation. I do get to live for free.
If you had $1 million, I bet you wouldn't.
Someone posted in the chat about taking B9. Is that a thing?
Oh, yeah. I heard a lot about so with medications like anticonvulsants and stuff, they start to break down your bone density. So you have to, a lot of people, they're B16 or B12, B9, the
I
B,
suggested B12 on
yeah,
this chat before. Yeah.
vitamin D deficient.
B12, yes.
Yep.
Um,
And Sailor mentioned taking a lot of calcium.
Calcium, yeah, a lot of calcium. So my next visit with my neurologist, I'm actually gonna talk to him about like what are the words? Vitamins and
Yeah.
stuff to
Yeah.
take that are appropriate because I'm also on a God. It's nice to be around people that understand this.
That's what I said.
Because my
The aphasia, we all feel it.
Olivia and I'm like, can you guys just like you guys literally don't live with this every day and you act like it's harder on you.
Right.
It's I take a stimulant medication, which is, as you would know, wouldn't interact with a person with epilepsy very well. So it's like this huge, especially if you have multi diagnoses from different spectates of the medical world. It's like this huge balancing act. So you have to make sure you're not taking a vitamin that's gonna counteract the stimulant, but make sure you're taking something that's gonna help with your bone density. But I don't think that that'll all be a problem. But vitamins are a very, very, very big thing to keep an eye on and to make sure that you're being tested for. And to people have, even if you start feeling really weak in your bones and stuff, to get a bone density scan and do those things, because epilepsy can really wear down, specifically the medication will wear down your ability to do, like Keppra wore down my ability to fight off infections and like bacterial infections, and like within the first month I had like something on my lips and I was having flu-like symptoms, and it was just really weird and I was super unbalanced. So it's just been a really bad experience for me personally, but it works for other people. But I think going for everybody when it comes to epilepsy and taking medications just in general, to be really aware of your vitamins, because that will play a huge role into it, because you can get so low that you'll need, like at one point I needed B12 infusions.
Okay. 2 things. Well, no, 3 or 4 things. For people that are new here, if you haven't heard, chamomile is not good for people with epilepsy. Neither is Benadryl. Grapefruit juice. I believe it's grapefruit, and there was something else we're not supposed to take. Oh my, Silipalm is here. But yeah, just looking out for you guys. If you guys are drinking chamomile or grapefruit juice, and is it Benadryl, none of those are good for us. There's a few other things, but as I can't remember what they are, so I'm sure you understand.
Chamomile being
chamomile.
I didn't.
Chamomile. I've heard of like Benadryl and grapefruit juice for specific medications, but I've never heard of chamomile. I love chamomile tea.
I know.
I'm sorry if I'm offending anybody in
Like
practice.
every single herbal tea in the world has it like almost first ingredient, and I learned it 3 years in probably.
I love herbal
Hi,
tea.
Sailor Mom.
Hi. Let's see if I
Thanks
can
for all
pick
the animals.
Hey, Sailor Mom.
Hi, everybody. How are you guys? Oh, I'm sorry. God, very, very
Oh
close
my
up.
God, Sailor, you're back.
Hi.
So good to see
Right.
your face. You're
Welcome back,
beautiful.
Sailor.
How are you guys?
Great, we missed you. We got a lot of people here today, a lot of new people too.
Oh, good. Let me see if I can open everything up here. I'm all crushed down tiny.
I've been running through this question with everybody, but I gotta ask you now since you're here.
Uh-huh.
$1 million over cured epilepsy.
$1 million. My family needs it.
Okay.
$1 million club.
I'd suffer, man. I would
hesitancy.
suffer for my family. Absolutely.
No hesitancy whatsoever there. Just full confidence, $1 million. Got it.
Absolutely.
You wouldn't want that cure to go back to your ice cream shop?
Man, I would, but nah, I can't. I mean, we moved.
Right now, it's so hot.
Too late now.
Yeah, so I got another one about, we were talking about people like faking seizures and stuff earlier, and I have a post, but first I'm going to show the video. So
I'm going to close my bedroom door in case anyone's listening, because I can't find my headphones right now. So.
I was just going to ask everybody, you guys make sure nobody's in the background, because
Yeah, hold on 1 second, because I don't want my husband to come running up the stairs and die again.
Oh no, not the ghost girl video again. Don't Don't
Oh,
hurt
you
him,
guys,
please.
Oh no.
you guys missed that day where
Wait,
she showed us the video of the seizure.
is it
We're
a
gonna
fake
watch.
or a real seizure?
It wasn't that bad.
It was a real one?
Actually, it's not my thing to say.
I
I'm not gonna say
I
it wasn't that bad, but
I've never seen someone have I've only known myself to have seizures, and my mom's like, it's really traumatic to watch, but I've never seen a seizure myself. So this will be a first for me.
Get a nanny
So
cam.
I've seen Pookie.
I was looking for the video right now. But
And everybody's seen me.
Toaster,
yeah, I'm
it's
gonna show this
Jax.
video real quick. So turn your thing down if you got anybody worried in the background. Um, Actually, there's not much noise to it. Let's see.
Oh my.
Oh god. Oh god.
Mm.
Yeah, that is crazy. People are out there faking seizures.
Wait, were they both faking one?
Yeah, he touched them and then like laid down next to them and started pretending. I'm
So
pretty
the
sure that
first
guy wasn't
guy,
having a seizure because his friend
okay.
wouldn't just do that. You would have to help him instead of laying next to him and
Yeah.
trying it out.
Why wouldn't you support the head or like try and if you can get them on their side or something? You know, those are the first, and then you time it and stuff. Everyone's just watching. That's very odd.
Yeah, so the post that said that, and someone said, I'm going to rant about these videos. It says, these kind of videos always will run me the wrong way. It says run me the wrong way, but I'm going to take it as rub me the wrong way. And even piss me off a little. But what's worse are the comments on these types of videos, making jokes about it and stuff. I'm one for dark humor and stuff, but joking and acting out or laughing about a medical condition or disorder, especially if one has bad epilepsy, that's taking it too far, beyond too far. As someone with myoclonic epilepsy myself, I say for sure that epilepsy is the scourge of life of almost everyone who has it. Seeing people fake it or pretend to have a seizure just for clout is beyond insulting. Epilepsy is for life. People, what the fuck is wrong with you? I know that insensitive stuff, like this is all over the web, but I'm tired of seeing it over and over and over again. Even when someone just saying, "Oh, look, he's having a seizure," when someone shakes, making me hot. What about a neurological condition is funny? Maybe the soreness of the limbs after a seizure, the pain, the jerking itself, the way your body betrays you. Maybe I'm biased, but I'm taking this video very offensive and personally, especially with my extensive past with my condition. What do you guys think? How do video how do videos make you feel when people play like this?
I'm really interested in what people who have tonic-clonics think because personally, I don't care, but I think it's fair to be offended by it. And I also have seizures you can barely notice, so I'm interested in tonic-clonic people.
As someone who
Hated it.
has
Absolutely. I'm gonna
as
find out.
someone who
Toaster
has
has her hand raised.
Yes, I have early on in not my career, um, was recorded when I lived out in Las Vegas, and it was posted to the person's Twitter, and it took months and months and months to take down.
My my mom works in HR, and it's actually incredible what people will record. Um, one of her employees went down and had a seizure or something, and or passed out. Um, and someone started recording it, and they have cameras there where you can zoom in and you can see everything going on in your phone. So this person's like joking, like, look at this person spazzing on the ground.
Yes, there were comments
Yeah.
of all sorts, from prayer hands to she's faking it.
Yep. And I've had seizures at work, and I would feel so uncomfortable if someone was recording me and then posting it without me knowing. Like, I was walking in Chicago and there was a street photographer that was just taking pictures of me, and that even made me uncomfortable, let alone recording someone having something that could kill them. That could be the end of my life right there. Like, and you're just recording, making jokes out of it. But I mean, whatever floats your boat, I guess. It's just that makes me really uncomfortable.
Wouldn't it
Yeah,
fall
like
under
I remember like
two-party consent laws? Like, wouldn't you legally have to give your consent in order for them to be posting it? And if you don't, in some jurisdictions,
A lot of trouble for recording, like a lot of trouble. She was put on a final, so they took
Not
it seriously. But I don't know how it worked for you.
It's called a one-party consent state.
Oh,
Nevada's one, North Carolina is one.
Yeah, see,
And
is it
all the consent you need is to be there yourself.
So
well,
if you're
well,
like,
I got a question. Like, does Florida like has a law like that? Like, if they're recording someone that's going through through a bad traumatic event, like such as seizures and stuff like that.
I don't know. I need to look that up. I'm wondering if it's more common to like one party or two-party consent if it's
I know Rhode Island is a two-party consent state, so it's definitely not everywhere. I don't know what the state's ratio is, but
Yeah, I mean, because like with Florida, Florida is like a Republican state. But basically, with Florida, like you could get away with anything. Like you could get away with anything, and and it's kind of such a bad traumatic turn, I believe. But with someone who has seizures and stuff like that, I remember, I remember like there was like during my fourth year, so it was like the beginning of 2018. I remember somebody had a seizure, and the person had recorded, and the person had recorded on, I believe, on Snapchat and stuff like that, and it had like thousands of views, and people were like laughing at it, and it was kind of sad.
it's the only like reason to record someone having a seizure is for like medical documents. Like if my mom were to record it for like my doctor to see, but to post it onto social media and to use it for your own like laughing factor, I think is where we start to turn the corner of like what's going on here. But to be fair, we live in the new age of um we live in the new age of everything's recorded. People are always recording, and
I feel like I can trust all of you when I say this. But yeah, I've had medical professionals take pictures. There was 3 different nurses that had to take pictures of my yeah, because I got in a bike accident and had to get stitches down there.
Sorry.
So 3 different nurses came in to take pictures with their cell phones to show the doctor, but I knew that those pictures were at least safe. It was not going anywhere after that.
At least you
They
hope
asked
so.
you though, Brandon? Did they ask like
Oh, sorry, your voice cut out. What was that? What?
did they ask you if they could do that?
Yes, every time. Yes.
So thank you for sharing that.
I can trust all of
seriously.
you. We've been through horrible experiences together. It's okay.
I feel like I don't know if this is true, but I feel like this hurts certainly women. I don't know about other demographics of people, although I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay.
I feel like I'm old. Like I'm older than I look. I know I look really young. Thank you. But I feel like like the doctors looked at me and were like, "You look super young and you're hot." So you obviously went on TikTok and saw what a seizure looks like, and then came to us because you have a mental health condition. So I feel like I don't care about I don't give a fucking shit about these videos. I don't go on TikTok, but like I do think ultimately they hurt people like me and Annie and probably more women and I'm sorry, Olivia. Yeah.
Whatever, you loofah, whatever. I just came up with it one day. Can I ask how old you are? Because you literally look like you're 27.
You
Stop
do.
it. I look like I'm 14. I'm 35.
All
Oh,
right.
same
not
age as
old.
me.
Yes, you do look younger than 35.
I need whatever,
Huh? Brendan Belbot, what?
whatever's keeping you young. Maybe
Taylor
Chain
was
smoking.
19.
Chain smoking.
here everyone's looking young and fresh.
Epileptics are hotter than other people. I'm convinced after seeing everybody. Like somebody will mention their age, and I'm like, you're literally 14 years old.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
I just had my 49th birthday, like
Happy birthday!
5 days ago or something. Yay!
You don't look it.
Happy birthday! You
Thank
look 14.
you.
Happy birthday, girl.
Thank you very
Happy
much.
birthday, Sailor.
Yeah,
Happy
and you know
birthday.
what? We had our
Sailor.
22nd wedding anniversary like 5 days after that. So
Nice.
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 Been busy.
Well, I mean, like, I don't know. Well, I mean, like, I don't know if people don't understand, but like, I turn 29 tomorrow.
Wait,
On
yeah.
you look very young.
Happy
Sarah Mom,
birthday.
did you get married when you were 10? What the hell? What?
What?
You're
Man, come
funny. I
on
was
now.
28.
I asked
That's hot.
Sailor Mom
That's hot.
I have 5 kids,
you said 22 years of
and
marriage?
they're all teens or older. So
You're
I have a
it was
you're
question.
wild.
Oh,
You're wild.
What age do I look?
hey, you got that.
14.
Who asked that?
14.
30.
30. Yes, I'm 35.
Okay, but you're still giving 30.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. I'm proud of my white hairs.
I don't even see them.
Oh,
I
We're
have
all,
lots
they
of
are
white hair.
there.
we're
They just
all
happen to be purple
beautiful.
right now.
We're all beautiful.
Guys, we're
You're
so
rocking the
hot. It's
purple.
fucking insane.
Cool,
It's like disgusting.
42.
Speedy
How come I
look.
didn't get that younger thing?
Angel, you don't look 42, and Jeff, you don't look the age you said you were.
Jeff looks 14.
You
Every
don't.
day, I am every day of 77
Oh, you're not the
and
Nah.
aging
Doing good,
rapidly.
Jeff.
day.
Growing older, but not up.
Jeff
Yes,
doesn't know.
definitely growing older, but not up.
Jeff,
The
I
oldest,
actually
wisest
really
person
thought
I
you were
know.
50.
Yeah, really, Jeff. You look
I was
like
50
my dad at
27 years
49.
ago.
You look great, Jeff.
You do.
You got a great
Thanks, I
attitude.
feel like crap.
Well, we're here for you.
Yeah.
That's what keeps us young. We all feel like shit all the time, and it just like exudes like youthful and like
It's the muscle workouts from all the spasms.
Oh yeah,
Right.
It's not
100%.
that for me. It's the arthritis in every joint in my body.
Oh my god,
Mhm.
jet ski the other day. That was fun. That was awesome.
Wait, you cut out. What'd you say?
I rode a jet ski.
I've
Oh,
never
nice.
ridden a jet ski.
I've
cool.
never driven anything before, so that was my first
Mhm.
driving in my entire life, and I love the water, and because I used to be a swimmer, so I love the water and riding a jet ski. I hit the top speed of 60 miles an hour, and I was like, if I have a seizure, this is the perfect time because this is like the best thing ever. Like
I'd rather
I
die while I'm living than live while I'm dead.
like some people are like, but you have
I've
some
only driven
the
a jet
water.
ski a couple times,
Like,
but
what do you
hell
mean?
yeah.
So I'm gonna go in the water. Like I'm gonna live it to the fullest at this point.
Get like a boat with sails. Then if you like have a seizure, okay, you're on the boat, but also you're gonna lose the wind and you're just gonna end up like not moving.
Not
So then,
always.
not always, but like how far are you really gonna go? Like, come on.
But
I know my
I know a
plummeter.
lot of
If it has
drifters.
a motor, you're just gonna keep on going.
If it has
Well,
a
yeah,
motor,
that's
you're going
true.
straight into it.
Straight into the pier.
On it and spazzing out. Whatever.
This is not good for intrusive thoughts. This is like worse than the sardine conversation.
No,
What happened if you didn't have
No,
epilepsy though? These things that we're talking about
we
could
need to
happen
have
if you
these
didn't have
intrusive
it.
thoughts
So
here.
I would have
You know,
fears if I was on the sales.
what was that?
I I would legit be feared if I was on the river. I could touch the water, but there's no way I cannot be on the river by a
Oh,
boat.
I was thinking ocean. That way you can't like just steer into the side and.
Okay, Pookie, what's the next question?
Yes,
All
let's get
right.
back. Let's get back.
Put it on the Reddit, but I
Yeah,
swam with dolphins.
I like the opinions, you guys. We're gonna help somebody. Somebody's gonna see this and say, "Oh, that was my question." So I got one that says diet, vitamins, and epilepsy. I've been reading about the importance of diet and epilepsy. Also, how some vitamins and minerals can be beneficial. Can folks share what they have found works for them or to avoid? Are there books, websites, and helpful information? I really appreciate all the grateful advice that I've found in this community.
Does
I
anyone
say,
have any like actual books or places to throw out first?
yeah,
Because I feel like at this, like this might all just be personal experience.
Yeah.
no,
Well,
I don't know any books.
Well,
I'm muted right now.
You want
for me, like, I read books. I read books. I mean, like just like I mean just I like I mean I read this one book called Sovereignty by Ryan Mickler. I mean like I don't know if that would work. And I would say also The Alchemist by Paulo. I forgot his last name. That but I mean like but those are the only two books like I can really like think of. And the only reason I say that because like because I read a lot of books. Like I'm like right now I'm on book number 15 this year.
Nice. I haven't read one yet, not even a page.
we have some folks in the group at the moment who like myself have trouble reading, like even just a chapter or two.
Me too.
Yeah,
I'm
So
gonna go back and read that chapter because I don't remember the beginning.
yeah, I know. So the fact that you're on book
I
15 is impressive, my man. Got to give that to you.
No,
Can you read me
hey,
a book? Because it's not happening.
the anime.
Very difficult.
well, I mean, like it takes practice sometimes. I mean, because like I don't really be like outside like that all the time. I mean, like I live in the capital of Florida, so like I just like I mean, so I just like highlight. I'll just highlight, take notes. Be like because like that's because I learned that from high school.
Yeah.
So
And I guess yeah, but does anyone have any other books that would relate to epilepsy
I
and
got
like
this book
diet?
here. Can
I
you guys see it?
guess.
Go ahead
What was
again.
that?
It's called Thriving Beyond Seizures. It's a holistic approach to epilepsy management, offering empowering strategies and practical tools. It's decent, easy. So for all of you that you can't put down a chapter because I'm the same way. It's got to be like quick and easy. So this is good. Thriving Beyond Seizures. I could put it in messages too, Pookie.
I'd rather you just put it on the page for the epilepsy universe, then we can
Okay,
actually go
yeah.
back to it.
Okay, we'll do.
Take
for
a
sure.
picture.
well, like could you
That
type
was
it
good
on
advice
Zoom?
for
Take a picture.
Take a picture. I will do that. What was the other thing? Was that you, Angel?
No, I'll like it was me. I'll like could you type it like in the chat?
Yeah. I'll do all of the above.
You definitely
If
got to
you
go in
forget,
there.
we'll let you know.
You definitely got to go in there and say, "Remember me from Zoom?"
I'll do it. I will do it.
Might get a few no's because nobody remembers, but yeah, that's for the diets and vitamins. I've been taking this B12 for about 6 weeks and I haven't had a focal. I'm just saying,
B12's
maybe it's
great.
just me. Maybe you might need some, and they're gummies. And shout out to Nature's Made. I'm looking for sponsors. Anyhow,
Pookie, you take 3,000?
I take 3,000 per serving, but I take 2 a day. I was doing 3, but I was like, maybe let me go back down to 2. Maybe I don't need the third. But they said that our medication kind of sucks I don't know if that's the exact word, kind of sucks the vitamins out of us. So I started
That is
taking
true.
2 instead of 3.
But you do it twice a day?
Yeah.
Can I jump in on that?
Go ahead.
Cookie, does that
Yes.
say mg milligrams or mcg micrograms?
MCG, isn't that micrograms?
Yeah, that's micrograms. And you're taking 3,000 micrograms?
Extra strength.
Yowza.
That's like
I'm not taking enough. Okay.
Yeah.
I take some stuff too, because they said that my stuff, the Dilantin, drags all the calcium out of your bones and your teeth. And having already had children, they were concerned about that. So yeah, I take what the heck is this? It's the Kirkland one, but it's like oh, crap. What is it? 500 milligrams of calcium. So like 1,000 milligrams of calcium a day, 160 milligrams of magnesium, 20 milligrams of zinc, 2 milligrams of copper, and 40 milligrams of vitamin D3. I used to take more D than that, but I haven't bought any more. And then the folic acid to help the calcium stick, very important. And then what was the other thing? Oh, yeah, like Pookie said, B12 or a B6 complex, right? Something like that.
Can I add on like a off topic, just like something that I found is useful for people that don't understand how to help people that are in the middle of a seizure? A good way to help them understand how to take care of the person is to explain to them, treat me as if I were drunk and almost choking on my own throw up, and then kind of start to understand it a little more. I don't know if that would help, but it's helped some of my acquaintances understand that better.
I feel like if more people thought of it that way instead of the, stick a wallet in your mouth crowd that we still unfortunately have,
Yeah. It's okay.
yeah, but if more people did think of it at least at minimum, like just turn me on my side like I'm about to puke as a drunk person, we'd have a lot less confusion
Oh,
about
he's
it.
ODing. Just Narcan him.
Well, yeah, there's that too, and you have a lot of police officers who are incredibly uninformed about epilepsy, and so they look at a seizure as a drug overdose. So then they just Narcan you, which does nothing for our condition. We need lorazepam, in that situation.
Well,
But
thankfully my mom is like,
oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh.
she took a seizure class thing on how to help someone, so she's certified. So if you guys need someone to fly out there real quick to help you, on her way.
Okay. Toaster has asked me to show off my bling. I don't know. I can't get it good.
Tell him what it
Sorry.
says on it. In all caps.
It says, "Don't Narcan me."
Don't Narcan me.
Nice.
I have nasalium in my pocket.
Nice. My mom thinks that she's gonna put that on my next round of bracelets because I have lost them. Surprise, surprise.
Where do they go? It must be the gnome.
There was something I wanted to say, but I forgot what it was. Something that went along with something Lufa said, but it's not coming to me.
It's okay. I forgot to.
Yeah, we'll get it together.
It'll come back at some point randomly.
It's like
Can I
right
ask a
there on the edge.
question?
Right there.
We had a staff meeting at my work yesterday, and one of the things that came up was you had to make a group of like 3-4 people and come up with ice cream flavors with names that sort of connected to my work because a local ice cream place was going to be making a flavor just for us, and nobody could think up names. So my thought was like, of course, we're all going to be thinking up names in like 4 hours, and we're going to be texting our director at like 3 in the morning, being like, "Oh, I remembered this. What about this? What about this?" We all have ADHD and forget things. Sorry.
Yeah, that didn't help me.
No, I know it didn't.
I'm
What
just
was going to
kidding.
help? What
I
was
was
going to help? Lucy?
diagnosed
Come
at
on.
4 in the waiting room.
So I worked at an ice cream shop for 7 years, and managed and was an ice cream cake decorator. And we used to auction off make your own flavor certificates like 5 times a year for local schools, and families would come in and they'd have to make up a name for it, and as well as the entire flavor, and then they'd get to make it in the machine and everything, and then we would actually sell like 15 or 20 gallons of it in the shop. So yeah, I've heard some really odd names, and I've helped make up some really interesting ice cream names. So if you need some help.
Well, among 25 people, we came up with a lot of good names.
Oh, good.
So yeah, there's a lot of options to choose from.
All right, excellent. That is awesome. Yes, I've heard a lot of really fun ones. People can be very creative.
Also, that sounds really cool, managing an ice cream shop. Just saying. Sorry to distract again.
It was amazing. Like, we had our 80th anniversary when I was there. Oh, God, so good. Family owned, so cool. Yeah. The year before I got diagnosed, I painted the whole shop, 20-foot ceilings. Bad idea, but I didn't know.
None of us want to be up on a ladder anymore, right? I think we can all agree. None of us want to be on a ladder anymore.
It's so
I'd
fun
rather it
though.
be me than my father.
Not for me.
I miss it.
Oh, okay, going skydiving? All right.
I'm skydiving, I think.
I'm going skydiving just so I can tell everyone with epilepsy we can do it.
Just
You
a
can
big
do it.
trip. We can all just take a big trip and, maybe die on the way. It's okay.
Yeah, maybe
I'll
I
go
can
to
have a
The
vocal
worst
for like
thing
10
that
seconds
could
and come back.
happen is
I had to like explain to somebody what, because they were like, "Oh, epilepsy." They're like, "Why can't you just work?" And I'm like, okay. I was like, epilepsy can be like deadly, and I'm not at a place right now where I can just work. And they're like, "How is epilepsy deadly?" And I'm like, did you ever watch Jessie? Did you ever watch the show Jessie? They're like, "Oh yeah, I watched that. Hey, Jesse, Cameron Boyce." I was like, he died of epilepsy. Like, oh my gosh, like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize. And I'm like, like, wow, it's so like.
How do they not realize that? That's just insane. Like, it was so viral too when he
I'm
passed
sorry,
away.
shut up about the nanny cams. God damn.
We've yet to see.
I'm
But
not
people
being mean. I'm sorry.
unless it's like, unless they want to understand. It's not like they're willing to understand. It's if they want to understand. Frustrating.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So oh yeah. I need to comment on like above it, but like don't be like me. I mean, like if you're a big guy and have epilepsy and you work at a nightclub, don't do it. It's not worth it. And it's not worth it. I worked at 2 nightclubs. It was the one at Bullwinkle's, and then the second one was like at Bauhaus, and Bauhaus like normally does like Latin nights. So I would be in the front of the stage actually watching people and breaking up fights.
So,
All that.
so for you guys, do like flashing lights and loud music or like nightclubs, things like that, do those cause you to have seizures?
Okay, something you just said, three of those things I'm going to be around in the next few weeks. You said lights, loud music, and what else was there?
Like just like how it's presented to you. Like if lights are flickering or whatever, like that's like it's gonna cause someone to have epilepsy. Because for me, I've been to many concerts and a lot of flickering things, and while I just don't like a lot of too much sensory overload, it's never caused me necessarily to have like a seizure. Like when I went to the study, they started flicking on and off the light and whatever. I was like, it just feels like I'm at a concert again. Like I don't really know. But if I were to do, let's say, like choreography, if I were to need to do something that's choreographed that I need to think before, during, and ahead of, it's going to cause me to have a myoclonic jerk or a seizure, like a big seizure. Like TikTok dances, for example. If I have to do a TikTok dance, which I don't have to do a TikTok dance, by the way, but when I see people like, hey, you want to do a TikTok? I'm like, no. And they're like, why? I'm like, I'll have a seizure. Or like I'll start jerking. Like my body will start jerking around because it can't keep up with the dance or whatever is going on. Or like which is why I like the jet ski, because it's not like, it's just easy because you don't really have to like think the way you would with a car. But it's just like dancing is just something that I know will set off my seizures, and I know will like cause me to have a really rough day, even if I just try like a little one. And it sounds really silly because I always expect it to be like just flickering lights or something weird, like not weird, but something like regular like that. Whereas for me, it's TikTok dances and thinking. I don't know. My brain gets overwhelmed and like shuts off and just seizes.
No, you're right there. I mean, 'cause sensory overload is a thing. I mean, but
Well, and
it's not the
too, so it's like it's already there for me. But
yeah, because I can't sleep with any light. It has to be completely darkness. Like I wear my sunglasses everywhere. I even wear them indoors.
I do
And,
too.
and I don't want to look like a douchebag or anything. And people like I'm walking around indoors, people like take the sunglasses off.
I had a guy who I don't know for certain, but he claims he has a psychology degree, who said that because I was wearing sunglasses when it was semi dark, it made me look like or it was like something that's common with psychopaths. And I was just like, dude, I just hate fluorescent lights.
For real.
Oh, and halogen lights too.
I'm not about to go kill someone. I just hate fluorescent lights.
I wear sunglasses inside all the time.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not
I'm aligned
uncommon
with
for
you.
us.
I lost
I'm,
my glasses recently.
I
So
do have to actually bring up though, a lot of people think that most people who are epileptic are photosensitive epileptic, but I think the actual percentage is, I think we brought this up before, Pookie. It's 1% of the population of people who have epilepsy. So it's like 0.001 when you really think about it, you know.
Yeah.
So it, M, you are recognized. You are recognized, and we love you for it. Okay, you don't worry. Okay, not all of us have it, but you do, and you're appreciated for your bravery in going out in any light situation.
Get an Annie can. Anyhow,
You're the 1% of the
about the natty
1%.
So, oh yeah, I'm going back to the
I
lights and
know you
stuff.
did.
I'm going to see The
I know
Weeknd
you
in a
did.
few weeks, so I'm gonna get to see how the lights and the music and everything works. I'm gonna go live too on YouTube, and I'm gonna see how these lights and stuff will bother me. And I'm on the floor in the 8th row, so I'm gonna really see these lights. And you guys, I'll let you know because it's on a Thursday, and then I'll be back on Friday. So I'll let you know how it went. If I let you know, you know what I mean? If I can't let you know, then you'll be on the Zoom by yourself because I won't join. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Pookie, where's the other I forget their names, but there were the two other sort of women who were helping run the live stream. Wasn't one of them
Kate and Sailor Mom.
Kate's not here right now.
Kate's not here. She'll be here in a little bit, but
wait, was she the one who's a doctor? Who's the person who was a doctor a few weeks ago?
Kate, she was what's it called? She was in medical billing. She wasn't a doctor. Did we have anybody who was a doctor? I'm
There's
not
an
sure.
There's a woman. She was
Gordon.
an Asian woman who had way more experience with all of this than any of us.
Courtney.
Probably Katie.
Sounds like Kate.
Probably Katie.
Yeah.
Okay.
She'll be here. She'll be here.
All right.
She always here.
I'm just.
Both of my grandmothers were RNs, and my grandfather was a surgeon. Not exactly helpful, but.
Can we get them on the line?
Doesn't exactly osmosis down, though.
Also, I was telling Pookie, I was like, I wanted to get my father on the stream as like with all of us because so I have genetic epilepsy. So he's been dealing with this since he was like 20, and he was 18 when I was born. So it's like my entire life he's been dealing with, epilepsy sort of thing. I know, Toaster. I know. No, I can't do that because then everyone's gonna be. No, he's a narcissist.
My mother's a narcissist too, and she bashed my head in, and that's why I have epilepsy. So don't worry about it. But you can cut that too if you want, Pookie.
There we
Although
go.
I'm
You don't
sure
have to
she's
cut
gonna
this.
find
My
it
ex-husband
eventually.
was also a
Wait.
narcissist, and he bashed my head in.
Wait, take that three. My mom is a narcissist. My mom has stolen money from me. My mom has called the police on me while even tried to bash me in front of my whole family. And I remember one time I was at work calling for an Uber. Calling for an Uber. She completely yelled and tried to get me arrested. And then she broke the car handle and blamed everything on me. And I had to pay literally $100 out of my own money.
Yeah, no, this is gonna sound horrid. The police aren't gonna listen to you. You are,
I'm
you're
a
a
big
black
guy.
male.
Yeah, I'm a big black male. I understand completely.
It's a
It's not
fucking
funny. I mean,
discrimination of the. We all
Pookie,
get discriminated against, but you're getting discriminated like. Anyway,
no,
she
Pookie, I'm
knows the
sorry
system
that
well.
I mentioned the word narcissist because that brought up a lot of feelings for a lot of people.
oh no, like the cops here in Tallahassee are like are like basically the Jim Crow laws, and
There
I
it is,
exactly
yes.
left. I mean, like, there's no way times will ever get me anywhere.
Um,
Not in this lifetime.
so two
Don't cut that.
things. Back to the big black male thing. I hated when they say every time, I'm gonna cuff you for my safety.
Oh
I
my
always think
God.
it's like you're gonna cuff me for sure, just so you feel comfortable while you talk to me and ask me my name and all that stuff. That's the worst stuff. Uh,
That's something that I think like anybody who is not a person of color in this chat can like recognize but not really recognize. Like,
Mhm.
if we're having a seizure, we don't necessarily get immediately treated like we're drug addicts,
Well,
um to a certain extent. Obviously different areas will have different police officers, but like if I'm a white guy in the
you have more of a
Northeast,
chance
I have
of
more of a
someone
chance of the
saying, "Hey,
officer
medical."
not being like, "Oh, he's just having a drug overdose," you know.
yeah, a cop out here might let you drive away.
You're the ones that need the don't Narcan me.
Yeah, I actually I'm very uh uh I'm very big on that topic of because for me, for my experience at least, I think I've had a an experience that a lot of people don't get naturally, just being like a white, like decent looking female. Like I've gotten like really good support, and even that has been extremely minimal. So I've always been extremely aware, and I always like to highlight on the fact that just because we've moved somewhere up in the community in one side doesn't mean that somebody of a different race or a different religion or anything else has gotten to move up there as well. Because I had somebody who commented under one of my Reddit posts in the epilepsy subreddit that I believe was from Mexico, and said that they had horrible effects from Keppra too, but because they don't have the same kind of access as we do in America, just to please advocate for yourself for the people that don't have that kind of access. And even in America, marginalized groups don't have the access, and it takes an extremely long time or a lot of extra work to just prove something that shouldn't have to be proven in the first place, just because of a setup system that we already have going on. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah.
I would summarize it by saying profiling.
Oh, Kate, you're here. You just missed it. You were just called the smartest person with epilepsy by
What?
Brandon.
Yeah, he
Wow, that
called
is
you
the
doctor.
ultimate compliment.
He was like, "Where's the girl that was the smartest of all of us?"
Please. You such a joke. But thank you, of course, for that compliment. Sailor Mom is here. That'd be
Yeah,
the,
that's
one of the smartest of us all.
Well, Sailor Mom was already here, and so
Oh,
like
okay,
obviously
okay.
we recognize Sailor Mom. That's a given. But
Mm-hmm.
I was like, where was the other woman who was super smart and made us all feel a little bit more, I don't know.
Annie can
less
cover for
smart.
me at any time. At any time, Annie can cover for me.
We can now
Yeah.
call you Dr. Kate.
Oh, don't even.
Because of
Somebody's
Yeah,
gonna
you
have to
come for
block
a
that
doctor.
part.
That was the thing. I was like, who was the doctor who was in this chat with us?
Yeah.
I was thinking about Courtney. She's a med student. But she had the sardine conversation. So I don't know if you were here about the
I
sardine
was.
conversation.
I was here. Yeah.
No, we don't.
Sardines and yogurt.
No, stop it.
Yeah. Sardines and yogurt is like tuna and mayonnaise, she said. Basically, yeah.
Well, I was just at the doctor's office and heard again, like low iron, and they say it could change by the end of the visit, but lower end of normal. Yeah, doctor didn't sound concerned at all. Happy about that.
That's great. I know it says lower end of normal, but it's still normal,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, happy to hear about that. And they didn't sound concerned about anything. So regular checkups are just as expected with a nurse practitioner. Totally just regular checkups. As long as you don't have any problems to bring up, around this area anyway. And they
No
are
nurse
satisfied with giving
nefarious
you a
this time.
clean bill of health.
Glad you're here.
Yeah, glad I could make it. So what's been everybody's favorite topic so far? Any more funny seizure stories?
I'm going to start with you. Would you take $1 million over epilepsy?
This was the starter. Icebreaker.
At this point, yeah. I know that could go far for the family. So I think it would be worth it.
That's what I said. I said, I suffer for my family. Yes, we need it.
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
That's every mom, I
Can I
think.
change my answer?
You're in the
No.
minority here, but
Anybody want to change their answer? Go ahead, Jason. Talk about it.
Yeah, 1, 2.
I'll change mine for sure. I'm not rich. I just
Wait.
have the humility, I guess. I don't know, but I'll take the million, 100%.
I was thinking that. I was like, I'd take
little
the
$1
million
million.
because I've got my seizures down to like less than 5 a year. So I'm trying to get less than 3 and get it down and stop smoking tobacco, which lowers my seizure threshold. So I'm seeing how that go. And at first I was like, I'll take the $1 million because my seizures aren't that bad. But then the wandering off seizures lately, that's the bad part. But yeah, then I thought maybe if I don't take the $1 million and I don't have epilepsy, then I'd probably be able to make $1 million. But then I was thinking maybe that's not likely. It just sounds good to be able to drive and make money. But yeah. The next thing I had was Brandon. You said your dad had seizures as well.
Oh, yeah.
So you've seen a seizure.
Oh, well. So I didn't meet my dad until I was 26. So never actually saw him have a seizure because I've only actually been in the physical company of him once. So
It's okay. That happens.
sorry. I didn't mean to get all sad on us.
No, hugs.
So I got something else here. It says, what is something that you did that helped your epilepsy? I took my medication and got more rest and stopped smoking tobacco.
For me, like I did this TikTok video. I mean, like where I ran for like 2 minutes. I ran for 3 minutes. Then I took a walk for 2 minutes. So like I did all that and ran and all that and ran for at least like 45 minutes or something like that. Just to keep the heart pumping.
Like full out run or jog?
No, like just like jogging.
Okay.
Anybody else did anything that helped their epilepsy?
I find that like if when you have that sort of spiral feeling in your head when you know a tonic is about to come on.
Yeah.
Doing like a quick it doesn't happen to you, Angel. Yeah. But doing like a quick like walking lap around my kitchen, like around the kitchen table, and then sort of walking to my bedroom and laying down helped. I think the physical movement helped. Um, but that was just for me, like moving around a little bit kind of distracted my brain
Mm.
and got it a little more back in tune.
Personally, I walk away from tables when I get that vibe, but maybe it's just me.
Oh, it was one lap around my kitchen. So like if I go from my living room, I'm immediately into my kitchen. I do one lap around the table and then it's straight into the bedroom from there onto my bed. So it's kind of like one line.
Like M said, I don't get a warning. I just go down, and yeah,
Oh, yeah, I
that
get a
was a
little
joke
bit
as
of
well,
away.
Brandon, and you answered.
Huh?
I said that was a joke. I was saying that I walk away from tables, and you went back and explained.
Oh, no, I understand. I
It's
actually
all
looked
right.
at you saying you walk away from tables as like a serious answer because, I mean, wouldn't most of us walk away from a hard corner?
Yeah.
No, that's how I get caught in the bathroom so many times.
I try to steer clear of my bathroom entirely if I feel seizure-y. Yeah.
I'm like
There
this.
was a question. There was a question from the past that I seen. It was, do you guys think about locking the doors when you go in public bathrooms? And I never thought of that. As much as I use the bathroom at the train station and stuff, I never imagined myself having a seizure in there and someone not being able to come and get me. Like, have you ever thought of that when you were in a public bathroom? If you were in a public bathroom, because some people just don't. And for
I
some reason, I've never really locked the door behind me because I just go in there and pee and come out. So
I
I
work in
wonder.
elementary schools.
Well,
I work around like kids who are between like 6 and 11, so I need to lock the bathroom no matter what.
I wonder if
I
this
don't have a
person is
choice.
not in the States because we have you can see right into the bathroom in the States, but if you go overseas, they actually it's like you're in a room. So maybe that's this person's question.
yeah,
Yeah, like for me, honestly, like I would have to keep the bathrooms like locked, like especially especially when I'm on the Greyhound, Red Coach, or A type bus. To be honest, honestly, like I mean, like I don't want people to be looking at me, like I mean, like because like I get these because I get a weird vibe when I get a weird vibe when people look at me like when I'm in the bathroom. So that's why I close like right away.
Toaster.
Um, I I'm pretty sure I've said this in other videos, but me and my mom have a little, well, Marco Polo each other.
that's a good one.
So I can be in the bathroom, and if she thinks that, wait a second, this is taking a while, she'll say Marco, and if I don't say Polo, she knows to come in. And it gives me privacy and her knowledge that, okay, she's okay. Or, oh crap, I need to get in there.
That's a good one. I stopped locking doors. I stopped closing doors. Like the bathroom door is different. I can close the bathroom door. I don't lock it. But bedroom and stuff like that, I keep my door open until I do this because I don't want anyone to walk in and start talking and stuff. But I heard something earlier where I think it was I forgot who said it. I think it was Lufa that said people aren't gonna want to learn things to like help us. And when she said that, I thought of like people really don't want to learn. So, you can't really find people around you who want to learn. But I had a situation to where when I had my first seizure, someone who was there told me that the teacher ran to the office to get the nurse. So there was just students around me. And yeah, when I think about it, there's like cops and teachers I think should really know more about epilepsy because if a student goes down and that teacher's like my teacher was and just run off and go get the nurse, like didn't even call the nurse, she went and got the nurse. So yeah, people should try to learn something about it in certain positions when they get jobs and stuff, especially where you have to be around kids, I think. But it's personal opinion.
My actual like favorite student, I don't know if I've mentioned this in the past in any of the live streams, but my favorite student that I taught was a little girl who had epilepsy. She was also on like very much so on the autism spectrum. She had like, you know, an IDD. Uh, and like her knowing that I was there for her as someone who understood what she was going through epilepsy wise made her so happy. And like by the end of the week, she was running out um, to the class that we teach and bear hug tackling me uh, because she was so excited to see me, you know.
Wait, wait, I got a question about that, and I got a question about it. I don't want to be funny and stuff like that, but like
Yeah.
I don't want to be funny and be a dick about it, but but like does I mean like does does your student have how do I say it, Asperger's?
Well, so she's on the autism spectrum, which at the like right now.
Oh wow.
If I remember right, Asperger's and the autism spectrum are both Asperger's is an old term, and it's just all one spectrum now.
Yeah.
They like
So an IDD is an intellectual or developmental disorder. So that sort of is the preferred way of referring to someone who is on the autism spectrum or has any sort of developmental issues.
Ah.
My family just uses a neurodivergent now.
Well,
Yeah.
so
It makes it
neurodivergent,
sound cool.
yeah, neurodivergent is more like the way one thinks in terms of like if they were, you know, in a certain situation, they would respond in a certain way. But like an IDD, which is, like I said, an intellectual or developmental disorder,
Yeah.
that is what like someone who is like I'm using the term with quotation marks, but someone who's autistic, Down syndrome, like you know, what the? I'm so
It,
sorry, folks. I'm walking up the street and I almost got ran over by a car.
oh dear God.
So sorry. But yeah. So uh, yeah, I'm done. I'm sorry. We can continue.
Get home safely.
Look both ways.
Oh,
Mm.
Get home
I
safely.
did. They did not.
They didn't, right? Oh God, be careful,
Anyway,
please.
people continue to talk. I'll listen as I'm walking.
Okay.
But I love the information. I love the information. The information I have is already out of date because all the information I got is from my mom, who has been retired for the past 5 years. So
Yeah,
things
all
change every
throughout
year.
on what?
all throughout my childhood, I was working with my aunt who like professionally works with adults with IDDs, so it's always kind of been connected to that, and
Knowledge is
like
power.
been able to like respect people with mental health and just brain problems in general a little more, I think.
Yes.
What was the information on? Just like a quick summary, may I ask?
Oh, so the question was about I'm sorry. So there was neurodivergent, which is just the way that one processes information that's given to them.
Like an ADHD
And
person?
it kind
Yeah.
of
Well,
it's
I
like
ADHD is wrapped up in
I
neurodivergence along with
yeah,
the
there's a
autism
lot.
spectrum disorder.
I
Right
was just
now, that was something that happened with the DSM-5 back, I don't remember how many years ago. But the DSM-4 is the one before that that had Asperger's as a separate diagnosis from autism spectrum disorder, which is when I was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome in 2004. And at that point, the only diagnostic criteria differentiating Asperger's syndrome from autism is um, no delay in the development of language. So I started speaking at a normal, slightly early age, and IQ
well,
at
haven't I
average or slightly above. So those two alone, all other diagnostic criteria for autism I would have met at that time. But with the shift from the DSM-4 to the DSM-5, they now have autism spectrum disorder broken up into three different levels, like level 1, level 2, level 3. And those levels are differentiated based off of the
functionality?
support need, functional support needs of the individual.
I was just
A
asking
lot
that.
of people actually would fall into sort of a lower level, and we just haven't sort of acknowledged that.
I haven't recognized them yet.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not recognized, but a lot of people are what
I
we would say, quote unquote, on the spectrum.
Yeah, but a lot of people also misunderstand the way that Asperger's got kind of balled up into that diagnosis. A lot of people, even a lot of people in the autism community, think that Asperger's syndrome is just now autism spectrum level 1, which isn't necessarily the case. A lot of people, like myself included, who was diagnosed with um, Asperger's syndrome, would now meet the diagnostic criteria for level 2 autism. Um, I don't do well on my own. I need more support than a level 1 autistic person would. So, um, spread the knowledge when people ask, you know.
Definitely.
well, I was just asking because I heard autism because I have autism as well.
Hey, nice, join the club.
So there's
Or
another one here
part of
kind
the
of building on that, that what we're determining from what you guys just said is that autism and ADHD are both considered intellectual disabilities. Does that fall under that umbrella?
Yeah. ADHD, well, at least did when I was diagnosed with ADHD.
I
Um,
and I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Lufa.
I'm sorry. I find that the ADHD is more of a disability, whereas the autism is just me thinking differently from everyone else, and then neurotypical people claim it to be a disability when really it's just like I just don't socialize like others, and I don't need to, and I don't
That
understand.
doesn't sound like a limitation.
Well, autism doesn't I feel like autism doesn't have to be a limitation unless depending on where you are on
the spectrum and, you know, where you are and getting help. But it it doesn't have to be like such a taboo topic if people without it didn't make it a taboo topic, because it's not as bad as they make it out to seem. Like I said earlier, that I was taught growing up that autism and Down syndrome are the same thing, and they are not the same thing. So it's a topic that's vastly misunderstood, and that I think like my aunt, well, I don't think she was necessarily, I don't know, people make it seem like I can't get a job now because I have autism, where it's because of my epilepsy and it's because of the ECT I received. My autism has never held me back. I did drop out of school because I was being abused by the teachers for having autism, but it was undiagnosed because they said it was just I wasn't autistic enough, but I wasn't enough.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
That's
It's okay.
terrible. That
That's
is
literally
terrible. I should not have
literally the way,
laughed. Not
like,
autistic enough.
yeah, I wasn't autistic enough for them, and I wasn't like the happy autistic enough for
Oh,
them.
jeez.
But
Happy
I wasn't,
autistic?
I
I
wasn't
don't understand what that means.
Yeah,
like
like yeah, like I remember like bro, I remember when I was at Florida State, like a lot of people I remember Florida State, like my professors like looked at me like in a weird way because I had I had the same thing for like autism and for my chemistry classes I remember the first day when I got to biochemistry, it was like in the fall of 2018, and I remember like saying to myself and like and you know and not to mention like it was a there was a real smart biochemistry professor at that time when I was at Florida State, and I told myself like, man, I was like, man, damn, like I am really gonna fail biochemistry, and they know me with autism too, like but like I mean, but like what I'm trying to say is that like not all professors are bad for if they help with autism, you know, because like
I'm sure it's come along. I'm sure it's come a farther way. Like I've had, you know, the tests done, and I've now have resources to help me. Um, but growing up, it was, wow, the camera just zoomed out to my cat.
what's his
Sorry,
name?
Show us your cat.
Tony.
The cat.
He likes to sit on my lap while I go to the bathroom as well. So, but
Cutie pie.
growing up autistic was really, really hard because it was, again, I wasn't autistic enough. So like I had learning disabilities, but I also was extremely smart in other areas of school. So they didn't know where to place me. Was I too smart or was I too stupid? Like, and then there was the social aspect, like, oh, there's Olivia again having a meltdown, or there's Olivia, like, I didn't like, since I was a child, I don't like people looking at me when I go out in public. So I put glasses on because it makes the effect that people can't see me. So it's always, I've always had autism. It's just always been neglected by other people, by doctors and whatnot, whether they're trying to diagnose me as an emotional problem or trying to get attention, or just all these different things, which made it really confusing for me. But I take full like there, if they hadn't had made autism so hard for me, it never would have been really a disability to me. It's something that my mind thinks differently, emotionally I think differently. Socially I think differently. I don't crave the social need of everyone else, and I think that it's a construct that is for people who need it, and that's fine. And it's for someone who doesn't, that's fine. If I don't like texting because it's feels like you're too accessible to me. And back in the day, it was 2 to 3 business days. So I still go by that. You get 2 to 3 business days, 25 cents a minute for the phone call. It's just how my brain works, because I am fine on being alone because I'm not understood with neurotypical people where they want to have small talk. And I have no interest in that. I have zero interest in their small talk and this and that. I don't get anything out of it. And if I don't get anything out of it, why do I do it? You get something out of it. It helps you. It makes you happy. If I don't, it doesn't. So I'll do something that does.
Thank you for sharing. That's like a really crazy story. Kate also has her hand up.
Okay. So the point I was trying to get to when I shut off the computer by accident was a study that I was looking at that concluded that rest activity, that's not the fucking study. Okay, anyway, what I was trying to look at was another one that determined that 1 in 4 disabled adults with disability. Okay, no, this was the one that connected sleep to it. So this was another one that didn't go into the details on intellectual disabilities as much as how much the rest is connected. So it's something that we can pretty much all guess that, when you get less sleep or you don't get good sleep, your seizures can be worse or more frequent. But now it's kind of reassuring to see that they're actually doing.
I got something.
Yeah, I think did Kate freeze up for anybody else?
Yeah.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Until she comes back. We got Melissa. Melissa, I got a question for everybody who comes today. The question today was, would you take $1 million over curing your epilepsy?
Would I what? Take $1 million
Yep.
or cure my epilepsy? I think I would cure my epilepsy.
Good answer.
I'm sick of this shit.
Oh, I was gonna say why, but there you go. We're all sick of it. I got something else here. It says, how soon do you resume exercising after a seizure? It says, hello all. I've been epileptic since I was 22 and I'm now 42, and I am lucky to only have seizures on average a few times a year. Except for my first couple of seizures, they generally occur at night as I transition into deep sleep. I had one Saturday night, a grand mal. The feeling of grief and disappointment the disappointment of having one is so awful and depressing. Just when I thought I got on top of it, plus the anxiety that will stick around for months every time I try to go to sleep. In the last couple of years, regular exercise has played a huge part in maintaining my mental health. I'm just wondering how soon after a seizure do people out there go back to running, weights, or any type of activities you enjoy?
When it doesn't hurt anymore.
That's a good one. That's a really good one.
Yeah, that's a good one. I'm gonna say when it doesn't hurt anymore, and then like a week. Give it a week after that.
Yeah, I mean, I would do it when it doesn't hurt anymore, but my husband would say after it doesn't hurt anymore plus a week. So, yeah.
I would also say like when I feel safe, like mentally safe, like sometimes like my body feels okay, but my mind is still like, I don't know if I feel comfortable. I'm still unsure of myself in my skin.
I think I would
So
highlight on what um type of workout works for your type of epilepsy as well, because I know weightlifting and whatnot wouldn't be ideal for someone like me. Or like dancing or a choreography class wouldn't be ideal for someone like me. So I think it would very much depend as well on what type of activity you're going back to.
I
And
was. Oh, sorry. Didn't realize it was so hot. My bad.
what was that?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Just continue talking. I interrupted by accident
Oh no,
by taking myself off mute.
you're good. I was done.
Okay. I hate windy days here, so sorry I keep getting disconnected. What did I miss? Anybody else agree on the connections of sleep and intellectual disabilities with epilepsy?
I forgot everything
We were
that you
about to
said
check up on you.
before you went out.
Oh,
Excuse me.
it's a windy day here. I don't know.
And I started eating, so I totally forgot everything you said before you left.
Is
It's
that a
better than a
lime?
hurricane.
Oh yeah, that sucks. I'm sure you guys get it though. But
Oh, it's an apple. Okay.
we were waiting for you to come back and explain.
Okay. Okay, I understand. So the results concluded that the median recording duration of 11 days, they studied these people for 11 days, and those that had lower levels of issues slept better is basically what it comes down to. And I just wanted to bring that up to the group because I don't see a lot of studies like this, something that includes adults. They do a lot more on children, that's for sure. But on this one, they took into account, like BMI, those are those that were taking anti-seizure medications. So it sounds like they're kind of trying to put the whole picture together sometimes. And the significance, what they concluded was that adults with epilepsy and intellectual disability display a wide spectrum of RAR phenotypes, which basically means sleep problems that don't always correlate with like how severe your epilepsy is. Like you can have more severe epilepsy when you're a child, but if you still get to the ideal place with sleep, sometimes the intellectual disabilities and the seizures, like they can get better. So I was excited to read this because it just kind of gave some hope, and I wanted to hear everybody else's perspective on it to see if you've ever done a study or maybe even agree with their findings that psychiatric symptoms might get better with good sleep.
I'm curious about if anybody, I don't know if this is related, Kate, but I'm about to do a sleep study. If that's related, if anybody's done that, but if it's not, just ignore this question.
Yeah, because I'm sure they're going to be able to tell what your brain activity is during
Yeah,
sleep.
like an EMU sleep study, like a EEG in hospital monitoring unit.
I'm not sure. It's
Is it like an epilepsy center, like a level 4?
no, it's a sleep center.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Pulmonologist.
Right. Okay. Are they looking
I
for like
don't.
sleep
Well,
apnea or any particular thing? I'm just curious. Oh, we're muted.
Am I muted?
Yeah, you were.
Thank you. It's a sleep center, and I don't know if I guess that's why I'm asking. I don't know if they do an EEG. I showed them my nanny cam footage.
Right.
And she was like, this could be like, this is this, that, and the other thing, a bunch of words that I don't remember. And then they said they weren't sure. She said it could be seizures. It looks pretty obviously like seizures to me, but because I'm not breathing during it.
Right.
They,
Okay.
yeah, I don't know what goes along in a sleep study. Sorry, I'm struggling. If anybody has any
So,
info on this,
well, the thing I was gonna say is that they, almost always studied my sleep when I did the in-hospital EEG epilepsy monitoring unit stuff, and I've done that twice. But also they suggested that possibly a sleep apnea study might be. So I'm not sure if they're going to hook you up for all of that or what. But if you're having nocturnal seizures where you're stopping breathing, that's straight up like 100% what led to my diagnosis, like SUDEP, stopping breathing in the middle of the night, just stopping. Yeah. So
Did you get the apnea under control?
I you know what? I never did the apnea study, to be honest, because they took me in the UCSF epilepsy monitoring unit, and they said, oh, it might be 7 days, till we see a seizure. And it was before my meds wore off to the next dose. And I scared them. Like, I saw three, epileptologists at the foot of the bed looking at me, 3 days in, going, we're going to send you home now and we're going to put you on some higher meds because there's nothing else we can learn here. And I was like, what are you talking about? So I actually requested the videos from it. So that's one thing you can do too, is after the fact, if you're unconscious, whatever, you can request your videos. A lot of people don't because they find it traumatizing. My doctor actually said, are you really sure? And I said, would you want to see it? And he said, yeah. And I was like, well, yeah. Right? How often are you going to? Oh, look, see, looks like Pookie possibly has an apnea machine here. Yeah?
I got sleep apnea, and I got these things, this CPAP
Right.
machine that I
A
never
CPAP
used.
Oh, really?
I
Okay.
was checking it
Be
out the other
quiet now.
day, and
Mr. Sleepy is what my dad calls it.
I heard it's good to use it. I have
It
not.
is.
That's the
It
first
is
time I
good to
put
use.
that on. I've almost had it a year. It's just
Uh,
uncomfortable to sleep with.
That
Yeah,
was the
somebody
trickiest
said that they
part.
had one and it caused a CSF leak or something.
You get used
Interesting.
to it after a while.
The trickiest part for my mother is keeping it on during the night. She has to sleep like sitting up now. She's got the long COVID, so a lot of respiratory issues. And that's the trickiest part for her is they ended up giving her like a thinner tube and something that she can basically just wear like a headband and just make sure it's not too
My
tight. And she has the little marks in the morning, but
my
she
dad
can breathe.
has the headband, um, and he's had this. We call it Mr. Sleepy for as long as I can remember, which doesn't actually say anything, but um, and he can't sleep without it now. It's and if you must remember to have distilled water.
Didn't know that. Well, I haven't
Yeah.
used it, so.
Can I've had two sleep studies, one probably 30 years ago, and I've been using a machine ever since. And I can't sleep without it at this point. And I had one recently at the hospital that I go to, and they wouldn't let me use the machine and I didn't sleep. So it was useless. So, I mean, originally they said they would do half the test with the apnea machine and half without it. And I never slept. They wouldn't let me use it. They made my wife take it home. So that was worthless. And the other one, clearly showed I had apnea. That was, like I said, over 30 years ago. But you should wear the machine. You should wear the mask.
Yeah, I seen
It'll really help.
I seen the CPAP subreddit, and I asked about it. I was like, "Is it bad that you don't use it?" And someone was like, "Do you know the side effects of not using it?" But
Yeah, heart attack.
what? I
Heart
got enough
attacks.
going on.
Yep. And you do need distilled water.
Maybe next year. Anyhow,
That's a Sam's Club thing for sure.
Costco, where's Tom?
Oh yeah, you could get the employee discount. You're set.
So we were talking about who went to sleep studies. I
Oh,
went to a sleep study, but I was younger before I started caring about my epilepsy. I was there and I figured out people were getting paid. And I was like, you guys are getting paid and I'm just here? And they were like, yeah, we're getting paid. And I was like, I'm out of here. I didn't know it was important. I didn't know it was important as it is. I just thought they were just sending me there just to watch me sleep or whatever. But yeah, I left. I didn't have a seizure. I left maybe no, it was the day after. I stayed one night, but yeah. Yeah, before I started caring about my epilepsy, within the last 5 to 10 years, I started getting my health back together and caring more about what's happening in the future to my body and all that stuff. Along with having kids, I had to get shit together. So yeah, moving on from the sleep study thing, did that, and I got the CPAP machine from a different place who said I had sleep apnea. Still not exactly sure what that is because I never looked it up. Just like epilepsy, I didn't know what it was until I started talking to somebody. So I got in a subreddit for CPAP, and they just been kind of talking down to me about not using my CPAP machine. And so, yeah. Anyone else?
Well, I'm sure you're not the only one because it's a hell of a lot easier not to go to any other. I mean, I haven't been to like an optometrist or a primary care visit that wasn't over the phone in like 5 years now because I just, whatever. It's bad enough to have to go to one specialist. So it's way too easy to let other supposed to be priorities kind of not get addressed when you already have something that you have to deal with.
That's what I do.
Something so
I just won't go.
huge, so overwhelmingly life changing, and it affects every part of your day from the time you wake up and even when you're asleep, right? So yeah, who wants to go do anything else? Sorry, Jeff, didn't mean to talk over you.
No, you were perfect.
Yeah, I got something here. It says time lapses. How many of you guys have very long focal impaired awareness seizures? I just lost an entire hour to one. Still very fuzzy and slipping in and out right now. It's just such a disconcerting experience. Even stranger because they often happen when I'm just sitting in my computer chair or something and no one around me even realizes anything is wrong. It's just creepy when you realize you know. I'm just curious how many of you guys have long seizures like that. I know it's not uncommon. I just like to hear stories. It's helping knowing that I'm not alone. You're not alone. If you're watching this, you are not alone. Yeah, I don't know if I had a focal where I was just, I think this was a focal. Yeah, I left work and went somewhere, and I'm not exactly sure if that's a focal unaware, but I left work and I went to my hometown instead of going home where I lived 4 miles away. And 3 buses and a train, and all I remember is getting off the bus. So I'm not exactly sure if that's a focal. Is it focal unaware, or is that just blacking out? Because I've been blacking out and wandering off lately too.
Focal impaired, probably.
Sounds like a focal.
Yeah, and I don't know how long that was, but I'm sure 3 buses and a train to get 17 miles away, it was maybe a couple hours. And I'm not even sure if I paid for the bus, but I made it to I made it to my hometown. So I paid for 3 buses and a train, and yeah, focal unaware for 2 hours maybe, if not longer.
I don't
What's that,
know.
Ben?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say, seriously, get a nanny cam, because then you can see what's happening. I was lucky because my sister and I have very similar, like, we both like stare, and she has very stereotype ones. But you might be able to see like almost like the beginning and the end if you're like looking away or something. I mean, you know your
Or
own body, so you would probably know a little bit how it feels, or at least like the beginning and somewhat the end. So you just check whenever you feel weird. Like I was talking to Angel about this. I'm sure y'all can agree, but if it's going on for too long, I know doctors are like, oh, don't take a benzo for that, but like, I think fuck that. Like, just take
Not
one. You
my
can't get
doctor.
stuck in one for like sometimes like they said it, or Pookie, like you're just wandering around. Like, you can't be doing that. That's not a way to live. So
Oh, my doctor
yeah.
says if you have an aura, take it because you might stop breathing in a little while.
Yeah.
Like, if you are sure that you feel weird, don't fuck around. Just do it. He's not, and then he's like, he even says, after the fact, after you're coming out of it, even you can do because you might have another one right after. And unbelievably, I walked all the way down my basement stairs, let my dog out the dog door while my husband was cooking breakfast so I could take my meds. And I'm sitting there because I felt a little weird, so I decided to sit on the stairs while the dog was, outside. And then he started barking, and I kind of remember standing up and going, Banksy, stop barking, and then feeling a little funny. So I sat on the windowsill, and I don't know how long I sat there, but it's single pane glass, humongous window, and I was swaying back and forth, and I don't remember any of that at all, but I was conscious. And my husband, when he found me, got me to walk up the stairs, but it still took me at least an hour to come out of it and know anything had happened. And then I was like, no way. Oh shit, that's right. I sat on the stairs. Then he barked. Then I got up and I don't remember shit. So yeah, that's definitely a thing that happens. But no, I'm of the mind, and so is my epileptologist, that do it. I know you're not supposed to overdo them, but damn it, it's better than dying or getting lost like Pookie, right?
Yeah, I was going to explain another situation because I was thinking that wandering away situation, maybe that might have been a folk unaware too, because if you weren't here, like I said, I've been wandering off lately, going into people's homes and stuff. So now that I'm thinking about that, that's kind of a focal unaware, being that I wandered off. And if you don't know, I woke up on the second floor of an apartment where I lived on the fourth floor, and I noticed a guy and I followed him. And when he put his keys in his door, he opened the door. I walked in before him and I laid down on his couch. Luckily, I'm still here to tell that story because he had all rights to stand his ground and do whatever he wanted to. But I think he said I sounded like I got irritated because he sat next to me and he knew something was going on because he'd seen me so much out front with the ambulance. So he knew something was going wrong, and he said he sat down for a while, and I started sounding like I was getting irritated. Then I got up and left with no shoes on. So yeah, when I got back home is when I realized something was wrong, and I was playing Grand Theft Auto, and I told them, "You guys, hey guys, what's up?" And they're like, "Oh, what happened? You were crying, and we muted you." And then I was like, "Oh," and they was like, "We muted you because you were still playing, but you were crying," which was odd. So when I stopped crying is when they unmuted me and they said, "You were gone. After you stopped crying and we unmuted you, you stopped playing, you were gone." I was like, wow. So that was the story I got. The next day I went and apologized to that man because that was wrong. And yeah, that's when he told me he knew something was wrong.
Pookie, you got to find a way to stop that from happening.
I need
That can be really
handcuffs.
dangerous.
Need to be
You need
handcuffed or
something.
something. I live
Yeah,
alone
or
most of
put
the
some
time.
kind of lock on your door. That you,
Or maybe like a code lock, something like that.
yeah, something, just something you can't get out.
Childproof. They got a lot of those. What's
Yeah,
up, JC? You had your hand up for a minute.
Yeah, yeah. Like I wanted to say something similar to that. I remember like something similar to that. I had a seizure like back. I had a focal seizure similar like that. It was like in 2023 when I was in Tallahassee, and like I remember like when I had the seizure, like like when I was trying to talk, like my tongue like actually slurred back. Like my tongue was like like talking like talking back and I couldn't speak for like 3 minutes. And like I remember I was like and I remember my head was like dizzy all around. I couldn't even like speak about it or be around about it. You know, like I think personally like it was I mean like and also like I didn't have enough oxygen in my brain to speak about it. And then like so like when I passed out, I was like carried like in the back of the ambulance, and I was like in the like I was in the like I was in the ER, and then like they put like a IV thing like you know like where they put the IVs like on your arm and put IVs on your arm, and then when you have and when they try to it's like the watery thing, it's like an IV. Like I was in there for like 3 hours. So like I mean like luckily like my homies Swad and Eric had came to see me. So like like yeah, I mean like so yeah, so like focal seizures are not focal seizures are not the move and it's not fun.
Um, so yeah, when you said find some way to like stop me from leaving, that made me think of the time that I did leave and someone was here and they weren't aware that I was just getting ready to leave. And I barely remember that day, but I remember getting dressed like here and there. I'm in and out of it. I'm getting dressed. I'm happy. I think I'm listening to music on my earpods as I'm walking around the house. And I don't remember leaving the house. I remember coming out of it out front. But recently I talked to a guy at a smoke shop not too far away from here. And he said I was walking around the island in the smoke shop for 20 minutes, just standing there looking, then move and stand there and look and so on. He said, when he said something, I said, shut up, and then I left. And that was another blackout situation because I don't remember that. But I remember that day, like getting ready. I don't know why I was getting ready. So I'm thinking I might have started the seizure maybe that morning and was just in and out of it the whole day until that happened. That's what I'm thinking happened. But yeah, luckily I'm here to tell these stories.
Did
Good
did the
one.
guy and I'm not a Tim Robinson fan, but did the guy say, I think you should leave?
No.
If anyone gets that reference, then yeah, go ahead and leave. But anyone who doesn't, it's just a show.
Yeah, so luckily I didn't get that, and he's cool. He's like maybe younger than me, so um, yeah, he's been at the smoke shop for a lot, and yeah. Also, another focal unaware situation. I haven't told this one in a while, to where I was pouring some juice, and when I came to, the juice was like overflowing out of the cup. So that's another situation where I don't remember how long it was because I remember being in my room thinking about juice. I don't remember getting up and walking to the counter. I remember coming out of it and I'm sitting there like, why isn't this juice poured over this cup out of my hand? And then it was all over the counter, the floor, and yeah. So those focal unawares, I'm not sure how long they are for me in particular because I've had some situations to seem like I said, I was getting ready all day and I remember bits and pieces of getting ready. So the seizure could have started 3-4 hours ago and I'm just having clusters all the way through however long.
If nobody's there to tell you how long it lasts, it's real hard to know.
Yeah,
Unless
that's
you
like I'm
have a
saying.
nanny cam or whatever. And I have been caught on a cam, so and everybody who knows that video.
Your whole house is a nanny cam.
Yeah.
Like where can we get a nanny cam? Because because I'm starting to like want to get a nanny cam myself.
M? Oh, there you go.
I'm putting it in the comments. I hate to recommend you use this retailer, but it's easy. It's a Topo 210. It's $20. That's why I'm recommending it. Get an SD card like Angel said, so you don't have to like subscribe to their bullshit. Because Kate was talking about her nest, and it's like really expensive to like look back through that. Yeah, Angel. Um, so yeah, I'm putting it in the comments, Jason. $20, put on the motion capture. Like Pookie said, maybe lower the sensitivity at night because it'll catch your cat walking across the screen like 7 million times. But then you just go back through and you click on the little terrible things you have to watch. But yeah.
Do you have
Whenever
any advice about the positioning of it? Because I was having this discussion with my family and there was disagreement about, whether like up looking down over the bed is good or if just set it on a dresser,
We
looking across the room is enough to see.
I
in my
think that
house
depends
we
on
have
where you
cameras
I'm sorry, Rachel,
everywhere.
go ahead. Go
In
ahead.
my house, we have or had my seizures are better, so they're all gone. But when my seizures were really bad, we had like 5 cameras, and we had one in like every single room. And they were adjustable so that and just anywhere that I might be, there was a camera in that room.
Yeah, so I got a nanny cam right here, and it like I had to turn off the notifications because I'm sitting right here by it. It's let me know every time you guys say something and every time I sit up and everything. I probably got like 30 notifications on my phone that I got to swipe past and all that stuff. But yeah, you gotta turn the what's it called, the sensitivity off at night because there it is. If you can see that.
Okay.
So anybody with cats would be
There we go. It
completely
says relax.
overrun.
Anybody with any pet, I would think.
Yeah.
The relax is the main thing. Try to relax. Yeah.
Like I'm a
Also,
dog dad, so like so like pets are always the move, but I prefer dogs up more.
Same, but
Rachel,
Hey,
the starter question. Would you take $1 million over a cure for your epilepsy?
no. I would take the cure.
Innocence is beautiful.
Even though you're in the majority, most of us said cure over $1 million. So
Oh, okay. See, I wasn't there for that. I
yeah,
thought
no,
everybody grown or with children would go for the money.
most of us said cure.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
good. I'm
it's the
proud of you.
moms. It's the
The mom
moms
went
that
for
would
the money.
suffer because we're like, we already went through pregnancy and labor and like breastfeeding and like everything. So we're just like, no, for our children, we will suffer forever. I think that's it. I really do.
Oh
Okay.
yeah. Oh
Then
yeah.
Show
I
me the
would put
money.
so many things on his potty. Like he would want to get potty trained sooner. I would get him some kind of like strobe lights or something on that. Yeah, we're potty training. And with a boy, it's a lot different than a girl.
Mhm. Yeah.
See, now someone did say, "What if it was $1 billion?" And I think we can all agree that we would do $1 billion. I think all
I
of us
would
could.
I would I would do $1 billion, yes.
I'd do $1
Then
billion.
you put 500 million towards an epilepsy cure getting made, and you put the other 500 million in a bank account, and it just accrues interest. You're golden. You're golden.
Yeah. I was gonna ask Sia the the opening question, but until she turns her camera on here. For now, what was it? Oh, the last one was someone says, "How do you deal with post-traumatic epilepsy, even if seizure-free? My neurologist recently diagnosed me with TLE from post-traumatic epilepsy. I have not seen many or any posts here about people who developed epilepsy because of a brain injury. Anyways, my doctor said I will continue to have memory issues, visual agnosia, etc. Even if I'm truly seizure free, it's very disheartening to know this. The amount of brain damage is significant, yet luckily not enough to require surgery. Luckily, I have a pretty stress-free life and luckily built my own company before I was in these accidents, but that doesn't do much for my daily life.
Luckily.
I'm not seizure free, so post traumatic.
Me too.
Yeah, I don't know. Anybody in this group care to contribute to that?
I think Kevin is the only one with
Yeah.
experience of being seizure free right now.
Is Kevin here?
Was
I'm
Kevin?
mostly
Kevin's
seizure
there.
free right now. It's been a
Just
year since I had
I
a
think
grand
Kevin
mal.
is the only one. Like, yeah, I think Kevin is the only one that's seizure free. I believe. So
hey,
he has to say, "Hey, Kevin."
I haven't met him yet, but the gentleman who I know I'm saying this funny, but the gentleman who was clearly from New Jersey, um, he was he seizure free?
Right, I am.
Oh
What's
no,
the question?
I know you are, Kevin. I'm talking. There was another guy who I just never got his name. I've never been on the same street with him, but he just sounded like he was from New Jersey, so that's the only way I can describe him. I don't know his name. Gray hair, short gray hair, short gray beard. Never mind.
Are we talking about? Did he have an ambulatory EEG one time on stream?
What's his
That
name?
gentleman?
Jeff had one, and
No.
Anthony had one.
Oh,
No, he was wearing like a
probably
tank
Anthony.
top. He looked like he worked out a lot.
Yeah,
Not Jeff.
probably Anthony. I'm not positive though.
Possibly. Sorry, I thought he had said that he was also seizure free. Sorry, I'm distracting everybody.
If he worked out, it wasn't Jeff.
Well, Kevin, you're seizure free. I forgot. You can
Yes.
answer that question.
What was the question?
How do you
Sorry.
deal with post-traumatic stress, post-traumatic epilepsy, even if seizure free?
I've got
Oh, that's weird. Because every day you do kind of think like it's going to happen, but you just got to keep your mind busy, and it's annoying every day having to deal with the pills and everything. It never goes away. You're never technically seizure free. You know what I mean?
yes.
It's right.
And then
Because
I get major auras. I'm also mostly seizure free. I haven't had one in a year, but like I get sometimes. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting.
no,
These like giant auras, and they like jump out at you, and they make you think you're about to have a seizure, and it like takes you like a good minute or two to just be like, no, I'm fine, and it's so annoying, and it really does. Um, it really does make you realize after a while, yeah, that this is how life is. It really does suck.
Does anybody ever like get annoyed with sort of having a small like anxious moment, like Sailor Mom was just saying, where you think you might, and the people around you like suddenly freak out and they like go into full panic mode, and you're like, no, I'm gonna be fine. Just give me a minute. Just give me a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my epilepsy was so severe I had to be isolated by necessity. So when I'm out of the house, I'm just like, adjusting to society now. But when I'm out of the house, and it is like a lot of the time, like I have timers for when I'm supposed to take my medicine. I take it 7 times a day. Whenever one of them goes off, like I've had somebody say to me, I've had someone I just mentioned to somebody once like that I took medicine like a couple minutes late,
And that person got like really, really scared, my friend, and said, please don't have an epilepsy attack.
I guess that's a good like follow-up conversation. It's like, has anybody ever had, someone kind of take it more personally for themselves if you have a seizure? It's like, okay, this is me having the seizure though. Why are you the one freaking out?
I have a story about that, but I'm gonna let Evers. But I have an ex-friend, and one of the reasons I think that she left me was because my epilepsy was getting worse around the time when she left. And one of the reasons was just like, and that reason got told to like someone, I don't remember who, and that person said, well, that friend shouldn't have to deal with, that person shouldn't be expected to deal with being friends with someone with such a condition. That's really weighty. And I was like, okay.
They were joking, right?
No.
That's sad.
Yeah.
Well, trust that everybody here is on the opposite end of that. Couldn't disagree more with that opinion, because that is just a stupid opinion. And
Yeah.
my favorite part was how you presented it with my ex friend, because that's exactly what rings a bell with me. This asshole has. He threw it in my face yesterday. You know how many times I probably saved your life because of those seizures and whatnot?
Oh my gosh.
No, that's that you don't take it to a new low like
You don't
that.
get to say that.
Exactly. And I didn't even get the nasal am until after the RNS. So no, I've got enough documents to show that like it was more on my daughter after, by the time she was 7. Yeah, it was way more on her than him. So an ex says a lot, friend or otherwise.
I have one of those too. An ex-friend. When I was really friendly with his partner, and a little bit with him, and his partner died, and it was the other guy's birthday coming up, and I didn't want him to be alone. So I flew out to spend a week with him. And I did that pretty much every year for about 10 years. And when I first moved to Palm Springs, this is when I had my first seizure, or known seizure. And when my wife got off the plane and called him, she never heard from him again. And I didn't hear from him for a year and a half, at which point I didn't answer the phone. So I'm a lot more friendly with my ex-wife than my ex-friend. It would still be confusing to me. I mean, I used to be a big sports fan until I got epilepsy. I tried watching a baseball game the other day and it killed me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All the different camera angles.
Oh God. Yeah.
It just drove me crazy. And I didn't even try to watch a basketball game. I wouldn't have been able to. I'm just hoping when football season comes around, I can do it. Because that's really the only one that's important to me.
Something I can suggest for you, Jeff.
Yeah.
If you have an iPhone,
I don't.
Oh, okay. Well, there's definitely an app for it. But there are apps that will just like sort of live stream the scores and the plays that are happening. So you can kind of take it a little slower, and get the updates, but not have to actually watch it, So just an
But
option.
Brandon, a funny thing happened. I lost my interest.
Oh.
I just have, I have friends that we talk sports all the time, and I have nothing to talk to them about because I really am not interested.
That goes.
Yeah. I have one other question. My new neurologist wants to switch me to either Lamictal or lamotrigine. Does anybody have anything
Yeah,
to say about that?
they're the same thing. I don't know if that's what you were saying, but they've
Oh,
helped my nocturnal seizures a little, like, well, probably a lot. I didn't know I was having them at night. But I noticed that I didn't bite through my tongue anymore. I still bite it, but it's not as bad.
What was the two that you were asking about?
Mark, do you expect me to remember? I have epilepsy.
Lamictal.
I'm
I know I
sorry.
heard that.
Lamictal.
Yeah, it's lamotrigine.
Lamictal and lamotrigine.
They're the same?
Mm-hmm. Lamotrigine
No.
is the generic version.
Okay.
No. Is it
Yeah.
really? Lamotrigine. What?
So Jeff, you have nocturnals. Do you
Okay.
have them during, are you asking, sorry, is your doctor switching you to them for nocturnals or just in general?
I have a new doctor in the same hospital, but I switched doctors. The first guy I saw was in the TBI unit, and this guy is in the epilepsy unit. So, well, I have them while I'm sleeping. I guess they're nocturnals. He said they're unaware. And it's been, I guess, a little over a year. And I just started learning when I found you guys.
What were
Keep
you
in mind
on?
too.
Somebody else.
Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna
What were
start
you on?
crying, so somebody else take it.
What were
Hey,
you
we're
on
all
before
learning and
Lamictal?
growing together.
Or what are you on now before he wants to switch you?
I'm on
Well, that's the
Ficampa.
thing. They can't want to switch you because lamotrigine is one of those that was actually intended for a bipolar disorder. So Lamictal is one that nobody's ever wanted to switch me to, but add on. It's like the Ficampas and the secondary ones, the ones that they always
Yeah,
just want to kind of add to the cocktail.
yeah. The Ficampa is the second one. The other one is lacosamide.
Yeah, so
So
this is just another one. If you want to take their advice and start it up, then look into it. Don't ever trust the doctor to tell you everything you need to know in the appointment, obviously. Refer it to the pharmacist, fill it if it doesn't cost too much, but definitely do your own research before you decide if you even want to take it, and then start taking notes. Have somebody around just in case, and
okay,
sometimes you got to do what you got to do. It might help.
I've been sick for a long time. I learned that lesson 35 years ago when a doctor wanted to take out my disc.
Yep, so you know.
So the next one is, what do you guys do that helps your epilepsy aside from your medication? Just wondering, is there absolutely anything that you do that you think helps out with your epilepsy aside from medication you take? Thanks.
Listening to music helps my auras a lot. It just makes them a lot better. I don't know. Oh.
Gardening.
Nature's Made B12. Shout out to Nature's Made. Also, I stopped smoking tobacco, so now I only smoke papers. Hoping I see a change.
I smoke weed.
Yeah, I smoke weed too. I stopped smoking cigars.
Yeah.
Loved them, but tobacco
Yeah,
is more addictive than anything. Well, the nicotine.
Well, it
there
makes
you
me
go.
sick. It makes me feel sick, and it gives me more of an aura too. I don't know. It feels like anything that makes me feel sick feels like a trigger to me. So I just try to avoid feeling sick at this point because feel like I always have the flu.
Not getting dehydrated is something I always have to remember.
So, yeah, I sweat like too much, so I then don't have enough. I'm just It's a never-ending cycle of trying to keep myself together because I need more salt, but I need more water, but it's
Yeah, finding the balance definitely takes some practice. And then it changes. That's the part that I hate. Like every decade, I'm discovering a new trigger or something that worked when I was first diagnosed that definitely doesn't do the trick now. And it's a constant struggle, I guess you could say, if you look at it that way. I try to tell myself it's some kind of adventure.
That's a fun way to look at it.
I mean, when I can,
It's the silver lining.
I got to try to find some kind of silver lining because if I go in and tell them that I'm stressed and worried, then they're just going to try to put me on some upper. Like, no, I don't want that too. I just have to remind myself that, like, yes, my family does have to deal with a lot, but I can find ways to make up for it.
Hey, Sia, I was gonna ask you, would you take $1 million over the cure for your epilepsy?
Oh man, no, absolutely not. I would definitely rather be cured. Um, and we're broke, so
It sounds like you are the majority. In the majority, a lot of people would take the cure over the money.
yeah.
So I'm
Oh,
glad you're looking out
also,
for yourself.
I wanted to show you guys, I made a post about it earlier today, but this is a book that I got um from an author who lives in my town. He wrote this book. It's called Epilepsy and the Epileptic, and he gave it to my husband while he was on a job with him. Um, and it's got like a ton of really good information in it. I can't like read the whole thing on here, but if you guys like want me to send pictures or something of it, I can.
Send me some pictures.
I will.
Hey, I
And
have
there's
a
a link in
question.
the chat for Googling that book.
Yes.
I have a question for all of us who wear glasses. How many glasses did we ever go through?
Okay, I'm gonna show you real quick. I don't know if you can see this, but do you see that stuff on it? That's super glue.
Yeah,
I've gone
mine
through
too.
3 or 4
Yep.
pairs.
Oh, and I just broke it again. Oh man.
You're not alone, Sia.
Oh yeah, I
I
gotta
think
get some new
I,
ones.
I think there's a bunch of us that have been in the broken glasses club.
Yeah. Also, I don't know if any of you are in the weird eye club, but I still have the blood spot today. It's hard to see, but I don't know, maybe I can try and zoom in. Let me see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like right there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't really know what happened, but it just popped, and this comes after a TC cluster, so I'm gonna get it checked out though. But yeah, it's a little weird. I have so much pressure on that side of my head.
Okay, I got something here. Oh, were you done, Sia? I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna fix my glasses.
All right. Since epilepsy has made me afraid of showering. I haven't had a seizure in a while now, and that's a good thing. But this condition has made me afraid of basic hygiene, and it makes me feel so dirty. But for a bit of a backstory, I started getting seizures in 21 to 22, and many of them happened while I was showering, not exclusively in the shower. But anyway, while I was having one, I would walk out of the bathroom completely naked, and every single time my dad would have to lead me back in. And when I came to, I would feel very odd and uncomfortable because of the seizure. And I guess subconsciously, it made me afraid of showering, afraid of having a seizure again. And it's just made me feel so dirty. I get shower every now and then. And every single time, I just think, what if it happens now? Even even though rationally, I know the chances are low. Anyway, I know this makes me sound like a dirty idiot, but I do clean myself. But when my hair starts feeling crappy and I have to get in the shower, the only thing running through my mind is, will it happen again?
You're not
Not a
the
dirty idiot. Not a dirty.
only one, because I have had seizures in the shower. I had my best friend break down his own bathroom door to get me out of the tub because I was having a seizure, tonic-clonic, in the shower. So it can be traumatizing when you have some in the shower, you know.
My mom used.
And
Oh, I'm sorry.
now when I get in, it's like I'm trying to hurry up, get the process done and get out. I don't lock the doors at all.
Yeah, I showers make me incredibly anxious, and I am definitely focusing the
Mhm.
entire time on what to get. How I usually wash myself is I take baths and I have somebody keep an eye on me while I'm there. So, and because it's like a more it's because I feel like, even though you could drown in the bathtub, like if there's someone like aware that you're in there and like constantly checking on you, then you at least know that like it's just a lot. It feels a lot safer to me than being in the shower, because in the shower you could fall over and hit your head and there's a concussion. And I just really do feel anxious whenever I'm in the shower, which is the opposite of what it does to most people. But
I feel that. I was like before I knew that I was probably having seizures, but I thought that I had schizophrenia for a while. Um and I thought that's why I wasn't showering. It was rough for everybody. I would go like for a week, like I just stopped taking care of myself. And Kate had mentioned like don't insult, and I agree with that. Like you have to go easy on yourself, and if you're afraid of showers for a little bit, that's okay. Like you'll figure out how to take a shower safely. I think for yourself, like it was a process for me. I didn't even know I was having seizures. I took all the sharps out. Like, there's thankfully a grab bar where we are, but like we have a very tiny bathroom. So you just gotta like follow your instinct and what feels good. Like, I believe that your environment should be like you reach for something, you get it. Like, put things where you can get them and insist on it, even if people don't quite understand. That's okay. And thankfully my partner sat in the bathroom with me a couple times, but that you won't always have to do that. It'll change, and don't call yourself a dirty idiot. Like
definitely
it's
not a
relatable, but
When I
like go gentle on yourself if you can.
one kind of like call and response technique that my family uses is I love to sing. So whenever I'm in the bath or the shower, they always insist I put on songs that my family always insists I put on songs I know and that I sing along the entire time, so that they know, because that's the way that they know I'm still aware enough that I'm singing, I'm not having a seizure. So find something like
Anyone
that.
else?
That's
So
probably
Rachel,
another
what do you think?
situation. Go ahead, Jeff.
I wanted to
But
know what Rachel sang.
I have a playlist of like over 400 songs. Really, any song that sounds good to me, I sing it.
So give me a sample.
Okay. Uh, um, hot breath, rough skin, warm laughs and smiling, the loveliest words whispered and meant. You like all these things. But though you like all these things, you love a stone. You love a stone. You love white veins, you love hard grays, the heaviest weight, the clumsiest shape, the earthiest smell, and the hollowest tone. You love a stone. There.
It's great that Brandon was strumming while you were singing.
Amazing.
That was great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was actually using what you were singing, and I was strumming.
You know that song?
No,
No, he's
I was
just
making it
strumming.
up as I went.
Ah, okay.
But in my opinion, it sounded really good. But I don't know. Somebody muted me, even though I was already muted. So nobody heard me.
I could see you strumming. You're muted.
I remuted myself because somebody had asked if you weren't going to say anything to mute yourself. So I wanted to make sure I was keeping. Hi, Jack. Hello, bud. So I was trying to make sure I kept with that. Okay, I have a guitar between my arms and a cat on my shoulders. I'm going to mute myself and deal with it.
Talk
I
about
got
a
some.
#1 fan.
Yeah, he looks happy up there. I got something here that says, have you ever used cold water to prevent a seizure? I'm not someone qualified to give medical advice by any stretch. However, I do question, have any of you ever used cold water to prevent a seizure? Last night, I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth. I felt a seizure coming on. I yelled for my husband and then lay down on the ground as quickly as I could. My husband came into the bathroom and in some sprout of panic, he sprayed me with ice cold water from our shower head. I don't know how or why, but it seemed to have worked. It helped me. I asked him why he decided to do that, and he said it's because I was beading with sweat. I've never been able to prevent them like that before, but this actually helped. I'm wondering if there's something to it, or if that was just luck, maybe. I'm unsure. Have you guys ever used cold water or heard of it helping? Personally, no.
No. Just I'm very glad that helped though.
Well, me personally, I think definitely lowering my body temperature helps. Yeah.
I think
And
we all
staying
know
hydrated.
about the sweating that happens.
Oh God,
So
yes.
yeah, it's like that flop sweat. So I feel like the stimulation of the cold water could help sort of counteract
Yeah, I
that.
feel like it might not have been the cold water itself. Maybe he said sprayed with cold water from the shower. It might have been like the stimulation and like just yeah. I don't again I am also not qualified to talk about medical things, but
None of us
I'm
are.
just guessing.
Going on the sweating thing, do you just wake up in like
Yep.
pools of sweat? Like
Guys, get a nanny cam. Yes. If you're waking up in pools of sweat, you might be having nocturnal seizures.
because it's like it's not
Get a nanny
Dude,
cam.
dude, I
every
soak
time, but
through 5
sometimes.
layers and a comforter and a quilt and all my clothes.
Well, and I'm not like I'm. You can see I'm cold right now. I have anemia, so I'm like I'm cold. I'm freezing, and I have
But have you had your hormones checked? Just as a side note, it's probably seizures, but you also, if you're having crazy night sweats, get your hormones checked. I had to get a blood test for cancer too, because but
Well,
yeah.
I mean, I've been having like I feel like I don't sleep at all, like ever, even if I do sleep, because I have like these, and it could be related to my mental health completely, but I have these like nightmares that are like super graphic, but I'm
I
like
have those too.
I'm always like fighting for my life. So it's like when I'm sleeping,
What are you on?
fighting
Yeah, are
for
you on Lamictal?
no,
Night terror.
No, I'm on Keppra, and the nightmares have been starting a lot with the Keppra, so I'm thinking that it's the Keppra because
How much?
But it might not be, because
they're
I've
very
How
had
much
nightmares
pepper?
on 5 or 6 different meds.
I still wake up in like these pools of like sweat that's like disgusting amount of sweat that I'm just like I know I sweat a lot, but like
Yep.
it's
Girl, did
still
you see my link to the
what's going
nanny cam? Did you see that? Because get one and show your doctor. I'm serious. Because
yeah.
you might need a sleep study if you haven't. I don't know if you said you had one.
Yeah.
The thing about the nightmares, though, I'm not on Keppra at all, but I do think medications can definitely cause nightmares because I'm on like too many medications for me to be able to list.
Oh yeah.
And I have nightmares every night, and it's just gotten to the point where it's just like, since I have one every single night, no matter how awful or horrible, like I had a conversation with someone. I was like, I had a nightmare last night where I was trapped in the hospital, and they were like, that's horrible. And I was like, yeah, but I've had worse nightmares. It's just like, you just get so used to it after a while. And mine have been going on forever.
Yeah, because I feel like at this point, like I'm just people don't understand what I mean when I say I'm exhausted. Like when I sleep, I'm still awake. When I'm awake, I'm exhausted because I'm awake. And when I'm sleeping, I'm like basically awake because when I wake up, it feels like I haven't slept. And sleeping's really crucial for an epileptic.
Lou,
Like I'm
that
just
that could be a night terror.
I mean, my grandpa has these night terrors, but I've started I've started like making sounds, I guess. Like my mom has started waking me up.
Yes, this is what I do.
So I like move around a little bit and I'm like that,
I
like just
moan.
a groaning noise, but not like I'm not sneezing or anything. It's just like a groaning noise and I'm like moving around and she'll wake me up and I wake up, I come to, but she's like, you're having a nightmare and I'm like okay, I didn't realize it. But I just every time I wake up I just feel like shit.
Do you ever feel anxious in the morning? Because the dream I've had the night before, and I'm also the first hour I'm awake, I'm not really there because there's a bunch of epilepsy gunk in my head, and I'm just not there at all. So what I do in the first hour, because I'm not there and I don't really know what's going on, and and how bad my nightmare was, can like put together, can like make me so anxious I can't deal with anything all day long. Does that
Yeah.
ever happen to anyone else?
Yeah, and then I feel like I'm just like bedbound for the day, and then I
Yes.
can't even like go on my phone. I just sit there and I'm like, I can't do anything. I just sit there because I'm like, there's so much going on in my head, but there's nothing going on at the same time. And then
Yes.
it's like the end of the day, and I have no idea how it just became. It was just 10 a.m. and now it's 7
Yeah, it
p.m.
just happened. It went by so fast. How did it go by so fast?
Yeah, and everyone just tells me, "Oh, you have poor time management." But like, how did that gap? How did that gap? That's a big gap of time of me to like not be there and to just like. I always say that I'm just like in my head and just like I'm very imaginative, but sometimes I'm like just not there and I'm just like gone for hours and but like I'm sitting there like I'm gone for hours and people will try to talk to me during that time and it's so annoying because I'm like,
It's
please.
always really annoying whenever anybody who doesn't know tries to talk to me in the morning. Like I'm always in my house and my parents know, so they leave me alone. But sometimes like family visits and they don't know, and it's like, my reaction is always just like a silent in my head, like, why is this person talking to me? Like,
Yeah,
it's
and I'm
too
like,
early. And then I kind of feel guilty when I don't interact when everyone else is in the same room. But like, I know I don't want anyone talking to me. I just want to be by myself because I'm not myself right now.
yeah,
But but everyone else is over there having a conversation. What's wrong with
But
me?
that's where a book would come in handy, or a puzzle, or some kind of like always easy to access,
I
like
use my
don't talk to me kind of activity.
I use my computer and just play Animal Jam for the first hour and watch YouTube because those are just passive things that I can do.
When I'm having clusters or long ones, I'm hesitant to do screen time. So that's kind of why I like the puzzles. But if it's a day when something happened the day before and I just still have the headache, that's when I'll go for the Kindle, and everybody kind of knows to just leave me alone. But I mean, any kind of schedule, watching a movie is a good way too to figure out maybe how long it lasted, because then I can rewind it, or however many episodes back.
Well, that's the thing too. I never remember like a movie. I'll watch it and I never remember the entire thing. It's like every time I watch it, unless it's like a known movie to me, but most things just don't stick in my head
Yeah,
unless,
not getting enough sleep will have effects on you for a long time.
yeah, and I think it would be the ECT too, but
Brandon, got your
I
hands up?
have,
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
yeah, sorry. So I've actually done exactly what Kate was saying, where I knew exactly how long my seizure, well, how long it took for my seizure to start and then me wake up, based on a show that I left watching while I was having it, and I like happened to just sort of make note when I felt the seizure coming on. Like I really honed in on the moment on in the show that I was in. But it was a show that I've seen a million times, so it was easy to sort of remember. So I know what you mean about where it's like if you know it, you can, but using your surroundings can be helpful to sort of recognize how long a seizure lasts.
Sorry. I remember also one morning when I was not myself, a new episode of one of my favorite independent animated series out, and I wasn't myself, but I started watching it, and I remember it was a long episode. It was like 35 minutes, but I remember just being aware, like dimly aware, that I did not understand anything that was going on, and that I would have to watch this again once I was out of my hour that I wasn't there, because I just really didn't understand anything that was happening in the show. It was strange. Very.
Yes, I apparently watched 3 whole episodes of a Netflix show that's like, I don't know, like maybe 45 minutes long each episode. And last night I realized that it said I had watched it, and I was like, did I? And so I went back and watched it, and I was like, I vaguely remember like 2 minutes here or 3 minutes there, but like most of it, no, not at all. It was so weird. But that tells me like I had how long, right? Like 2.5 hours where I was in and out and nobody noticed because I was in my bedroom alone. They
Better
thought
than
I
me.
was sleeping or something. I have no idea, but God, I'm glad I didn't wander away.
I have my grandfather has dementia. And so my family often jokes that him and I have the same like mental space. Like and the electric convulsive therapy definitely plays a huge part into why I am slower now. Not stupid, but slower. Um, and like right now, I just forgot what I was even gonna say in the first place. But it definitely,
Just the between your grandfather and you, the connection.
yeah, it's just like it's like anything I had a well, because I'm 20, so I'm like I'm young, my mind should be sharp.
I'm 22.
I'm 21, so I feel you there.
Yay. Let's go out for drinks. But I feel like I have this like unrealistic expectation for myself that like, oh, I should remember this, or like I should remember that. So like the other day I went out to this little splash park in my area with my guy friend thing. But this girl was there and I recognized her face, but I couldn't put her name. I recognized her husband, like everything about her. I was like, I know who you are. I know you, and you used to be my work best friend. Like we used to be really close. So I like got her attention and she immediately recognized me, said my name. And I was like, I didn't tell her about having electroconvulsive therapy, but I did tell her, I was like, oh, well, I have epilepsy. I've been diagnosed epileptic. So my memory isn't too good, and I forgot your name. And she kind of was like, and I was like, I promise, like, I don't mean to forget who you. I've forgotten my family members' names, and I don't know who they are either. Um, but she she started telling me about this guy we used to work with apparently and all these things and filling me in all the tea, and I'm sitting there the whole time like I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm just like, all right, just nod and smile like, yep, he's having a baby, he sure is. But it's like it's so weird because and at the end I was like I thought it was really funny because I was like, well, have a great rest of your summer if I don't see you. um like, I hope you're doing great if I don't see you again. She's like, girl, I still have you on Snapchat. And I was like, of course you do. Like, duh. Of course we're friends on. I knew that. Like, obviously, but the memory is like so not there anymore that people really don't understand like what I mean when I say short-term memory loss and stuff. Like I recognize you.
I call it like I've always called myself a fish brain, and because saying that you have because it's a jokey thing, but saying that you have the memory of a goldfish because of epilepsy always it helps people understand a lot more than just I have memory loss because of epilepsy somehow, and it makes them understand to what extent. Mine isn't as bad as yours, but like there are complete things where like mom will just say something that I did like a while ago, and I'll be like, I didn't do that. And she was like, yes, you did. And I'm learning to play the guitar right now, and I've had 6 brain surgeries, and my mom was back there, and I played violin for most of my childhood, but had to stop. And because of those brain surgeries, all of my knowledge of music is just gone. And
Yeah.
so she was like amazed, and she was, and I heard her, and then she went in the other room and she was talking to my dad, and I heard her say, I'm amazed. I'm just amazed at how much Rachel has forgotten about music theory and all of that. And then I
No,
heard, and then I heard her pause,
I hear
and then
it too.
and then she said, "At least she's still alive." Like, it just
Okay.
sucks having to make like
Yeah.
stuff like that. Like to be alive, I have to forget everything. That's great.
Yeah. I mean, well, this is kind of it's been embarrassing, I guess, but I have to relearn my years and
Your
like
what?
my
Go ahead.
years, and you you're like all the different years. I've been having to relearn it, and because I'm not a child anymore, I don't soak up that information the same way a child would, and that's just basic science. Um,
I had
and
to relearn all of my math skills, and like
I've never
base my math got taken out with one of my brain surgeries, and so it's like
I never had
I
to
need
begin
a
with, so
paper,
bless you.
and I won't, or else I won't be able to do it, and it like hurts my brain to do math. It really like it gives me a headache and everything, and I'm going to college in the fall, and I don't really know how I'm gonna explain that to anybody.
Well, they always said that I had a math disability, specifically in math. So I always knew that math wouldn't be my main study, thankfully. I always thought I could be like a pianist, or my grandma wanted me to be because I have really long like fingers, and piano fingers, but because of the myoclonic epilepsy and stuff, the control of my upper body like is not there.
Yeah, I had to stop violin because I was having so many absence seizures that I was just like, from my perspective, I was playing the song, but from everyone else's perspective, I was stopping every like 3 seconds.
Yeah, and it's like I used to be a swimmer, so good thing I stopped before anything real got bad. But I used to do competitive swimming and I loved it. Like it was the light of my life. And
Swimming
then
is like the only sport I'm interested in, and I can't do it.
yeah, but I moved around so much as a kid. Thank God I never had like, but I remember, I think now that I think about it, my first like seizure I think I ever had, I think that I remember was when I want to say I was like 12 or 11. I don't know, wherever you are in seventh grade, something like that, or sixth grade or seventh grade. And we were living with my mom's abusive ex-girlfriend, and she was like fighting or something with her. And I like hid in my closet. And I just was like, I just want to close my eyes because it's like there's a lot going on and I feel kind of weird. So I'm just going to kind of like be in the dark. And my next thing I know, it was like 4 or 5 hours later,
Oh my gosh.
hear like my mom and her ex-girlfriend like screaming my name, and they're like, we have to call the police, like she's gone, like blah blah blah. And they opened the closet door and I was there, and I was like, it's been like 2 minutes. Like, what do you guys, I just got in here. Like, what do you guys
My
get
first
out?
feeling, I was 2 at the time, but I still remember it somehow because I guess it was just that traumatic. I was playing with my older brother and one of our neighbors, and they were playing cars, and that's some medicine I have to take in a minute. And I remember all of a sudden I felt really, really strange, and I felt like I didn't want to play with them, which was weird because I had been playing with them all day, and it wasn't like a normal child, like I don't want to play with you thing. It was just like I feel like I can't play with them. I can't do that right now. And I remember my brother Joseph was the oldest, so he was in charge because mom was outside. And I remember tapping on the shoulder and telling him, I don't feel very good. I'm going to go lie down on that coffee table because I was still small enough to lie down on tables. And he was like, okay, are you sure you don't want to play with us? And I was like, yes. And I remember sitting there and thinking, am I sick or something? And just staring at the ceiling and just not feeling right because I didn't feel okay at all. And then I woke up and I was in the hospital. I'm gonna go take that medicine now.
Yeah, I was gonna say the memory thing. You're not alone, Rachel. My memory is like Dory. I can turn around and forget what I turned around for. Things are that bad. My long term is good. My short term, it's long gone.
Yep.
And Taylor Mom, she said that like watching shows that she knew that it said watch, but she didn't remember watching it. That's better than me because when a new season of something comes out, I go back to the last season and I rewatch the whole season just to remember what was going on before I start the new season. That's how bad mine has got. Like I don't remember the last season, being that it was 6 to 8 months ago.
I did the same thing, and since the electric convulsive therapy, I forgot what music I like. So I've been having to like relearn the music I like because it's not the same anymore. So it's been like to relearn everything that I like again.
Wow.
Right.
Today I got out the app that I have to tune my guitar. I know today I got out my guitar and I needed to find my phone to use that app. And I looked around for like 2 minutes and then I found it. And then I just like forgot why I needed my phone and was like, oh well, I must have just needed my phone to, I don't know, check social media. And then like I did that, and then like 3 minutes later, I was like, "Oh, I saw my guitar, and I was like, oh, that's right, the app. I'm practicing guitar right now."
Built-in tuner. You got to get the built-in tuner. Then it's just right there.
Also, back to the main question, was cold water bringing somebody out of something? A guy that was on the first time I did this, his name was Mo. He said that he fights with his brother. So like, I guess he said his brother might see him going into a seizure, and then he'll tell him to punch me, and then they'll like get into a fight, and that'll keep him out of it. I guess it changed the seizure's mind. Basically, it's like the seizure was coming, and then I got punched, and then it was over. Never did that, but for me, when I got in a car accident, um, I had a seizure, and I don't remember hitting the wall, but I hit the center divider, and then the airbag brought me back. And then I pulled over and parked, and then would I say continued, or I had another seizure, or like the time that I fell in the fryer at work. I went in the fryer like elbow deep, but I came out of it after that, and I was like, "Ow, what's going on?" And then I continued to have a seizure. So depending on the tolerance of the pain brought me back, especially the airbag. The airbag, I felt that, all of it really hurts, especially in the face.
Yeah.
To the next one.
I'm seeing an article here about an AI doctor duo can change epilepsy treatment for good. Would anybody ever trust a robot doctor?
Nope.
Yes, I love robots. I love AI. I want to marry ChatGPT. And it's nicer to me than my neurologist. Although my new neurologist is great, so I won't say that. But yeah, no, I would marry a robot.
You are the devil. No, I'm kidding, but
Come
I
on
think
now. I
AI
mean,
is the devil.
I would trust it to pick up on the data. You know, if you have enough data to utilize AI the right way, then I might trust that more than the medical professional. But I mean, maybe not for like a new patient appointment where they have to analyze anything other than numbers.
Yeah.
The amount of information that AI collects is based on, or sorry, the information that AI collects is just based on what gets put out there, and not all of it is factual. So it can, and it has been flooded with misinformation, which just ends up messing with the artificial intelligence algorithm to give it like misinformation.
Yeah, I guess they're basing this on the statement here. The collaboration between machine learning and human specialists reduces mapping time from approximately 800 hours to just 160 hours, allowing more timely and precise surgeries. So I guess they utilize this based on the fact that surgeries are just an underutilized resource for epilepsy, but that still just kind of makes it sound like a selling point to me. If they're saying you're going to be able to see more patients and get more done, then
I've
I'd
known
hope the people who are funding this are actually like have the right intentions. Sorry, go ahead.
It's an AI bubble that we're in right now. It's the
Like
same sort
$1
of
million
thing as the
island.
dot-com bubble. Like back in the 90s, everybody was throwing money at any sort of business idea that incorporated .com or websites or whatever, whether it was actually viable or, productive or not. And the same sort of thing is happening here, where they're kind of any sort of field, anything that they can think of, they're putting machine learning algorithms into it, whether it's an upgrade or not. And I don't know, in this case, it might be an upgrade because I mean, the amount of information that is recorded during an EEG is, I mean, brainwaves are a lot of data to sift through, and that sort of pattern recognition is kind of pretty much perfectly tailored to a little statistical black box, but the sort of things that I don't know. Sorry, I'm losing the train of thought, but we need to be careful what we're using it in, what we're putting it in, and I think that it's gonna it's gonna be a bubble that will burst.
I I agree with that. I think that when it comes to like reading EEGs and if it can properly point out where in the brain the seizures are coming from or um what might be triggering it in the body, that would be great. But to have an actual robot or AI work on you and stuff like that, I don't know if I necessarily would be totally okay with that all the time.
Yeah, I'd hate that.
That's
I've
why
heard,
you're gonna have to ask questions. If they
yeah,
ever recommend surgeries for you,
I've
USF
known,
did not mention to me that it was going to be a robot arm.
I
And I
knew,
didn't find out until I was going through my message or my medical records, like preparing for one of these meetings, and I was
well,
like, wait, why are they so proud of
yeah,
that? What is
I've
it? And it's a robot.
known two people that have had surgeries with robots so far, and they both said it's gone great, but so far, we don't want to do anything with, I personally want to get a brain scan and an MRI just to see because I think that I have brain damage that it has not been dealt with. Um, but it's costly and unless you bang your head or something, you don't really can't just go in and be like, give me this. But I'm working on trying to figure out how to get that implemented somehow. But I think that when it comes, it would have been really nice had we had the AI or something to read the EEG maybe to tell that, oh, she's having myoclonic epilepsy so that the doctor that didn't take the extra year of schooling to properly read the EEG didn't just throw me off to the side and be like, I don't know what's wrong with you, so it's psychogenic. That would have been nice. But when it comes to other things, I think it's like I always use the analogy or um what's the word, simile, or I don't know what comparison to like uh air hand dryers. They just reuse dirty air. So it's just dispensing more dirty air onto your hand that you just cleaned in the bathroom. So it's like just things that we don't need that we're making when we should be putting it forth towards things that we do need, like maybe AI properly reading an EEG so that the neurologist that just wants to get paid can just get paid and I can get help. If that makes sense, I hope.
I'm impressed with how many synonyms you have. That was really cool. You thought of like 4 words that you could have used in that same sentence. So that was definitely impressive.
Thank you. They said I gave the best speech at my grandma's celebration of life, aka her funeral, so
Excellent.
rocking with it.
That's cool that everything. Well, I mean, when it comes to like the robots reading EEGs, I like that example because that's when a second opinion made a difference for me. Since it's individual for everybody, those spikes might not signal an aura. I never feel auras. Those spikes actually did signal a focal seizure for me, but I was already gone. So the like the EEG picks up on a lot more seizures than I would ever make note of. And it took a
Mhm.
second opinion for a professional to realize that, make that association. And
Yeah,
I think that's why EEGs are so objective because it really does make a difference on how those spikes affect you and
yeah. And
somebody else might still be aware.
I didn't even have an actual uh uh tonic-clonic seizure when I had my study, and they were able to tell I had epilepsy and generalized seizures. So it genuinely it was just the fact that the doctor, the neurologist, the original ones just, and I think part of it too is insurance. They try to play doctor. And my first neurologist, love her. She moved to psychiatry, and I think she's going to do absolutely fabulous at it because she connects the two, and I think the two are also connected. And I think she kind of fought to try and get me like a week-long study, but we weren't able to get insurance to approve it. So she really fought for me to stay on my clonazepam, even though I didn't have a actual diagnosis. And I think that a really big problem is just the healthcare system and insurance trying to play doctor, because I had to have that seizure in the office in order to get a diagnosis. But, you know, not everyone's lucky enough to have a seizure in the neurologist's office.
Yeah, prior authorization's always rough. But if you're on the clobazam one way or carbamazepine, whatever one you said, one of the ways that I knew once I put two and two together and realized I was going to have a seizure on record to get approved for anything, I stopped taking the meds. That's the only time I willingly went cold turkey, made sure to book it for the next day.
Yeah.
And by the time I got checked in, they got all the data they needed in like 8 hours.
Well, because at that point we knew more than they did, so we know when to stop taking our medications to show that we do have seizures. So we have to kind of play doctor.
But ever since then, even after the RNS, that's got me second thinking, did I really need that many electrodes in there? Because obviously when I stopped taking my meds is the worst seizures. The breakthroughs are never as long or as severe than when I don't take my medication. So maybe I went a little overboard on that one, but what's done is done. So it is what it is.
Can't go back.
The next one is, do doctors find it annoying when patients request tests between visits? So my scans all came back normal. My blood was less normal. My Lyme panel came back inconclusive. My follow-up appointment isn't until September. I've had Lyme disease before when I was 10, but it was treated with multiple courses of antibiotics. I haven't had a tick on me and hadn't had a tick on me long enough to transmit Lyme disease since. And working with wildlife and having studied across vectors of diseases causing pathogens, I have been very diligent of checking myself for ticks and removing them as soon as they attach. I know antibodies can flare up from cross infections too, though, and a lot of my family, my mother, most of my sisters, most of my aunts and uncles, my cousins, etc., have autoimmune diseases: celiac, autoimmune hepatitis, T1D, Crohn's, and other IBD, etc. I am thinking if anything, my seizures may be autoimmune. I was wondering if it would be weird to ask my neurologist to potentially write for other antibody blood tests, maybe some vitamin mineral tests, and also potentially increasing my night dosage of Keppra because I'm still having nocturnal seizures. Would this be advocating for myself or overstepping? I would wait until September, but it makes no sense to me to go to the doctor's appointment, discuss the normal results, and then have to do more tests and then wait more time to discuss those results when I could just do other tests in between now and then.
Jeff, you raising your hand?
Yeah, that's the only member probably who has Lyme disease and has had it for a long time. If that person wasn't treated within 30 days of getting it, she hasn't been cured of Lyme disease. It doesn't go away, ever. You can treat the symptoms, which is what I always did. But the disease itself doesn't go away. The fact that her test came back normal is meaningless. Most Lyme tests come back normal. It's a very flawed test. And and your seizures could have come from that. Lyme does cause seizures, or can. I happen to think mine were caused by Lyme, although my neurologist, fluffs it off. My old one anyway. So she can't be definite that she doesn't have it anymore. In fact, it's highly likely that she does. And it's a debilitating disease.
Go ahead, Em.
Yeah, I didn't know that Lyme could cause seizures. I got the bullseye rash as a kid. I'm from Pennsylvania, so they're everywhere.
Where are you?
Lancaster County.
Okay. I'm in
Yeah.
Bucks.
Oh, okay. Not too far away.
No.
Um,
I'm here.
I don't know if anybody, the rest of my family's from Brewster, New York. I don't know if anybody knows that.
Yep.
Okay.
But my grandparents lived 2 years in Lancaster, and
oh, nice.
My whole family is Mennonite, so.
Mennonites are the nicest people. That's not surprising. They were always the nicest people growing up.
I'm homeschooled, and my mom would only use Mennonite school books because she said they were the best.
They are the best. That's so true. I'm so happy to hear that.
Are you familiar with Honeybrook at all? Oh, sorry to interrupt. You know Honeybrook area of Lancaster?
No, I didn't grow up near the Amishy parts. I don't know if that sounds kind of
Yeah,
Amishy. No, we weren't allowed to go into the woods or anything. We just had to stay on the highway. My parents were afraid of the woods. Never going to the woods.
My mom, my parents have a farm in another state, in Ohio. It's I say it's theirs. It's my grandpa's, and well, he's dead now. It's my grandma's. But it had tons and tons of land, and I remember we don't go there anymore, but we would always go there as a kid. And I remember one of the reasons that I never wanted to go out was, it was beautiful and it was wonderful because we would always go in the summers, but we would always have to get checked for ticks whenever we came back. And the risk, and as a kid, it was just because I hated getting checked for ticks, but ticks are scary. I think it was a good idea to just stay in.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah. And there's tiny little ones, so they can go in your belly button and shit. So yeah, I didn't know that Lyme's could cause seizures, but Jeff is right. It's too late for you if you do have it, unfortunately. I also got a bunch in California, and I mean, in my 20s, I was like, whatever, I'm gonna live forever. So I would just pull them off and throw them. But you can also get spotted Rocky Mountain fever, some fucking shit like that. And so that can give you something called alpha gal, I think, where if you eat any mammal stuff and it's stuff in a lot of products, you can get really sick. And I think that might also feel like a seizure or just feel not good. And that one you can, I think, get a blood test for still. Whereas Lyme you can't. So I would maybe request an MRI or an autoimmune panel if you haven't, because it can show up high. I lost the question. Something about Lyme. Go to your doctor, ask for a test.
Also,
before the appointment.
Not everyone gets that bullseye rash. Something like 70% of the people don't get the rash and they develop that.
So do I have Lyme's automatically if you get the rash?
If you get the rash, yeah, it's a bullseye.
Wow. Oh, well, shit. So, Jeff, hey, two people with Lyme's, great.
Oh, no. I'm sorry.
See, and I'm thinking I've been told my whole life, and my mother and I have always agreed on just, building your immune system, doing stuff like that, just build your immune system. I would have never expected it to actually be determined a disease if you get the bullseye.
Yeah, I think honestly, I never thought about it because I think some things, you can only handle so much stuff, and I just don't think about it, and I just live my life anyway.
That's how I approach it now. For a long time, it kind of got me down and it kind of ruled my life. And then, it's like, okay, there are things I can't do and there are things that hurt me, and I'll deal with it. And I do.
And that's what you gotta do.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the same with epilepsy. You got to deal with it.
Back to the doctors feeling annoying. Person asks, would this be advocating
Brandon
or
had his
myself
leg off.
overstepping?
Oh, it's definitely advocating.
I always say that like that would be advocating. Like it's always good to ask more questions than it is to, like, even if you think it's a stupid question, ask it. Like, because it may, like me asking why the other neurologist didn't read the EEG just for the answer to be because he didn't take an extra year of schooling. Like, I just, at least I knew. Like, I want to cry in that moment because my life has been debilitated by this, but at least I knew. And asking more questions, um learning about the vitamins in your bone density and maybe getting a bone scan to see how you're doing, especially if you're later in your 30s or 40s. It's really good to start getting like those checked to make sure that your bones are like still going properly, because as an epileptic and with those medications, they will wear down your body faster than the normal person. And it's amazing to ask those questions. And even if they're making you feel like you're doing too much, you're asking too much, then take a step back and reflect that this is their job. This is their job to answer your questions, and this is their job to be a doctor and to, like, you studied this, so I expect you to answer the questions of my diagnosis because that's what you're supposed to do. That's what I'm paying all this fucking money for. It's insane the links we have to go to, and the fact that we even have to validate asking a doctor questions when we're just expected to believe that.
Well, that's kind of what I'm looking forward to about going back to a rural area. Obviously, I'm going to have a lot less options for doctors and specialists, maybe not even have an epileptologist. So I know in that appointment, if I'm getting the vibe or they're coming across as like, I'm just there for better drugs, or like they're not taking me seriously, I want to phrase it, come at them like a way of like, okay, well, let's learn something together, since obviously you're not exactly an expert. I gotta think of a way to say that nicely and develop the people skills before, like,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm definitely gonna be working on a I don't know,
I'm
whatever you call that, a script.
horrified to like move out of state or like anywhere else because I finally found a care team. I'm in Illinois, so I found a care team down at the Chicago Institute. So they're also learning, or teaching their students as they do these studies and whatnot, which I think is 10 times better. And the care team is so, even when I called the other day, because I was so afraid to call and ask for them to help me with my Keppra, because I was like, I just gotta thug it out till next month. Like so many people probably experience it and are fine. I just gotta like get through this. I can do it. But like I was at the point where I was like, I'm just gonna end up like ending it all because of this stupid Keppra. And I just got it, and when I got the new bag of the new medication of it, I just started sobbing because I was like, I cannot take the next 2 bottles of this for the next 3 months again. I can't do it. So I called and she was like, this is high priority. Like this, you are high priority. And that same day I got my new medication, and finding a care team like that is really rare, but it's really important to find a care team like that. And I found one with my psychiatrist as well. Um I need to be challenged for my mental health. Like I need someone who challenges me. And he does that, like especially with the ECT. Like that's not something that is a first option. That's a last resort. And that's something that if he had told me more about it, I wouldn't have done it. But it's something that I needed to do. So to have that kind of care team where they're actually looking out for you and thinking about how can I help this person and how can I educate myself at the same time by seeing these results is really, really important. But it's really nerve-wracking in case something happens to that doctor, because it's like what do I do now? And then you're scared to ask questions, because I've been to places where there's 40 people in a psychiatry office going in every 30 seconds, coming out with everything. And that's where I was 12 and being prescribed 2 milligrams of Xanax XR. So
I'm very lucky. I've had the same neurologist since I think I was first diagnosed, but he's retiring soon. We had a talk with him, and he said basically all the other neurologists really aren't that great, and he had a talk with us about that. I'm very, very lucky, but he said he's not planning on retiring soon, but he is getting to that age where he should be thinking about it. And it's just like, I can't imagine having a neurologist like one from the horror stories I've heard on these calls. Like, this one like actually listens, and it like, for example, we needed an accommodations letter for the college I'm attending in the fall, and my first time not being homeschooled, and he just went up to my mom and was like, "You write the letter, and then I'll rewrite everything you said because you know your child, and I'll make it sound fancy, and then they'll trust me because I'm a doctor." That should be the approach a lot because you know your child a lot more than I'm not gonna do anything. Yeah, and it's just like, I don't know, it's scary.
it is. I'm lucky that my doctor is like, I mean, he works under a bigger doctor that's older, but like he's a doctor in training or whatever. He's very smart though, and I can tell that. Um, but he's younger, thank God. So hopefully he stays in the practice, since
I
he's
hope so
ready
too.
for it. But when my other neurologist that I like that fought for me, when she switched over to psychiatry, I was like, holy shit, like what am I gonna do? Like I'm actually screwed. Like I don't know what to do, because no one else knows my history, and it's scary. But
Yeah, I don't know. I know if you've heard, when I went to Boston, the person who's supposed to be like the best doctor, the best epileptologist there, just like didn't respect our opinion at all because we were from Alabama and thought that everything we said was wrong. He like came in first time he saw us, and I had a seizure that morning, so we were all really tired because we had to get up early and we had slept in the airport the night before, and I had a seizure that morning, and he came in there and he said, what are you supposed to be anyway? And this is the same guy who like looked right at me and said and then like stared in silence for a few seconds and then turned to my parents and said, is she cognitively normal? I can't tell. And it's like, you don't do that to somebody. You don't do either of those things to somebody.
Again, I also say you don't do them to somebody's parents either.
Yeah, you don't do either. Yeah.
I'm really sorry that happened to you, Rachel. That's really, really screwed up. And
Yeah, my
you
mom
shouldn't have to go through that.
had to like argue with him the entire thing about like, no, there's a good reason for her that we think this. And then the next day he came in and he was like, so it turns out you guys were actually right, but I actually knew that from the beginning and just said the wrong thing. You don't want a neurologist like that.
Absolutely not. That's calling for a second opinion or getting that NP in the room or anything. Another medical professional
And that
being
was the
present for
best one
that
they had.
conversation. And, quote unquote, maybe it looked good on paper, but if they don't have your interests at heart, then no, they're not the best
No.
ones.
I went
I
to
also-
the best elementary school when we first moved out to Illinois, and because I wasn't, again, like autistic enough, but not normal enough, the staff literally abused me. But for everyone
gosh.
and Rich, they had a grand time. So I think it really just also depends like who you are, because they pick and choose who they want to treat and why they want. It's such like a
First of all, I'm really sorry you had to deal with that. And also, yes, he very clearly didn't respect us because we were or our opinion.
Yeah,
because we
that's
were from Alabama, and so we were Southern, and Southern people don't know anything.
Alabama, like no one will take you seriously. That's just a given. We should know that.
Or from the Appalachian Mountains. Don't tell people you're from the Appalachian Mountains.
Oh, hey guys, Pookie has his hand up
Alabama.
and he hasn't spoken in a while. Could we check in with him?
Oh, I was gonna say to what Lufa was saying, like she'd been with that neurologist for so long. My neurologist retired.
My
maybe a month.
neurologist is new. This is a new neurologist. I've had him for like 4 months. I don't know, something like that. But
Yeah, so you guys have
I've had
for
the
a
same
long
he's
neurologist.
just younger, so he hopefully won't retire soon.
Yeah, my neurologist, I was dealing with him since I started 20 years and he just retired. So now when I get another one, I'm just hoping he doesn't try to add anything like, oh, well, take this Keppra with it since you're still having seizures, stuff like that. Of course, I'm going to tell him no. And I'll remind him that I have Keppra here at home that I should have already been taking and I'm not. And I'm doing all right. So, yeah, I'm going to have to remind him that.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that sucks losing him. I don't know if I heard anybody say that or just heard that in my head, but yeah, to lose your neurologist after he knows all that about me.
That sucks, sweetheart. I said it, but I was muted. But yeah, I'm sorry. That sucks.
Well, he's not retiring right now, but he's at the age that
But the thought of it is
thinking about it.
thing, still.
Hey, maybe you could bring it up, get that insider's perspective, and have a wonderful retirement. Now, if, some douchebag tries to lead me down the wrong trail, what do I say? What is the most useful proof in my file on this case that I should make sure every future practitioner is aware of? Sometimes the MRI does it, sometimes the EEG does it, sometimes the data from, an implant that you can't even see might be convincing because apparently those RNS systems are NeuroPace does not make them user friendly. Like tech support sounded like they didn't even know how to access. The second time I called back, I kind of tried to pretend that I was a practitioner and asking them, how do I see?
But that woke me up
I'm
early.
curious to know if they're using the AI
I'll turn
already.
it off
I got
now.
to
You will
transfer
not
this
be
data
inside.
every
You can
day.
still be sitting.
So if RNS was
It just says
user
it
friendly,
be
there would be some
yeah.
kind of
So
tab
keep doing it. I'll
to
tell it.
tell me
Hey, Kim.
how many seizures there are. But yeah, the tech couldn't even tell me. I simply asked, is there a tab to tell maybe just how many seizures there have been or suspected seizures there were, because this patient is never swiping the magnet, and that was my reason for calling, because this patient's just being too non-compliant, and yeah, tech support didn't even know what the hell to do. So
Hey, Kim, you
that's just a
there?
rant off subject.
Kim, you there? We usually start with what are you taking? When were you diagnosed and when was your last seizure?
Hi.
Hey,
Hi.
did you hear me?
Yeah. I just did. What was the question?
When was your last seizure? What are you taking? And when were you diagnosed?
Sorry. Some noise in the background. Yeah.
You got the emergency room jewelry on.
Huh?
You got the emergency room jewelry on.
Yeah. I got admitted last night. My last seizure was
a couple hours ago.
When were you diagnosed?
October of this last year.
Uh,
With, but I think I've had epilepsy for a few years. My focal seizures just progressed eventually. I,
what are you taking?
right now I'm on Keppra and I've tried Lamictal, but it wasn't sitting very well with me, so I started taking Vimpat since last night.
Oh, okay. Last question. Would you take $1 million over curing your epilepsy?
Uh,
Hmm.
most likely. Although it seems like an easy answer. I am learning how to live with it, and I think everything happens for a reason. So yeah, thank you.
All right. That's a good one.
Hi, Kim. I was recently diagnosed too, so I'm just having a shout out there. It's really awesome that you're phoning us in, while you're maybe at the hospital, it looks like.
Yeah.
Were
Sorry
you admitted because
No, that's awesome.
of the seizures?
Yeah.
Or are you there for something else? Oh wow.
Well,
That's incredible. I don't think any of us would be able to phone into a meeting from an inpatient. I would be totally out of it, like trying to remember how to count in Spanish or something. I can't come up with the most random shit
I love the
after a
amenities.
seizure.
Yeah, you look pretty good, sweetheart.
Yeah, you're handling this really well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would not share my emergency room. I would not look as good as you do right now, and I haven't. So that's amazing.
guys.
Then again, nowadays I think I might trust this over FaceTime. Because they would
Yeah.
definitely just call me out on like, so is your hair getting greasy yet? Like, are you actually getting a good shower this time? Yeah, no. Inpatient sucks.
When's the
That's
last time
what I
everybody
got.
showered?
This morning.
Everyone had what?
Em is addressing everybody's hygiene with seizures because it seems like a lot of us have been having clusters and just more this last week.
I had a shower a couple days ago. I really don't like showers. That's why I tend to take baths at night. But every couple of days, my mom's like, "All right, you need to take a shower." I'm like, "Please no."
Well, I mean, it's been going on for long enough now that I kind of get used to like, okay, if it's going to be a week like this, usually around that time of the month, week before, week after, if it starts getting like every other day or more than one a day, then I'll start, washing up, not actually like going in the shower to do everything at once, going with a hairnet in the morning and then,
I
freshen up again before bed. You gotta do what you gotta do.
I think it's worse to drag it out because then if I did it that way, I would just be thinking about everything I hadn't done the entire day.
Yeah, I'm more thinking of like if my daughter sees me go a day without a shower, I'm fucked.
I used to My family won't let me shower. They're like, you're gonna fall down, and who's gonna drag you out? I'm like, I don't know, man.
I used to be afraid to shower because I would have to have my mom bathe me because my seizures and the clusters were so bad. But I think I've gotten to a point now where I can confidently shower like once I take my medications and stuff. But if I don't have my medication, and I am showering, I will sit on the floor. Even if I'm having a bad medication day, I just sit on the floor of the shower because I can't like stand up and like God forbid something happens, at least I'll be like already on the ground and um and whatnot, and hopefully I won't choke on the water, but give or take.
Well, the
But
only cool thing about my seizures today was that puppy, confirmed that she definitely does bark. She has a different tone and different approach at barking when I'm out of it. It wasn't even a bad one.
that's really good.
Yeah,
Is she a
so
seizure dog or just your dog?
No, I mean, we've been raising her as a seizure dog, but as a service dog. But even if she gets, one of these service tasks down, we still have to get all her other manners together. She's a Labradoodle, really anxious. The first couple months, I brought her home when Buddy was like 2 or 3. Either way, she was not the priority at the most imperative time in her life. So yeah, she got crate trained, but asshole ex-husband still did not help with the training at all. Definitely kind of derailed what I consider to be like the most important training years. But mother is professional and she is definitely helping make up for that. And I don't have any doubt that she will be a service dog, but we're just gonna have to make sure to take more time.
You said she was extra anxious and
Yeah, Labradoodles, Australian Labradoodles kind of have a reputation for that.
my service dog Trixie, she's incredibly anxious too. Uh we don't take her everywhere now and so like for example, and she's like really clingy. Like for example, I had college orientation a couple weeks ago and I didn't take her and so and so from her perspective, my parents came home and I had disappeared. And so she just like was by my side and kept like harassing me low key because she didn't know where I had gone. And she's a golden retriever and she's so bonded with me. And she has such bad anxiety. She's scared of the dark. And every single night she just goes outside and barks at the night because she's determined that'll make it go away.
Wow. Okay, I'm entertained by that and M's comment. I didn't know what the hell Pedro or who Pedro Pascal was. I just
You don't
looked it
know
up.
who Pedro
What?
Pascal is?
I don't know who
Oh
Pedro
my
Pascal
God.
is.
That's the most controversial thing that's ever
What?
been said on the anywhere.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, don't hate, don't hate. I don't have a good memory. I don't.
Okay.
Well,
I've
hey,
seen
it's a
Look
Spin It
at his
Off
gift.
like
It's
a
face.
a
hundred
gift. You
times and
get
probably
to,
couldn't even, yeah.
This
No, like
she gets to see him for the first time.
yeah.
Yes.
We
She
all
gets
wish we could be in her position. Let's be real.
I'm a straight man and I wish I could see Pedro Pascal for the first time again.
I'm
oh, come
also a
on,
straight
Brandon.
man.
How can you not know of all this
I'm
current
seeing
stuff? You're
Pedro
around like middle
Pascal.
schoolers. You're up on
Who's
all like the
seeing
current
him?
topics as a teacher.
Who's
Well,
seeing Pedro Pascal?
You didn't watch Game of
No,
Thrones?
I looked
You
up
are.
Pedro Pascal because he was
I
mentioned in the
am.
chat.
and you need to like look at his face and go, "Oh my god."
I don't know.
Interesting.
Guys, I'm
He's
not
not a
exactly
kid.
impressed. This is the first thing that comes up on
You
Google.
you
Oh, come on,
you're
fuck
Game
that.
of Thrones,
you're wild.
Yeah, it's
Life
not
of
working.
Me, whatever that video game was.
What?
Oh my god, it's asking me to download. Okay, that's a bad picture. That is a bad picture.
That's Google. That's Google. Obviously, they have something against him because yeah, that is the
M
first thing that comes up.
back me up. That's a horrible picture for.
I
Yeah.
can't even open it, so I don't believe that it exists because that's
No,
what we
it's
can
bad.
do now with this administration.
It's
Sorry,
really bad.
politics.
It's
Okay, here
really
you go. Here you
bad.
go.
He is beautiful. Yeah.
Okay, Brandon and me are gonna talk privately about Pedro Pascal.
And how
And Kate, look for a better picture.
and no, we're gonna find better pictures for you to look at.
Okay, I'm on it.
Love it.
The
Love the support.
Adventures of Boba Fett.
I have
Whatever.
something I wanted to show you guys. It's not done because I'm good at digital art and like pen and paper, but I suck at painting. But a while ago, Funko released a breast cancer awareness Harley Quinn, and all the money would go to to breast cancer awareness. And I bought one, but I was really upset because epilepsy awareness never got anything. So I bought it, donated the money, and I'm painting it. I just need to paint the hammer and the mask, and then I'll have an epilepsy awareness Harley Quinn.
Nice.
Good God.
That's really cute.
Cool.
Would have never thought of that.
Yeah.
But we
There's
got
like
brainstorm, so
Yep.
yeah.
There's just like zero epilepsy awareness out there, and I guess I just got really mad about that. And like, it's not like I'm against breast cancer awareness. They need all the awareness they can get. No, I hope that wasn't taken the wrong way, but like, I donated the money, and so like, I just want to pretend like this is a thing that can exist because it was originally all pink.
Whatever it is, you showed your support. Let's just recognize that, and you know,
Yeah.
items are, disposable. Things get lost and broken all the
Yeah, it's
time.
cool,
So
Rachel.
whatever you got from it, your intentions were still good.
Yeah.
And you'll like the Pedro Pascal photo I just sent. Don't worry.
Oh my gosh. Oh
No,
no.
I got one
No.
here. It says people who
Okay,
got.
I have to go. I have to go away with that photo.
I am.
I got something here. It
Okay.
says
Yeah, I just had to turn it away from the family. Okay, guys.
people who got surgery. How often were you seizing? Just a question for people who had any type of surgery for epilepsy done. How often were you having seizures before you decided to have have the surgery done?
I had 6
Haven't had
break.
any surgeries, but go ahead.
I've had 6. 6. I can count. I was having seizures every week, and right before I had it was an interesting line of events because they asked me before the seizures got worse if electronic clinics if I wanted to prepare for surgery, and I said yes, let's just get it over with. And goodbye Lexi also. And then they started prepping me for surgery, and then I started having seizures where I would be aware in that, as in I could see what was going on, but I couldn't talk and I couldn't move except, but I knew that but I could feel everything like moving, and it hurt like hell. And those those went away, and then after those I just started having seizures where I'd wake up in the emergency room because they had gone on for too long, and my parents had to call 911 because I would have died otherwise. And I kept, and it was, and at the point where I was just like waking up in the emergency room every single week. Then like they finished prepping me for surgery, and I was specifically told, if we had not started making plans for surgery right when you said let's make plans for surgery, you definitely, your epilepsy would have killed you by now. I had 2 SEEGs, so I don't know if those count as surgeries, and I had 3 or 4 resections, and the resections were just taking out because I kept having seizures after that. And I have like severe epilepsy. I mentioned earlier that I had to be isolated for 9 years because someone in the hospital just went up to my mom and said she cannot be in a room with someone unless they are watching her, or she cannot be out of this sorry, I don't know how to phrase this. She cannot be out of sight of someone who is willing and knows how to care for seizures for more than 5 minutes at a time. And so that limited my that's why I have more internet friends than I do real friends, because I couldn't really go out that much, and so I just online, that was kind of my only option. And
Well, God bless you for not going all rebellious.
Thank you.
That could have cost your life.
No, I'm Mom always
learned the hard way.
said if she had gone on this epilepsy journey with anybody else, with any other personality, it would have been even worse hell than it already was. It would have, and she like thanks me for like not ever getting mad at her specifically for the isolation. But yeah, I've always that was, I'd say surgery was the only option for me because I would have died otherwise. And I'm it's so weird because I'm supposed to be like, I'm 20 and I'm supposed to be like, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Like, it's so confusing because everyone is, I feel like, a lot more. I guess I didn't really have a childhood. That's why I've got all these stuffed animals constantly around me. Is because I didn't really have and I collect toys and stuff like that. Is because for most of the time that I was where
You
others
feel
were,
robbed.
yeah, I feel robbed because my epilepsy, it started when I was 2, and then it came back when I was 8, and then it got worse and worse and worse and worse, and then I spent all of my teenage years in the hospital. So I don't know a lot of what, I didn't get a childhood, and I don't know a lot of what teenage people no. My old psychologist told me once that while other people were out exploring the world and learning through that, I was inside exploring cartoon worlds, and that's how my brain dealt with that. And I don't even know, and it's just like,
Sorry, I kind of got overstimulated for a second. I didn't hear everything that you said, but I just heard some of it now. Um, I also, I don't know, I again didn't catch your entire thing, but I also like pretty much grew up in like the hospital, which was the psych ward, so I didn't know anything that the other kids my age or even people my age now.
yes,
So it's like really hard for me to reintegrate
it's
into
insanely.
society when I'm used to the chaos of the psych ward and that's my normal.
Yeah, everybody, my parents, my doctors,
Yeah.
they would always say that the hospital was my second home.
Yeah.
And I would just, because it was.
I didn't even go to school. I dropped out in 8th grade and well,
I
I passed
couldn't have
8th
gone to
grade and
school.
then the rest of it was just in the psych ward or in residentials because there was so much going on that was my normal, and to come out into the real world where people didn't experience what I experienced at such a young age was like,
and it's so
what the heck?
too.
Like, what do you mean you don't experience a woman standing over you at night talking to herself or someone trying to bite you? What do you mean you didn't experience that as a kid or like learn that in the cycle?
Yes, I at college orientation it was so odd because I was like looking at all the people around me, and I was like, and I was like, they all like, I don't have anything against them, of course.
No.
But I'm like, they're all so strangely taller than I am, and they're all
Yeah.
like,
Sorry, I had to mute my.
and they all like know the same things as each other, and they're all for some reason wearing the exact same matching gold bracelets, and I'm like, and I remember just like being like, oh, this is college girl. Yeah, I'm not one of those. I'm going to college, but I'm not college girl.
Yeah, I'm not
Hey,
like any of the
sweetheart.
other people my age. Sorry, my
Yeah.
mom just came home, so I might be muted
Don't
for a
worry
second.
about it.
Before you go, Lufa,
I'm still gonna be here. I just
go.
have to
What's
mute for a
your
second.
Reddit username?
Oh, Lufa shows the same thing here.
Lufa shows. Okay, mine's in my Zoom thing. It's sad.
Okay, perfect. I'll still be here. I just have to mute myself because my mother is back home from work.
You know, my 21-year-old daughter is not, she's into anime, and she draws on a tablet, and she was in college, but she's not a college girl at all. So don't worry about it, okay? It's really,
I met a couple other people who
yeah,
who were definitely not college girls. The only problem with the one I got closest to was they threw us a party at the end of college orientation, and throughout the entire thing, I had told her that I had epilepsy, and like throughout the entire party, she just kept coming. She just kept leaving. There were because the party had like 2 or 3 different rooms, and she just kept leaving whatever room she was in and coming up to me and saying, "Hey, are you okay?" And I kept being like, "Yeah," and she was like, "Okay, great." And then at the end of the night, she was when I said goodbye to her, she was like, I'm really sorry we didn't get to hang out as much, and you know we didn't." And I don't know if that was like intended as a like we should have spent more time together, or like as a I feel bad for you thing. I hope it was the keep the continuing finding me and are you okay thing was probably that, but you know
I had
you
Sometimes
get
actually
people go overboard with empathy.
I had brought it up earlier actually, where you're just trying to be normal, and someone like people just keep checking in with you, and it's
yeah.
like just because I have epilepsy doesn't mean if I'm feeling off, you need to check in with me. Also, you don't need to check in with me just because every 2 seconds.
Yes, you get it, Brandon.
I'm gonna go down on that one too because I agree. I feel like it's people said like they
No,
define
we're
us
not.
by our epilepsy. And
No.
I don't want you to just call me. You're just checking on me to say, how are you feeling? And I feel like I always do. It's frustrating. It's annoying when
Yeah.
people just seem to like want to check in and worry about you. I don't know. I don't like that feeling of somebody worried about me because I feel like when somebody's putting their worries on me, then it makes me worry about more about shit. So,
Well, that was another thing that got tied into like that conversation earlier, where it's like I'm the one who is having the seizure. You can't worry more about it than me. Like I'm already worried. I need you to relax to
yeah.
like sort of keep the situation calm.
How about you hold it for me? Because I'm the one that's about to freak the fuck out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm the one who's gonna have the problem. Can
Yeah.
you freak out after I
Yeah.
have my problem?
One sort of workaround that I found to the constantly checking on people is uh constantly checking on them, but like not in a malicious way. Like I mentioned that earlier that I have more online friends. Because I'm constantly, listening to their worries and stuff like that. I've had genuine conversations where someone has messaged me and said, "I didn't know you had epilepsy," despite the fact that it's in my bio on every single social media. And like my first reaction is always, "Wow, how do they not know I have epilepsy?" But
Or
also,
like,
it's so refreshing to hear that.
yeah, or like it's in my username for something. It's literally epileptic Ia, and I'm like, yeah, I have epilepsy. I didn't just put it there for shits and giggles.
Beautiful,
Oh,
beautiful. So you two
oh,
are now lifelong friends. All right. So there's this one post here about it's titled Herbalist Seeking Perspective. And this one sounds like they might actually want to learn. It's they started off by saying, I'm completing a clinical herbalism program this summer, and for my final project, I want to learn directly from the epilepsy community. Your lived experiences matter more than textbooks alone. So beautiful intro. They gave some background on themselves, saying they had epilepsy for over 10 years, but seizures stopped, and now they're going into to 29-year-old female training to support others through herbal and complementary therapies. They ask a list of questions, pretty much similar to what we do here on the intros. What are you taking? When's your last seizure? Things like that. And the answer here about an alternative therapy is passion flower. Never heard of that. Definitely, it was never suggested to me. And now it looks like it's something that's out there. It's legit. You can make
Are you
a
serious?
tea. You can make tea out of it, and a lot of people say it acts like a benzo. It just kind of helps you calm down.
We had a passion flower vine between us and our neighbors for 20 years. It actually was so much it was holding the fence up on both sides. We just left it alone. But it would have the most beautiful flowers. Yeah. Wow. No way. That's crazy. I'm very familiar with it. And I'm familiar with the fruit too, which is very weird. Passion flower fruit, very strange. Anyway, anybody else familiar with passion flower vine?
Well, no, but
Flowers?
we got to be skeptical about this because any herbalist it has to be the right proportion, has to be the right, dosage, and
Yeah, like
you
when
got
do
to know.
you harvest
Yeah,
them, right? Like, are they supposed to be dry? Are they supposed to be moist and then you dry them? This is a question because, like, a lot of times animals eat them before they would get dry
even
on a
if this
vine.
does work, first, we don't know if this even does work. So,
Wait,
Or
sorry.
if it's one of those things that you can develop a tolerance to and
What are we talking about?
things like that.
Well,
Passion flower as a natural treatment for epilepsy,
And
Huh.
and
how do we know it
it's
doesn't
from a
interfere with your
post.
meds? Sorry,
Exactly.
um,
sweetheart.
Well, I mean, the first red flag for me was that I see it says not recommended for breastfeeding.
Oh, yeah,
So
okay.
Oh,
there's
one of
that.
those. Yeah, a
well,
lot of
you
herbs not
always
good
got to
for.
cover your ass with that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Just,
Oh, please.
anything. Just
No, these shitheads are telling me to take all the
it,
meds, another 1,000 milligrams, and good luck to your kid. No, fuck that. That's why
I
I'm all about learning about these alternative treatments because these
I
doctors are
don't
so
know
heartless and they're men.
I
about the
personally don't
effectiveness
plan on
for
becoming
treating it,
like,
but
oh, I'm sorry.
sorry, I don't know about the effectiveness for treating it, but back in the day, I um experimented with a lot of abuse of various different substances, and um a lot of that extended to unconventional sources of good times, I guess, for lack of a better word. But the passion flower, it does actually have a sedating effect, which makes sense given what they've said in the, like the Wikipedia article or like the Psychonaut Wiki place, that it has an action on the GABA A receptors, which is the receptor that the benzodiazepine um, reacts to. So that makes sense. That lines up, but it takes a lot of it to feel any sort of calming effect. Um, the best way would be to, in my experience, was to um, make a tea out of it and drink a tea from the flowers, or better yet, to get the capsules of the dried up extract, which is basically the tea with all of the water evaporated out of it. It's just a powder. And you know, it's like a little bit of a benzodiazepine, but it's nowhere near like what you feel from even a small dose of like an oral, um not even the rescue med stuff. So it's not something to consider for controlling, for a baseline um anything. um More of a curiosity than anything else, but it seems like there is at least a little bit of merit to the ideas behind it, um, which is kind of surprising. I don't usually take these herbalist claims very seriously, but that one worked. Back in my college days, at least. I don't know. Maybe things have changed in the past 15, 20 years.
Hey, I'm glad you can remember, what worked
Yes.
and how well, and like you said, just use that
That's
information and kind of learn from it.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but my service dog just hopped up on my bed.
Aw,
And they're
that's a
adorable.
beautiful puppy.
This is Trixie.
Yeah, I know Trixie's not a puppy, but I'll always call mine a puppy.
She acts
They're
like
all
a puppy.
puppers.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark, you doing okay? You seem like you're getting exhausted there.
Yeah, I took a spoonful of RSO and it's effective.
Fair enough. Okay.
So
Want to make
yeah.
sure you're doing okay. You seemed like you were fading a little, so
Yeah,
What's RSO?
the cannabis oil, Rick Simpson oil, just
and it's strong. It is.
yeah,
It is strong.
yeah,
Is it like is it marijuana?
Yeah.
yes, yeah.
Hardcore marijuana.
Interesting. I'm not
Hey,
cutting
anything
that.
that's intended for cancer treatment, is
It
probably
it,
pretty
it is.
concentrated.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Because
they
him and
use it
Anne
for a lot
were
of medical
discussing it
purposes.
last time.
yeah, yeah. It binds to the fatty materials a lot like like can of butter basically, but without the butter part of it. So, just get it in a little syringe and squirt out like 2 or 3 drops worth, and a spoonful of peanut butter is like an entire joint
What
and a
is that called
mouthful
again?
Rick
after.
Simpson oil.
Okay.
Yeah, Rixin RSO is usually abbreviated.
Is it anything like
N-
CBD oil? I take CBD oil.
But it's more the
Um,
THC
Ah,
version.
okay.
yeah,
Well,
but the full
enjoy
plant
yourself, Mark.
spectrum. Yes, I
Oh,
am
he's enjoying
enjoying
himself.
it's yes, I'm enjoying
Get
this
a
conversation.
good look at that Pedro Pascal gif and
I
hang out.
might try some of
M
that
What
went
if I can
away
find
after I
it.
sent that. M literally had to leave after I sent that picture in. She was
You
like,
might
I
try.
I need a minute.
No, I
Kevin,
was here.
what do you
You
think,
guys had
Rick?
an absent seizure. I was still here.
I'm just messing with you. But
Um,
also sorry to hear that.
I was gonna ask Anne, have you heard of the Rick Simpson oil?
Yeah.
Here goes
Um,
Annie.
I actually know Rick. Yeah. Hi. Yeah, yeah, I do. I know Rick. Um,
Oh.
so yeah, RSO is basically what one of the things that changed medical marijuana for us. And back in the 60s and 70s, we called it hash oil, iso hash, stuff like that. And Rick makes his with what they call in Canada, they call it naphtha, which is like 100% isopropyl alcohol. It's not like naphtha that is a paint thinner, but it is. It's 100% iso. FECO, which is what I use, is made with a natural grain alcohol, ethyl alcohol. And wait, ethyl methyl. Yes, I think ethyl alcohol is the natural, the methyl is the whichever,
methyl
whatever.
is the wood alcohol, I think.
Thanks. Yeah. Thanks, Mark. I knew you would know that. But yeah. So the last batch of FECO I got was made with moonshine, and that makes a difference. But you get the same effect. The solvent is always evaporated completely out of that extract. So some people are like, oh, well, you can taste it, this, that, but that's not even the issue. For me, the issue is that it worked. Um, I had to go off of OxyContin after 10 years, and I didn't know how to do that. And I didn't want to use Suboxone or any of that stuff. I wanted to just go off of it. And the only way to do it was to replace it with something else. And that's what RSO was for me. But yeah, Rick Simpson oil. He's a great guy. He's
So are you potentially saying so you know Rick Simpson? Could
yeah.
you so you could potentially hook us up?
He doesn't he
I'm just
never,
messing with you. Just
yeah,
messing with you.
I know, but I do know people that I could set you up with. So, but yeah, send me. Sorry, I'm in my room. I had to decide it was too hot to mow. 86 degrees here at 8 o'clock at night. Come on, man. This is New York. But
I'm in Rhode Island. It's the same for me. Yeah,
I can't
right there with you.
believe this. Yeah, I'm really shocked. But yeah, no, I do have people that can help you out if you need it. Just DM me, or yeah, just get your information to me and give me a phone number. You don't even have to put it on Reddit what you want, and I'll text you and we'll do that. But
all right,
definitely easy to get, and I know the people I get mine from just went back to their home in the Great Lakes to get ready to, for the next phase of growth just before flower. And then they'll be processing that the end of the summer. So I know there's a new batch coming, just saying.
all right. So where'd Mike go? Wait, is he
Talk
gone?
about a kick-ass insider perspective.
I was just
You
about
get
to be
the
like,
best info first
I was
thing.
like, where's our dude who's literally high on Rick Simpson oil right now? He needs, and he's missing all of this. Come on.
He's right there. He's right there.
Oh, sorry. There's too many people.
Yeah, and the
Oh,
reason
no,
I asked you that is because we were just talking about it with him, and I was like, Ann definitely knows something about this.
Oh yeah, yeah.
All the weeds and the hallucinogens. I can ask Ann.
Well, I'm more with the weed. I don't know enough about the hallucinogens, so I have to ask my friends.
Well, I should say psychedelics.
The psychedelics, yes, the psychedelics. That's the only psych I want people calling me. Okay.
Yeah, that's different. I'm sorry. I said, yeah. But yeah, shit, he was talking about he just took a spoonful of RSO. I felt like I wasn't high enough, so I had to light a joint.
Oh, I don't know where he got his stuff, but my dose is about the size of a grain of rice.
Oh, really?
And it'll knock you out. I don't care how much you smoke. I don't care if you think, the lightweight versus, heavyweight stoner. I've knocked out a couple of big guys with this stuff. And you take a spoonful of it. I watched somebody do a whole gram of that, and I've never seen anything funnier, to be quite honest. His teeth were green for like 2 hours because the stuff looks black, but it's really green. It's green, dude.
Yeah, you hold it up to the light and it's kind of like, yeah.
Oh yeah, or if you just spread it out on a piece of paper. But he took the whole 1 gram syringe and just shot it right in his mouth. And I'm like, dude, I have never, ever wanted to do that or needed to do that with my stuff. And I know that if I did, I mean, I'll take 2 doses, which is like 2 long grain rice size. I put it on the end of a toothpick, mix it up in some peanut butter on my fingertip, and that's how I take my medicine. But yeah, no, a whole spoonful.
He's still here.
I don't
Kind
know,
of.
man. Are you live, man?
No, now I wish that asshole would come back. I just watched that YouTube post about the dummy who was asking when just a couple of us were in the chat, the question of, "Are you for real?" I think that's all he said. He just took over the whole conversation, just saying, "So are you guys actually for real?"
Yeah.
Like,
I
I wish
is
that
that
fool would come back now.
I have to go now.
You mean the guy who asked if we were telling the truth?
Yes,
That
and you
guy?
had you had the most gorgeous reaction because you looked like you wanted to reach through that screen and strangle them.
I was like, why would any of us make this up? Like, it's the most
Exactly.
horrifying thing to ever happen to all of us. Trust me, nobody's
people-
making it up for fun.
And people
I
fucking
think
joke about
Olivia
that
is
shit.
heading out, guys. I think
Okay.
Olivia, are
That
you
was
heading
the
out?
only time
I'm
I
I thought it was
Rachel.
Rachel.
I'm Rachel.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
Rachel.
Rachel. Okay.
Rachel.
Hey, Rachel.
Bye, guys.
Yeah,
I
you
wanted-
said you only have friends online. We're family too. You
That's
got us.
right,
Yeah.
sweetheart.
Don't
Yeah.
forget that.
Epilepsy
Don't forget
family.
that, Rachel.
We're here
Have
Tuesdays
fun.
and
Have a good one.
Fridays.
That's
I
right.
wanted to say, Pookie, I have that same shirt, but
My
mine
bad.
is blue and yellow.
Oh,
They're not the same.
we'll all get
It's still the
matching shirts
super.
one of
It's
these
still the
days.
Superman logo.
Oh,
Superman.
trying to
I always
save
wear it
people.
whenever I go to the hospital.
There
is
you
Rachel
go.
leaving?
I just
Are
moved
you
my
with
head.
them?
Like,
Oh, hi, Rachel.
I'll still be on to chat and everything, but I gotta leave the Zoom call.
All right.
Later,
All right, you
bud.
have a good one.
For us some
I haven't
more.
been able. I'm taking summer classes, and I haven't been able
Focus.
to go on one of these for so long. But I'm so glad that I was able to today.
Yes, that's impressive.
I finished them super early, so I got to.
That's amazing that you even have the devotion
Power
to
to
do
you. I
summer
love your
classes.
hat, by the way.
Thank you.
We
I
go to a
wear it
doctor's
every
office.
day.
It's perfect.
That's perfect. That's definitely your signature.
Yes.
every
It's
video I
perfect.
have, you have that hat on.
Yeah,
Yes.
you
I
you
only
kind of
take
have
it
to
off
wear
when
it on
I'm sleeping, and that's the
everyone
only
now.
time.
I love it. I love it.
The hyena.
Gorgeous.
All right, bye. Love you guys.
Bye.
Love ya.
Later.
Bye, Rachel.
Yeah, that's impressive. We were at a doctor's visit today. They told my daughter how tall she was in inches, and I took that opportunity to be like, oh, okay, so can you tell me how many feet that is? You know, just a quick, real world situation for division. And she looked at me and said, "Mom, it's summer." Like, like it's wrong to do division in the summer or something. Yeah, that NP had to laugh along, but I know
I
she was
Yeah.
agree
just
with
as embarrassed as I was.
I agree with your daughter.
All right, is our
Yeah,
mystery friend
We gotta
still here?
practice. You gotta do the small practice throughout the summer so it doesn't go away, you know?
Right.
yeah,
We all
that's what
know
I'm
how easy
trying
it
to go
is
for.
we all know how easy it is for our cognitive abilities to go away. You gotta keep them sharp. You
At
gotta
this
keep them
point,
sharp.
I'm gonna have to find another way to do it. We get creative, telling her, these manga bundles that she wants. If it's $80 for 5 books, how many of that is for each book? And add, I find different ways to do it.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Kate. I was going to go back to the question that I asked earlier, because we actually only got the story from Rachel. It
I'll still
was
take the money.
people who got surgery. How often were you seizing before? And Kevin, you also had a surgery.
Let me get some different perspective.
Well, and Kevin, you said you were like pretty much seizure free.
I am now.
After the surgery, yeah.
How many seizures was I having prior to that? I would say about 4 grand mals a week, and the myoclonics were really bad. Those were the worst. The myoclonics were worse because I couldn't stand up. For about the first 5 hours of the day, couldn't stand up, couldn't walk. It took like my brain to get online, and I would get up and just fall down, and so I just had to lay in bed for all day. And I was about 30 years old, and my seizures were nowhere near under control. So they suggested these surgery as an alternative to the medicines, which were not controlling this at all. And so I considered it, did it, and it took about a year and a half took about a year and a half, and the myoclonics just stopped one day. That's weird, I know, because I was still having myoclonics about 2 a week. And then one day in November, they were just gone. I mean, the myoclonics.
So what was yours? Did you have the resection?
I
Or the
had the
VNS?
VNS.
VNS,
Yes.
okay.
But they went away too over time. I still have the magnet, here. And so yeah, that's a pretty good success story.
7
Yeah,
stories.
absolutely.
7
I'm sorry to
years.
follow that
was
up with a
the
failure, but my
Success
surgery.
story.
how long
Yeah,
was
I'll
the
just stay out of
surgery
this
to get
one.
that? Oh, sorry, guys. I'm in my interrupting stage of the evening.
No, please. Let's leave the success as it is. Nobody else talk to the one that still has seizures just as much with the device.
What am I fucking saying? Who knows? Kevin, how long was the surgery and how much did you have to prove to doctors that you have it? Because I just like put my cigarette in my hand and put it out like a couple minutes ago. The myoclonics are driving me nuts. I poured water all over my nanny cam, RIP.
My myoclonics were terrible. I could not walk, or they got to the point where I could not do anything. Like they they weren't even going into full grand mal like half the week. I mean, like I said, I was having about 4 grand mals a week, but I guess that's pretty terrible too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine. So I guess they took that into consideration, but I couldn't hold things. I couldn't make food for myself. I couldn't walk down the stairs without falling down them. I couldn't. Yeah, it was and the worst part about that was I would like I would fall and know I was falling. I'm like, oh shit, here we go, and I would start sliding down the steps, and it would after about 5 steps, I would regain control of my right side and then be able to grab onto a banister and or like going to the bathroom. You the same thing. It's just everything was just my. I had no quality of life. It was just
Kevin,
so.
can I ask you how long you were living like that?
It got progressively worse coming up to age 30. I think it's when I had surgery around age 30.
So this started like you were a kid and it just like got worse and worse into your 30s.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad in my teens. Got started getting bad in college, then worse over my 20s, and then worse and worse and worse and worse. Yeah.
I have a. Was Brandon gonna say something?
I had a little bit of a, not really a question, but just sort of like a blanket statement, just for the group as a whole, like the people who are running it.
I need advice. Years ago, before I was in the medical field, I witnessed someone who I now know is very manipulative and had a seizure randomly in front of me. It was weird, but I had never really seen many at all, so I had no real reference. The person involved was able to stop working because he wasn't allowed to work without driving. There were two seizures. The first one I witnessed, and the second one supposedly happened in his sleep. And he went in because his back hurt. And he said he woke up and he somehow had bitten his tongue, so went to the ER because it was so close to the first seizure, timing wise. They said that's what probably happened, his tongue. He made it possible. He made it, no, this made it impossible for him to work, and he was allowed to stay home because he couldn't drive for a while. Anyway, here is what I observed during the first seizure. Standing by the living room end table, he had a controlled fall, like to his knees and hand on a table, and then fell over. Then, shaking for a minute or so, a little foamy spit drooled out of his mouth, and then it stopped. And I thought it was something like a stroke that happened because it was an odd fall. So I had him look at me and smile, and he looked at me weird and gave me a one-sided smile, but then couldn't tell me what he was couldn't tell me what was going on, and he got up and was like acting wasted, falling over from not listening to stay seated, running into walls and flopping on the bed, just this weird like drunk stupor where he was falling all over the place to the point where I called an ambulance because there's no way I could get him to listen to get in the car. When they got there, he was normal, full ER, ECG, MRI, labs, all normal, no cause ever identified. After the supposed second one, they put him on Lamictal. He took it for 1 month. It's been 12 years since and no seizures. He was 34 at the time, had no previous head trauma. Opinions? Now that I've been in a hospital setting for 12 years and seen many seizures, I know I've just never seen a post-ictal period like that. So this guy is really suspicious that a former coworker actually had seizures in front of him. I don't know.
I mean, part of me wants to just be like, dude, who cares? You know, like, yes, it
Why
puts a bad
question that?
taste in your mouth, but it's like this whole story sounds odd. And if the guy was having a seizure, he was having a seizure. If he wasn't, he was an asshole. End of
Look,
story.
Amen.
look, whatever his medical records say, it's really hard to get disability for epilepsy.
Oh, it's
So
impossible. Yeah.
I have it because I really can't. Like, I kept going back to work against my doctor's orders, and I just kept on friggin', you know, I could have fallen in a walk-in freezer with a concrete floor by myself with nobody else in the store hundreds of times just because I loved my job, you know? But
I'm in.
yeah, no. So
Sorry.
I don't. He had something go on if he's on actual disability, or he is just staying home and somebody else is taking care of him. I don't know, but
I'm actually in the process of getting like, sorry if you hear the background noise. My mom's on TikTok. Um, I'm in the process of getting disability in the form because I can't drive. And I shouldn't drive anyways because my road rage would be out of control. But we don't need to get into that. I don't need to drive regardless of epilepsy or not. So I'm getting, it's probably a good thing that I'm getting help from the state for like how to get from point A to point B because I have horrible balance. Like I have no form of balance. It's just not there in my head. I've never had it. I can't ride a bike.
I'm just
I
Every
teach
time,
imagining
kids
you
how
as
to ride bikes.
Bambi.
My job is teaching kids how to ride bikes. I can teach you how to ride a bike in 2 hours.
dude, I've tried it and
I could no,
everything bad
no,
happens.
stop.
No,
Nope. I could teach you.
my
We're gonna
brakes
end it
went
there.
out. No,
We're gonna
my
end it
brakes,
there.
listen, my brakes went out when my mom and I were going down a hill and it was the kind that you step back on the
Okay,
pedals and they wouldn't stop. So my mom had to hop off her bike and stop
those
my bike so
bikes,
I wouldn't get hit by the truck. How
those
do you
bikes
prevent
suck, and that
that
was
by
traumatic.
teaching a
But
kid?
no, those bikes suck. That was traumatic. I could teach you how to ride a bike in 2 hours.
And then I
Anyway,
almost got, and then I got hit by a
back on
minivan going
topic.
5 miles
Back
an
on
hour.
topic.
I don't
I don't know what we're
know.
Okay.
I
talking
know
about.
how to
Back
ride
on
a bike
topic.
and I broke 3 ribs, so I don't super recommend it even if you do
I
know how
don't
to
know.
ride a
I
bike.
don't think every time I ride
I
a
work
bike, I
with
almost get hit by a car.
1,500 kids a year,
I
and I've
almost
been
get
doing it
hit
for
by a
5
car. I think
years.
it's the universe, Brendan.
Stay
I don't
away
think
from
it's
the
you. I think it's the
cars.
You learn.
universe.
Go
You
to a
What
learn
am
in
I
the
park.
supposed
parking
to ride
lot.
on the grass? I'm gonna
Okay,
get hit
just
by
let Brandon
cattle.
teach you and let's move on.
Um. Anyways, I'm gonna get hit. Oh no, I'm sorry. Wait, where are we? Oh, okay. I'm getting help from the state eventually, hopefully. We're working on that. And I will be because I can't work right now. And so I think part of it is being deemed as a disability for like mental and like epilepsy because of the ECT as well. So I'm going into like a physical support epilepsy group, which I'm really lucky to have in my area. And I have someone assigned to my case. And thankfully, I have a more well off family member that has the accessibility to do that stuff in her free time. So I have help there. Um, and so I'm really hoping that that helps get me from, point A to point B for places and also like income in the meantime because I've been putting off disability for so long because I don't want to be disabled. And I want to work. I love to work. It was my hobby. It still is. It's something I dream of doing again. I can't wait to get back on the conveyor belt one day and work at a warehouse. I just like, there's just something about it that I love, but I can't do that if I'm having seizures at work every time I go to work. So I have to start off slow with like a part-time eventually in the next few months once I'm done moving and stuff. But in the meantime, I have to file for disability and do all that fun stuff. But They do say most of the time you get denied the first time around, and then you have to go around with the second thing.
Hey,
But
Olivia, you might want to shoot Angel a message if he's down for that. He went through, I think he went, oh my God, those dogs are so cute.
Me and
He
Angel, we're on our third appeal.
What?
I'm on my third appeal.
I'm waiting for the appeal court to make a decision.
Yeah.
I already saw a judge.
I don't know a whole lot about it. I'm kind of like in the background of it all. My mom is doing a lot of the work when it comes to that part because, again, cognitively with that stuff, it's really hard for me to follow up on that and to like to do that by yourself is really difficult. So if you're doing that by yourself, Angel, like
I
bless
had
your
a
soul.
lawyer,
Yeah, but
but
it's even hard not to have like a family member to like talk to that lawyer for you and stuff like that because it's really hard to do it just alone in general.
yeah,
in
I
the
had a
meantime,
lawyer, but they closed down the practice like right before the judge hearing. And
oh
I'm like,
shit.
bitch, fuck you.
Well, what helped in my case, I know, was that I didn't want to accept the diagnosis, and I did keep working, and I did get the ambulance called on me a lot. And by the time we got in front of the judge, I think I was inpatient. So that might help.
Kate, are you on? How many people are on disability?
Sort of. I'm on Medicare, so or Medicaid, one or the other.
So we got
But I'm
kind of
not on
Kevin.
disability.
I have not
I'm in the process.
gotten Medicare yet.
Yeah, you have to be on it for a full 2 years before you can get the Medicare. And then sometimes there's Advantage plans that do have better benefits, and that's a
It
little bit
also
confusing
depends
too.
where you live as well. It's
Definitely.
very I'm in Illinois, so if we weren't allowed to have private insurance and have and I wasn't able to stay on my mom's, we wouldn't have done because then I would have lost my doctors and stuff, and that's not worth, all of that. Luckily I have people to depend on. But it's definitely not an easy, like when it comes to disability and all that, like it's a really shitty process. Also, this is my first time trying the watermelon Izzy, so I don't know if you guys like Izzy's, but
My kids are
Lufa,
crazy
you are
about them.
like delightful. You are
She's
so
lovely.
delightful.
Watermelon Izzy's? What?
I don't
Sia
recommend it.
No
Sia
good.
is saying in the chat to get an attorney, and she just said that you can search up SSA attorneys. Just check the chat. It's in the replies.
That was disgusting. That was like so
Watermelon's great.
That's no, but like that was like bitter and like nasty. That's the second drink I've had today that's been disgusting. The second new drink. I just need to stop trying new drinks.
Stick
Wait,
with water.
what was the first one though?
Just stick with water.
Oh, the
Does
first
anybody
one
remember the
was
question?
it was called Unwell by Alex Cooper. I don't know who that is, but it's
Well,
like
they've
Well,
already
that
said
it
sounds
was
unwell.
like a
disgusting.
horrible name for a drink.
I thought
Unwell?
so
Terrible.
too, but they were
They-
out of my body armor, and I like I swear by body armor. Like I swear by it. It helps with
You need those
hydration
electrolytes.
so much. It is so good. It's got coconut water in it. If you are ever looking for a drink that's not water and you want a little, pep in your step, I cannot highlight it on it more. Body armor, and specifically the orange mango one is my favorite.
You know what?
And
Yeah, that's one
Shout
of my
out to
kids'
Body
favorites.
Armor.
Yep.
Shout out
And
to Body Armor. I wish they came in bigger packaging, and they're highly underrated, and they're so good. They make a huge difference for your body.
anybody like the cherry lime?
I do. I don't like diet though. I won't do diet no fake
All
sugar.
all that like aspartame and stuff is really bad for seizures.
That's
It
what
can start it can start you on a
Well,
cluster. It can
yep.
lower your threshold. It's just
And you could
bad.
taste it. Have you
Oh
ever like
God.
tasted something with stevia in it and it just leaves its whole life in your mouth?
Long
It's
before
disgusting.
I even was supposedly epileptic, which is bullcrap, but anyway, long before I had like uncontrolled epilepsy that could be,
Bullshit.
diagnosed, I could always taste that. I could never drink a diet drink. I could taste it and it just felt wrong and bad. And
I've
I could never
always,
drink a whole diet drink ever.
yep, I've always grown up on like diet has cancer stuff in it. It's not good for you. It's bad for you. Just have the real sugar, which I'm all for. If it's real, that's even better. Give me the real
Yeah,
stuff.
The
Please
the
give
the
me the real
diet
cancer
stuff.
Mexican
stuff,
Coke,
the
guys. Do
cancer
a
stuff
Mexican
was
Coke.
worse
yes, thank you, Em.
than
Yes, the
just
Diet Coke
eating
thing
the.
was so prominent. All of us know, like everyone was like, "Diet, don't drink Diet Coke.
Well,
It's
and
gonna fuck
I'm
you up."
sorry, does it actually taste good to these people? Do they actually sit there and they're like,
I've
"Wow,
never had
that
one.
I
I've
have
never
it."
had
You
one.
can they've messed up my order at McDonald's and I'm like, "This is Diet Coke. This is disgusting." And it leaves that film in your mouth. That's like fake sugar film.
I like Jarritos.
The,
I like
they
Diet
may
Coke,
just
guys.
get
Kill me. I love
acclimated
it.
to it over time. They've just been drinking it for years and years and years that they think this is what Coke tastes like, and they don't know that they're wrong.
Well, yeah, that's
Okay,
why.
what's the question? Can we get back? I'm sorry,
Oh
guys.
yeah,
I'm gonna be
where
a
were
bitch. Can
we?
we get back to the question? I feel like we got questions to do here.
Was there a question?
I kind of wanted to talk about myoclonic. Um, because
Okay.
I've got spinal issues, they keep passing off these um, myoclonic jerks as associated with my shoulder, my neck,
So are
my lumbar.
your myoclonic jerks are more upper body, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
That's where they typically are. Sorry, I'm like a little nerd when it comes to the myoclonic seizure since
Yeah,
I've
that's why
now
I'm
been.
asking because we got you
Um,
here. Yep. Yeah.
so first of all, it is oftentimes not noticed because you need a seizure specialist to properly read that EEG. And normal neurologists will not recognize it. They might try and play it off as psychogenic. They might play it off as you having Tourette's. They might play it off as all these other things because they don't know what it is. Usually it starts out as junior myoclonic epilepsy and shows from ages 12 to 18 is when it starts to really show up. For me, it started showing at like 13, 12, 13, which made perfect sense. And it starts off like really small jerks, things that you're like, oh, that's kind of weird. Then it starts going to like, hey, this is like getting kind of like annoying. And then it's people are noticing, but you don't know what it is. So you're saying it's Tourette's, but it's not Tourette's. And you're like, I don't know what's happening. No one's listening to you. And it just progressively gets worse as you get older.
Yeah.
And the doctor, my seizure specialist, he was straight up with me and he didn't sugarcoat anything, which I love. It's my favorite thing. He said that there's not a lot known about myoclonic epilepsy and it'll either go away during childhood, during puberty, or it'll be with you for the rest of your life. So for me, a lot it presents in my upper body where I'm like I'll like jerk something out of my hand or I'll accidentally hit somebody or like my whole body just like jerks and it's like sometimes it's so small that you don't notice it but you kind of do and you're just kind of like okay, but sometimes it's so big that people have been like, are you okay, like what's going on? And then I end up being like bedbound for the day because I can't move, I can't get up, I can't feed myself because God forbid I hold something.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
if
Annie,
you
what was your specific question about myoclonic jerks, if you don't mind me interrupting?
And just basically exactly what Lufa just said, a definition and what it
yeah,
looks
like
like.
it
And they did develop, they got worse But I
Yeah,
was in,
it's
yeah,
if it's it seems like if you're older and you're not, because I'm 20, so it's I haven't experienced like severe back pain or anything of that sort because it's been targeted now at an early age.
hmm
Whereas you are older, so maybe the myoclonic jerks, maybe you jerked in a certain way where now your back has been like fucked up messed up somehow, or
yeah,
your
well,
shoulder popped out of place, or that because that can really happen with the
oh,
jerks
I
because
know.
it's your body, it's your muscles spazzing out of place and you can't control it. So whether you can hurt your neck, you can hurt your spine. um and the best thing to do is to find a medication to control it and to lower the threshold and to figure out the specific things that trigger you to have the jerks if you can, and write it down or keep note of it.
Yeah.
Like for me, it's choreography. Um, but it might have just led to something that is different in your body now. That's like maybe you have a back problem now from you having the myoclonic jerks. Because I remember some of them were so bad it felt like I was like knocking my entire body out of place, or my entire arm felt
Yeah.
like it was just like flying off
Well,
my body.
I was in a few car accidents, one when I was really young, and that's what they suspected started my seizures. But the second car accident, I almost went through the windshield from the front passenger seat. So my whole body was imprinted in the windshield. So I ended
Oh,
up breaking my neck. I I
Yikes.
I blasted out the discs. Well, it was torn. It was a rare injury to a disc in the neck,
That's
and
awful.
it scarred over, and it took several
Well,
years
that's
before I had surgery. So I've got a
yeah.
fusion in my neck. And then I
Well, that's the
fell
problem. Things
again.
like overlap.
Yeah, and then I fell again a couple years ago and tore up my shoulder in some very strange ways. So putting those two together, we're like, okay, no more physical therapy. You have to have surgery and you have to get these seizures under control. As if I can go home and do that for myself, and trying to explain to this neurologist
Get hit with a
that,
practicing medicine charge.
yeah, right, right. And it's like, don't get me going. But, I finally had to get in the face of this neurologist and say, okay, look, you want to call everything psychogenic. I've had two emergency surgeries, two strokes, a concussion. Oh, wait, then there was another stroke after that concussion. Um, who do I talk to here? The CEO, or, are we going to talk about everything being psychogenic? Or are you going to give me my original treatment back? Because for 5 years, I haven't had um, my my full treatment that I have for my epilepsy. I only have one of the four medications. So, but in the process of those 5 years, I had all those some more injuries that got brushed off as psychogenic. So the more I tell them about this myoclonic jerk, literally everything is psychogenic. And I think the only way to get through this is with a very powerful attorney. Um, because now I can't even I was supposed to go for whatever the doctor wanted me to go to an ENT. And I'm like, okay, I'll do this. I schedule, and they're like, well, we're going to have to talk to your psychiatrist first. I have never had that happen before making a doctor's appointment. So the very first thing I did was I called New York State Department of Health and asked who I should talk to about that. Because I'm not going to call back to make an appointment. And if they call me, I'll just say, it's illegal for me to talk to you right now. But, you know, I don't even know what to do at this point, and I'm like, okay, I just got out of this psychogenic circus with these people for the last 5 years. And now I'm trying to get this myoclonic problem helped. And is it my neck? Yes, I need surgery. Is it my shoulder? Yes, you need surgery. Could it be the epilepsy? No, no, you need surgery. But why don't we do the surgery? Because I have epilepsy. Okay.
Hey,
Exit.
Annie, can I just like interrupt because I'm in my interrupty hours right now? Oh, sorry. That you are such a good example of how like telling women that what they know they're experiencing isn't real is such a fucking mental thing. Like you have to qualify everything you're saying, rightly so, and they keep saying it's psychogenic. And that is like that takes such a toll on people. And then you just have it in your mind that now like even though you know that it's not that, like that you have to defend yourself constantly, which is a natural reaction to being told that it's psychogenic. And I just think it's such bullshit. And listening to you just like raises my hackles at everything you say because you have been through so fucking much and it's all real.
Yeah. And that's the thing. And it's like, that's why I'm trying to get out and just like you, letting people know we don't have to tolerate this. And it, some of the guys look at us and they're like, you gotta be kidding me. No,
Well,
we're
even
not
with
kidding.
like the myoclonic, especially, like, um, it's extremely like put off as psychogenic. Like they literally gaslit me into thinking that I'm making myself jerk around this way. Like I'm throwing myself on the ground.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm
you're doing
throwing
that.
my food. I'm doing this on purpose. And it didn't make any sense to me because I was like, I'm not though. Like I'm not throwing my food on purpose. I'm not making my mom feed me on purpose. So why are they telling me I'm doing this on purpose? So it took
Who
a
would
lot
do
of like
that? Who would do that?
I had just not
attention seekers because we're
attention
attention
seekers.
seekers.
And then what else oh, I was suffering from some sort of psychopathy, this,
Yeah,
that.
or it's just your period, you're just or you're
Oh,
going through
yeah.
your it's just your hormones, it's just this, it's just that, it's everything, it's just this if you're a woman, it's just that if you're a woman.
Right.
I know I
had,
keep talking about my college years, but I had a professor in college who said I like my myoclonics were really bad then, and I kept kicking the chair, the person in front of me accidentally. Like my leg would violently kick uncontrollably, and I didn't mean to. And the chairs were so close together, and my professor called me out for it, said, "Stop acting like a child" or whatever. And I tried to explain to him that I this was a seizure, and I did not react well to him. I didn't explain well to him, but you know,
Well, and
we met.
it's
You know, we,
it's hard to explain a seizure that people already don't know about in the seizure community to someone who
right,
already thinks that epilepsy is just someone foaming at the mouth on the ground.
right.
When it's so much more things than that, and then you're labeled as crazy or like you're attention or you're emotional or this or that, and that goes for any gender, any race, any person.
Especially in
Like
your
they
college
just
age years.
Oh, yeah.
like as a 21-year-old.
Stop saying that right now. That is an
Sorry.
aggression towards me.
As a 45-year-old figuring out my life, it's going through, I know I keep bringing up ECT, but it does play a role within the epilepsy is like I forgot a lot about like my personality. So people just throw it off as, oh, you're just in your 45-year life crisis trying to figure yourself out. And I'm like, no, I'm like legitimately like have to figure out who I am and what's going on while dealing with this diagnosis of epilepsy now and figuring out how to medicate that and stay, and be a person, figure out how to be human. That's basically what I'm doing is figuring out how to be human, not figuring out who I am. I'm figuring out how to be human and my 45-year-olds.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I put a
I got some wrinkles
the title
going on here.
You look great for 75.
Thank you.
I
I was
put a link.
73.
I put the title of a book in the chat, and when we do a epilepsy or whatever, you said one I can't say that.
Femoleptic.
Yes, perfect. Good luck to everybody trying to say that.
Oh, femoleptic.
That's perfect. There's a book and it's specific to medical gaslighting for women, and it tells you like for Kate, like how to go into an appointment so that you don't have like a huge like fucking binder of all your shit, because that's what you want to do. So yeah, check out this book. I guess I'll just say it here. It's called Medical Gaslighting. How to Get the Care You Deserve in a System That Makes You Fight for Your Life. And it is by Yana Jacqueline. That's all.
I'm definitely
Highly
gonna read
recommended.
the sample, because if I end up doing this in
Yeah,
another
I'm gonna send that link
6
to my
months or so, I
mom.
don't even know how much is gonna change in the healthcare system, but this might still be relevant for sure. Even if it just tells me how to, I like in the description how it says you need to present yourself as a patient. So they can't get away with saying you're just some, drug seeker, attention seeker, whatever.
Oops.
Yeah, I heard an interview with her,
Dropping
and she
stuff.
was like
Sorry, guys.
pretty, like she was in Annie. She was like, "Fuck you, I'm gonna get help."
Yeah,
Oh, you
well,
gotta love it.
it's like, and that's what it's sad, but let's face it, guys, well, ladies, even female doctors put us through that shit. And I mean, yeah, I don't want to get into all of it, but my thing, what really blew my mind, I have a weekly session with my therapist, okay? And last week she said, you know what? She's she's been working with a lot of people that have invisible diseases like fibromyalgia, IBS, epilepsy. I'm her only epilepsy patient. But she said that with the advocacy and just the shit that I've gone through and what her other patients have gone through, she wants to be able to support us. And she told me about this book, and she said, we're going to do it together in a group therapy session. And well, yeah, it's like a 6 week, but she said it was really interesting when the doctor um described medical gaslighting. That's a new modern term for what we used to call medical abandonment. And when you say abandonment, that puts it in a very different light. But yes, it's how we present ourselves, how we go in there with confidence. You don't want to go in there screaming and yelling, because that's what I was doing. Um, I don't know. Are you here, Nicole? But yeah, you can't do that. It doesn't work. And it does, doctors do have a right to refuse treatment if a patient is hostile. Okay, so let's just leave that on the table. Yeah, they might understand we could be having a seizure, whatever. But yeah, be ready for those appointments, man. But totally forgot what else I was saying. But yeah, that's going to be a good book. I would love to be doing it. Oh yes, my therapist wants to join us sometime, and I think that would be some fun.
We will not
She
be
is
too aggressive.
No, you can't scare her. She's
No,
a
we would
redheaded
not do
Southern
that to
girl.
you.
Yeah, and she is former Navy, and that's all I can say about her military entanglement, so we call it. And she is a trauma therapist that works with active military. So put that together, and that's what she is. So
That's
she's cut.
awesome.
Yeah, I would love to have her come and join us. And she's very interested in raising awareness of invisible diseases, and how we get treated. But most importantly, it comes down to the medical gaslighting, abandonment, dumping, whatever you want to call it. You know, I've had plenty of things I've called it, but yeah.
Yeah, so let's just plan ahead for when she makes the trip. We'll have topics ready for discrimination and
Yeah.
those kinds of things that somebody from that side might actually be interested in knowing, might help her patients.
Right. And that's why we want to dig into that book together. So it's
Okay.
like,
Yeah,
oh, that
so
might be good. Yeah.
I'm
So which
I'm reading Brain on Fire really quickly, so I think I'll probably get to the gaslighting one next week.
oh, lucky you. Oh God. I miss that. I would be able to do it in a couple hours. I miss that. I really do.
Well, then again, I was out of it for
Yeah,
a while
or
today. I had to, so maybe I shouldn't make promises.
does anyone do audiobooks? Because I can't read.
I listen to either Let's Read podcasts to fall asleep to, like true crime
I
and
do
stuff
that one
to fall
too.
asleep to. I love him. At least I also just found Booze and Booze. Uh and that one's also really good because some of them sound so stupid. I'm like, what? But okay. I also like Nexpo, but when it comes to like books and stuff, I've been looking into listening to some because I'm really into like history and I'm really into the human brain, like
That's why
mental
I've
health.
chosen not to listen to books because I feel like if I read it, it sticks. And if I listen
I
to it, I'll never remember the last
I'm
chapter.
the opposite way because when I listen to something, I'm very imaginative, so I imagine what is being read to me. So like when I listen to the Let's Read, I can imagine everything that's happening and it's so fun for me. So I think it would make listening to an audiobook a lot more fun for me because I'm more of a visual learner and I really want to get into digital animation to kind of show and yes, an expo. And
That's something that would probably be accomplished better by you reading it. Because when you visualize something, it's just about the words that are on the paper. I mean, the right synonyms could
but
definitely
I
paint
don't
a
know.
picture.
I feel
Sorry,
like
I'm with Kate here. I'm fully with Kate on this one.
I don't know. For me, when I listen to things, it's much easier when I'm reading it again for double tasking, and that would be like choreography for me. So
I
doing two
have
things, doing
I
two
have
things at once is
noticed.
like the reading and the and having to like because I have it's just a different kind of work in my
That's fair.
mind
Can
that
I
causes me to then have like those little spasms of um myoclonic jerks. I have myoclonic jerks from trying to read.
I get those too. Uh, but I just working with kids, I've noticed that I mean it's a post-COVID thing, but having everything sort of on a laptop or being read to them sort of thing, it cuts down on uh
Retention.
yeah, the retention. It so all I guess me and Kate are saying are just it is like if you did like read it, it might like hold better. I don't know. That's all we're saying.
Um, I just disagree because I know myself better,
And you
and
know
Yes.
yourself.
Yeah,
That's totally
everybody
my
fair.
learns
You know
definitely learns
yourself.
their
my
own way.
yeah, my brain. I know how my brain learns. I know how
Yeah,
my brain works, and I'm
that's totally
confident
fair.
in the way that it works. I When I read, I'm rereading the page a million different times and it never sticks in my brain. But if I have it read aloud to me, or if I'm watching a show and I have subtitles, I read the subtitles during it. If I'm watching something, I like to read the subtitles.
I can't stop
Um,
myself from reading the subtitles.
Oh, I
That
do the
always
same.
messes
yeah,
with the
Yeah,
show and the movie.
I
Yeah.
I
love
do the same. That's
subtitles.
that's what I mean. Is like
Yes.
it's the
I
reading because I also do the subtitles, so that's what I mean. Like the
Yeah, the
reading,
subtitles is fine, but when it comes to books and stuff like that,
totally fair.
I can't get into it. It doesn't stick in my mind. It just ends up frustrating me. It feels like this is a waste of time. This is something that other people do that I'm trying to force myself to do that I know that
Yeah,
I'm just not capable of, and I get a
I
lot
would
more
love
out
to
of
hear
it.
you become an artist after you listen to one of these things that create such visual pictures, like, you literally
Well,
paint it or draw it or something.
I would do really good at uh digital art, like animation and stuff. Like I've been thinking about uh stories from the psych ward
via
Did
digital animation, and it doesn't take a lot to like. You don't have to have super sophisticated drawing skills or whatever. It's very easy to learn. It's very easy to express yourself, and when you're doing stuff like that, you're not reading really. You're visualizing still. So when I listen to things, it's so much easier for me to visualize and get so much more out of it and understand it. Now, when it comes to like Reddit and whatnot, I do read a lot of things on Reddit because I find real life stories and real life opinions interesting in real time.
Yeah.
And comments back and forth. I don't do like the whole Instagram. I don't really take that seriously or TikTok seriously, but when it comes to like the specific subreddits for things, I do read those and I type up very informative paragraphs if I need to or comments or anything. And when it comes to my speaking and knowledge, I am very good with being knowledge. Like I gave a speech at my grandma's funeral,
Yeah,
and
you
it
mentioned that. Yeah.
was like I'm very good with words, and the way that I was able to figure that speech out wasn't by reading something over and over again, which is how my mom and her sister figured it out in their brain, and my cousins did. But for me, it was putting a couple bullet point notes and then saying a couple things out loud to myself or thinking in my head and sitting there and imagining the different ways I could say different things. And then when I get up there, I just kind of wing it and it works for me. And I learn that way. And I learn from in person, from experience, and from
Yeah.
Yeah, hands-on
imagining
learner
what's
makes
going
sense.
on. Yeah.
Hands-on learner for sure.
So like reading
Yeah.
just has never been my thing.
Yeah.
I'm not
You're
against
good.
reading,
You're good.
but
You're good. Don't worry
listening
about it.
is a
It's
lot
okay.
better for me.
Yep. Works for different things, work for different people. You're good.
Yeah, and I don't think it's because of my age. I think it's literally just because of how I absorb information, which I think is fine. Everyone learns differently, and I think that's
It's
okay for people
absolutely.
to
Yep.
adapt to.
Different people like take information in different ways. Totally fine. You're good.
What's up, Pookie?
So back to what she said about the audiobooks being easier, and I do like I can imagine stuff and I might remember that more, like an episode of a show or something. But reading it, I kind of forget the beginning and stuff. Um, for instance, I was taking a test and the test was like 20 questions, I think, and I answered like 4 in 40 minutes because I had to keep reading the passage over and then go back to the question and then think about that question as I'm reading it over and over. And I didn't tell them that my memory was that bad, so I didn't get a pass on how bad my memory was. And you got 4 out of 20. I hope they were all right.
So
have
I used to be
you
able to
been
kill like an 800-page book in half a week, but I can't hardly read a book at all now. But I do love the closed captions on whatever the heck I'm watching. Anyway, I'm going to shut up now because I didn't raise my
Yeah,
hand.
I feel like we're free talking. I've always
Mark,
been a visual learner, just for me, which I
have
think
you
is fine.
been assessed for um any degree of dyslexia by any chance? Because
No.
it seems like
Ooh.
well, I don't know, anyone who finds
Retention from
learning
reading difficult.
with audiobook type of, you know, auditory or, you know, visual, like documentary type delivery as opposed to learning through a textbook type of, or, you know, articles or any sort of more traditional,
It,
like
If I'm,
instruction. Um,
I feel like if
there's
I'm gonna read, I'm gonna read out loud. Like I need to hear it audibly,
Oh
even
yeah,
if
that
I'm
definitely
reading
helps
it.
it stick better.
So it's not necessarily like just reading, like dyslexia or anything. I just need to hear it audibly.
Just
You
hear
know
it.
what I mean?
Yeah,
I
just
hear it
hear
in
it.
my ears in order to
All right, go ahead, Pokey.
understand it.
Or another example would be
could be a coping mechanism to help with the processes. You know, you're seeing it and following it along, and um, I don't know. I just it was just a thought that occurred to me that, it's something that occurs to
No,
varying
yeah, it
degrees
probably
in a
definitely
lot of
is.
different people.
It's probably easier
It's
for me to understand it that way.
it, yeah,
And for
a
some people,
lot
it's
of my
easier to understand in
family.
silence. Everyone's different.
Yeah, I'm one of the quiet readers. A lot of my family are dyslexic, and they just, you know, it's a lot of work for them to try to get it. But another thing, my sister um has issues not with, a neurological thing. She has problems with her eyes crossing. Like visually, it's hard for her to keep going and reading along line by line because, at some point after doing it a couple of times in a row, her eyes start to, not point at the same thing, and it gets really hard to focus on it in a way that um, she doesn't get when she's listening to an audiobook. So um, I don't know, just these were
Whatever
just
works for you.
yeah, just
No, and there should be no shame if you do better by reading, or if you do better by audibly hearing anything. Everyone's different. Everyone's brain is different. I think that's a huge highlight, especially in the epilepsy community.
yeah, yeah.
There's also a condition that can come from seizures or from anti-epileptic medication. It can make your eyes go back and forth really fast, and it's completely uncontrollable. Have you guys seen this? My best friend from childhood has it, and not from that. She just developed it randomly in her 30s. And people have a hard time talking to her because you can't look her in the eye really. Well, you can, but people find it very disconcerting. And a lot of epilepsy patients end up getting the same thing.
Oh shit!
So
Sorry.
it's probably something close to what your sister has, because she can't read books anymore. She and I both used to read books all the time in high school,
Mm.
but she can't anymore because her eyes, they do that thing, and she can't like focus because she gets to a certain point on the page where she just can't. It's going. So yeah.
There was a therapy that my sister was able to do, that, a technique that she learned. Yeah, I'll get in touch with her and see what I can find out about it, and see if by any chance if it what she experienced back then is similar to what we're talking about now, because that could be pretty cool.
I've never come across this fact before. It was a post from a while ago saying the craziest fact I discovered about how people with epilepsy are treated has to be in American restaurants could legally refuse to serve you if you had epilepsy until the 70s. And that's just in the US. So this person's saying, I don't know about other countries. And one of the replies is saying in the US, people with epilepsy were forbidden to marry in 17 states until 1956. The last state to repeal this law did so in 1980. In 56, 18 states provided for the sterilization on eugenic grounds of people with epilepsy. So, wow. This yeah, that's really surprising because that shows that this country
Yeah.
definitely just assumed you should never reproduce, and that was up until not that long ago.
I mean, I personally don't know anyone in my family with epilepsy except for me. So, and I'm choosing not to reproduce, so I guess I'm doing America a favor. Go me,
I know.
America.
Yeah,
Or
I
you
was
can look
just
at that as giving in and joining the. It's cool. It's cool. Somebody else start talking, saying the wrong thing.
Well, eugenics was a popular kind of thing. It was in vogue in the early 20th century. So, it's, yeah, I didn't know it took that long for the last trails of it to die out, but it's not surprising that it was still hanging around in some states here. That's not the only instances of eugenics too, though. So
Yeah, it's probably just easier to
it
assume
could
better off
this
not
could get a
reproducing
lot
in case it
darker if
could
we can
continue.
continue talking about this subject. So how about something other than
Well, actually,
or sterilizations?
before
Two sides to every story. You can look at it from both ways.
before we move on from that, I guess, does anybody else that's in the chat right now have a family member who has epilepsy?
I do.
Okay, so
Yeah,
anybody
my
else?
sister and I have the same type. It was like spooky on point. My EEG just showed it right away.
Yeah, so Lufa, I'm in the same boat as you, where like I didn't know for the longest time, and then I finally did meet him and found out it was genetic, but
Do you know what kind you have, Brandon?
just temporal lobe epilepsy, just kind of standard, you know.
I mean, I don't really know like how to meet him. I found him on Facebook, and I could just
Okay.
flash mob him like, "Hey, I have a question."
I
During
oh yeah, that's what I
they
did.
just show up one day and be like, "I need an answer, Frank."
No, yeah, that was basically my approach where I kind of just
Okay,
went, like uh hey
okay,
motherfucker, hey motherfucker, hey
yeah.
motherfucker.
Hey, you never sent me any money
Yes.
for child support or anything. You were
No.
completely just
So yes.
gone.
So yes.
So I just need you to answer
I
me.
would
Anyone
say
in the family have epilepsy?
yes. I would say just approach it as more of a research mission, but that's
I do what I can.
actually I am gonna head out. I hope everyone has a great rest of their night though.
You
Bye,
too.
Brandon. Hey,
Later.
Brandon, before you go,
Brandon.
can you send that thing again?
I did.
I lost the chat.
Oh, I mean,
Mm.
I sent it like 2 minutes ago to you.
I'm
Jesus.
gonna die.
I
I'm
know you need
literally
that
gonna
picture.
die.
Here, I'm just gonna
You
send it
guys
to
crack me up.
the
You're like a
main.
bunch of adolescents.
She just wants that picture of Pedro Pascal again.
It's in my
Everyone
history.
wants it.
If I have to find it, I'll get it for you.
Everyone.
So I sent it to you
Jeez.
Oh,
individually
come on.
twice,
There we
You can't
go.
miss it now. You can't
and
miss it,
now,
Em.
No, it's
yeah,
there. I
exactly.
see it. I see
There
it.
you
Thank
go.
you.
Exactly.
You're
Exactly.
beautiful and I love you. Have a good night.
Yeah, my girlfriend hates that I sent that picture to her as well because now I can't compare to anybody ever. All right, bye everyone.
Great
Bye.
note.
Oh,
Wow.
what a crazy crew we are.
Okay, and
Yeah.
now we're all just
Oh.
looking at that.
Yeah, that's
You
pretty on
are? You're
you.
still looking
Yeah.
at that? I'm
I'm
not.
back to the crazy facts. I'm seeing Missouri was the last one to revoke it, and yeah, I'm trying to look at anything else.
I'm still
Is
on.
that like AI or?
I don't give a shit. I'm sure it's not real.
I'm
Oh,
still on the
geez.
part where she was talking about the reading part, and yeah, I had a problem with that, and I read better when I read out loud. And like if I read to myself quietly, I might read the same line a few times. And yeah. But it's like
It's
with
always better when it's read to you, though.
yeah, those long times reading those, sometimes I lose track of the question, the everything. So
It
Yeah, it
is
has
so
been tough.
impressive
appreciate it.
listening to you read those like book long ones. I don't know how you do it.
I can never
What you
get
do,
started. Like
what you do
I
is you
have to get
stop
started,
remembering
and
it.
then I can get going. But like I'll read 50 pages at a time, and then I won't read a book for 2 months. I've been trying to read. My sister got me a book for Christmas, and I've been trying to read it since. I haven't only gotten through about you know half the book. It's not that hard, but I gotta gotta just stick to it. That's the problem.
I like picture books. I'm
I
so serious.
I
Like
so look forward to like any independent time that I have, and I know I still have to be quiet now to wake up the rest of the family, and I'm not allowed to go out by myself anymore, obviously, not even with the dogs. So I have to find, a nice quiet thing to do, and reading works because
Hey,
now they wake up during yoga. Like I've had too many seizures during that.
yeah. So Kate, you said now I'm not able to go out with the dogs now. It's like that for me for like 2 days, and then it's back to can you take the dog out? So yeah, I get that
Exactly.
sometimes. Like, yeah, you don't even need to go nowhere. You don't need to take the dog walking. You're gonna mess around and walk into traffic or something. And right after I'm better, well, they think I'm better, or a few days later, it's like, yeah, can you take the dog out now?
I would just feel so cruel not taking Coda out because she wants to go with me. I'm the only one that'll throw pine cones for her and let her do something on the walk besides just, doing her business.
Yeah.
So yeah, she can guilt trip me. Those puppy eyes, easy.
I had something and got lost.
I'm reading more of these responses.
Hey, have you ever tried to like hurry and take Coda out, saying, "Oh, she has to go out in a hurry just to like get out of the house"?
I'm not that desperate yet. Yeah, like 4 times a day is enough. It's never less than like 90 degrees by the time we go out.
Yeah, I have to find that escape time with my medicines. Like, oh, I gotta go pick it up. My Uber's here.
Yeah, I guess I am the first to the door when we get Instacart orders. But that's just to make sure nobody drops the eggs and I freak out at them. So somebody else is responding to more of these. Oh, you know what, that learning thing you guys were talking about made me think of the more what's it called? Senses. The more senses you utilize when you're learning something does help it stick so that like reading and reading out loud, that's using more of your senses. When I read like that last post, it was kind of small print. Well, I don't have my glasses on, so that's why it looks small. But I had to put my finger right up to it and follow it line by line to get it right, especially when there's longer ones like that. So
Mm,
everybody
yeah.
has to learn differently, that's for sure.
Yeah.
My psychiatrist had me reading out loud into like my a voice record so that then I could listen to it while I was reading it, and it helped me regain some of that um the reading ability back. But now it's my memory. It's like, wait, what did I just read? And I had to go back, and I'm like, no. And when you're saying you could read like an 800-page book, in my head, the first thing that I see as a book is like my textbooks or Grey's Anatomy, the
Harry
real
Potter.
book. Yeah. Yeah. And it's like, wait, 800 page? No, and then I'm like, oh, Vanderkolk. But I can't, it's like, I just realized I haven't read fiction for I don't know how long. And I think maybe it's time I read just a rom-com. I don't know.
Oh yeah. I could suggest some series for you on that one.
All right, we'll talk. Yeah, definitely.
Of course.
I honestly have been searching for the perfect book to try to read because the last Stephen King one, I made it halfway through and I kept having to reread and reread and reread pages sometimes 4 times over and thinking, God, this is not,
That's what took me so long to get through Apothecary Diaries. Like that was the most complicated anime I've ever seen.
It's awesome though, isn't it? I love that
Yeah,
one.
it's awesome, but oh, I can't pronounce the characters' names to begin
Oh,
with. So yeah, I like anime, but it's hard to keep track of. That's
Hmm.
why I
Did you?
can never go back to watching those whatever those dramas are on Telemundo, the Spanish ones. I used to
Oh
watch
yeah.
those. Yeah, but that
I
shit gets
managed
complicated too.
to I managed to get through Slaughterhouse 5, Kurt Vonnegut.
Oh,
The
that's hard. That's some hard slog.
it wasn't it's like a sci-fi anti-war. It's it was a surprisingly light read given the subject matter. He kind of intersperses a lot of the really dark material about the firebombing of Dresden with, you know, flying saucers and, being taken and abducted out to another planet and stuff. And I don't know. I managed to read it in 2 afternoons. Um, but I mean, they were just entire afternoons, so I had nothing else to do. But yeah, I don't know. Is about as difficult as well, no, actually I'd say it was less difficult than some of the Stephen King novels that I've read. Some of those can get pretty, you know, I don't know. Not like Dostoevsky or anything, but they can be a little difficult for me to kind of like Insomnia, that was a nightmare to get through. But anyway, an anti-war book seems kind of appropriate. So, um,
Down to whatever you want to talk about. If not, I have this here.
Please do.
It says, how do you tell a friend that they said something offending? It's been a while. So today I was chatting with a girl in my class. We get along pretty well, but we've only known each other for a year, so she doesn't know much about my condition. I have epilepsy since 3 years, and even with treatment, I still experience focal seizures now and then. In France, employers are encouraged to hire disabled workers. That includes ASD, ADHD, diabetes, physical injuries. People with all kinds of disabilities get what they call RQTH, recognition for handicapped workers. And during the conversation, she said TL, normal. Okay, I'm sorry, you guys. She said, must be a good deal for HR since you can walk like a normal person and participate to a quota of disabled workers. If it will give you more job opportunities, I replied, that I would have preferred to rid of them. I have ASD, ADHD, and epilepsy, probably interconnected. She kept on with well, I have a friend who is colorblind and it works for him as well. Companies with low sense of must be looking forward to this kind of profile. I didn't answer, but I'm pissed. I know she didn't mean to be rude and everything, but these small remarks annoyed me. Am I being overdramatic? How do I talk to her? Um, I'm sorry. Yeah, their spelling was all over the place, so I was trying to paraphrase what some of that I
So
thought
what
it
are they
was.
confused about? They want
Could
to know
you,
how to
could
talk
you,
to her to achieve
well,
what?
what was the thing that, could you repeat what it was that the friend said with like, I'm confused. Did they say like a low sense of moral, like unethical companies would want to hire people like her?
Or were they suggesting that epilepsy patients should work HR?
Wait, what was this? I wasn't really following.
Well, it
I was
sounded like
like,
what the part that stood out to me was when they said somebody with an invisible disability could work HR, it sounded like. So maybe they were suggesting
what did the
that.
friend say that was offensive?
She said, "Must be a good deal for HR since you can work like a normal person, normal is in quotes, and participate to a quota of disabled workers. It will give you more job opportunities."
I mean, okay, I'm gonna be 100% honest with the person here. Whoever said that to them is not wrong. If you have
You're 20.
disability,
Okay, go ahead.
if you have disabilities, you do have job opportunities at other places because it makes the company look good. Now, I'm not saying it's an ethical thing, but it's it is something that is true. Jobs do want to hire people with disabilities because again, makes them look good, makes them look inclusive. Doesn't
But a
mean they care
tax
about
break isn't
you.
going to be worth a liability when you show them that you're actually a physical liability for that company to get hurt
Well,
on site. Yeah, they're
well,
going to find a way to get rid of you.
it really depends at the company you're at because some places, like if you get hurt on site, they will pay for your entire medical visit during work hours. They'll Uber you to the place, so Uber you back. Um, and these are true things. Not
Work
everywhere is like that,
comes at a
but
cost for sure.
it does. Everything comes at a cost, though, and that's just today's world when it comes with how everything is. But I can see where you would be offended in that because it's kind of calling you like I don't know, but I think just
Lucky to
for
have a
me,
disability.
yeah, but I think just for me at this point, I just kind of take it with a grain of salt. I'm like, okay, like you don't understand my disability. It's still going to be hard for me at work. I still might get fired for having my disability at the end of the day at work. But whatever, your ignorance is bliss, and it's not always my job to, you know, if someone doesn't want to listen and doesn't want to hear you, you can't make them listen. You can't make them hear you. And the best advice I can give that person is to either educate them that on how they really feel if they feel it's necessary, or to just let it pass, and if they make any future comments, then say something.
I'm gonna
Because
jump in here
maybe
because I think this person said that they're in France, and just to comment that I hate to say this, but I have some experience with French people, and it's super different with employment and social relations. Like it's wildly different. Lufa, I think you probably said something really good that like maybe just fucking ignore them. But French people love to bully each other. So there's that, and also employment. I honestly, I'm not even sure what the question is, but I don't think if unless we have a French person, this is not going to be a question that we can really like speak to.
yeah,
Yeah,
no,
that's a
that's
good
very
point. I didn't
true.
realize it was a different country.
That is very true. I mean, for me specifically, like growing up, I was called sped a lot because I have autism and whatnot, and the R word, which I don't like to say personally. And when people say that now or try to insult me for having autism, I take it with a grain of salt because it's been my whole life. And if I don't want to use my emotional, I don't want to use all that energy on someone just being ignorant. I can try and educate them, but if at the end of the day they want to keep being a bully and keep not understanding, that's them. Then that's my choice to continue going on and being their friend or being around them. Sometimes you have to work with people that you don't like, and that's just life. That is just how things are, and not the world is not perfect.
You know
You
what?
just have to be around people that are shitty, and that is it.
Yeah. And you know what? I have been an HR manager at more companies than I can count. And there's always going to be somebody that you don't really get along with or you don't really
Mhm.
like. So, I mean, you're very young to have
Not
already figured this
everyone's
out, my dear. Just so you know.
not everyone's your cup of tea, and that's okay. I'm not everyone's cup of tea. Not everyone's my cup of tea. That's okay. Not everyone has the same views. That's okay. If everyone did, then shit would be weird. Things would be like cultish. Imagine if we lived
we
in a
would
world where
all
everyone
be
was the same. It would be like a cult. It's
we'd
great
all
that
be
we have different views and different opinions. It's just good to coexist. And if someone doesn't understand, we have to acknowledge that you cannot force a person to understand. You cannot force somebody into your religion. You cannot, it's who they are at the end of the day is who they are.
The
And
brain is
Something,
you
amazing
just,
how it adapts, though. Check this out.
yes.
They're saying scientists studied 6 patients who had half of their brain removed during childhood, and there is an image here. It says it's noted for is coming from discovermagazine.com, so I'm assuming it's valid. But yeah, it's clearly an MRI with half of the brain just gray. It says they showed how the mind rewired itself to adapt, with the remaining hemisphere forming even stronger connections that let the patients develop language and motor skills. So, I mean, even the brain can let humans be survivors.
I
I wouldn't be
mean,
surprised if stuff didn't taste the same.
growing up, I had to fight and fend for myself a lot and adapt a lot. I moved around a lot and I was bullied a lot. So I learned to find a way to make myself comfortable and to make myself feel safe. And part of that is someone saying something so small and ignorant shouldn't bother me. Like I can okay, I'm pale. Like who cares? I don't want to be super tan. I don't care. If you want me to be super tan, that's your problem. That's something that you care about. But guess what? I don't. And to me, it's a great mindset.
So did anybody else ever have to kind of relearn or adapt to do something after, maybe when the seizures were bad at the beginning or less controlled? It's pretty amazing hearing about how some of these people had um, resections and had to relearn a lot, but it still was their best chance back in the day of getting rid of seizures.
I was in my 20s, my teens, so I kind of just went about life and nobody cared to learn anything about it or explain anything to me. So we just left the hospital like, oh, you have epilepsy, you're going to take these. And we never talked about it. So,
I mean, relearning with the ECT has been weird, but it wasn't directly related to the epilepsy, so I don't know. But that was a procedure technically, and then not invasive, but it was forcing me to convulse, and it is resetting a section of my brain, a targeted area of my brain, to completely kind of transform.
I think I was always really guilty after those like forced seizures when I had to get them on record before, leading up to the surgery to get things approved. I felt like because I know I'm like killing brain cells, so
Oh
just
yeah.
felt really stupid making it happen, but
People
they
do whip
wouldn't
it,
accept,
so
yeah, they wouldn't accept the seizures from I think 4 months prior. They needed
Yeah.
more recent evidence to approve future procedures.
I'm afraid of getting a surgery, I think.
It's
Like
risky.
it is. And I think right now, at least where if the Breviac does its job, hopefully then I won't have to do any alternative treatments. But if not, then
I'm sure you will do your own research. Ask the right questions, be your own advocate. That's the only thing I wish I knew back then.
Yeah.
I'm not
But then
in a
again, if they
hurry.
told me it was going to be a robot arm, maybe I would have walked out. So, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I'd do surgery because I mean, the same exact hospital I watched my husband have brain surgery and recover there. And I'm not saying they're not great, but when he talked and the surgeons said it's a miracle and walked out of the recovery room in the ICU, yeah, I didn't know I would be put in the same position to like decide whether I would have brain surgery in the same place with the same doctors. And I have to say, I'd try just about anything else. And that's not that I don't thank them for saving him and him being okay, because it is a miracle. But, you know, they didn't tell us the truth. And what my epileptologist said is, you'll still have to take medicine for the rest of your life, and you'll still have seizures. So why am I going to do it then? I don't know, man. It has to be way, way worse before I go for that. Anybody else?
Yeah, I feel you. Why do this if I'm still gonna have seizures?
I'll
That's the
do,
thing.
yeah.
We're
Sorry,
not
go.
all like Kevin. We get 7 years after our seizures just gone.
We know.
Yeah.
I would do the VNS. The VNS is the least invasive, and in some cases, like my case, it can help with more than just the epilepsy. So,
I
but
would
going in my brain tissue, no, I don't want to do that. No.
No, I would definitely wait, especially since ECT was a last resort for us and for me, and it's not like a negative thing, but it's not a positive, is the best way I can explain it, is the outcome. It's not negative or positive, it's just an outcome.
Katie, I think you're very, very, very strong to do it. And I know that you did it for your kids. And that's, I admire you completely for doing that. And I know I'm chicken poop for not doing it.
No, not at all. You're trusting your intuition. At this point, after raising a family, you have the best sense for just, what's right and what's wrong, especially for you. And I know, aside from, again, I can't go back, so it's useless on thinking about it, but they probably sold me the RNS more than the VNS. I don't have notes. Didn't keep, or not that I chose to review every after visit summary,
Right.
but I'm sure they didn't detail in there why RNS was recommended over VNS. And maybe that's why I had to have so many on record tonic-clonics to convince them that I had so many focal points that VNS just wouldn't cut it.
Right. Or that they couldn't sell it to the insurance without that number.
And that's the thing, since those seizures were induced, I've always been suspicious that maybe it did appear that I had more focal points, that these breakthroughs
I understand.
might have actually been managed another way, but too little too late. At this point, we just go back, and so far no talk about replacing the battery yet, so happy with that.
That's good. That's good.
Yep.
All right, I'm sorry I butted in, everybody. I'll be quiet now.
For a compliment? No, never hating on that.
But I do think about it a lot. I think about how strong you are. And Annie, I'm sorry. I think about how strong each of you guys
every
are.
day. We know how much you go through, especially after all this and at a celebration and a cluster hits. Oh
gosh, yeah, we
that's
missed you.
unbearable.
My poor baby.
And
Well, we
then
all go through it, yeah.
I found out that the graduation picture my husband took of me and my son did not turn out. Ah!
That bad,
It's
huh?
okay. It's okay. It'll be fine. He's wonderful. And
But
he's
you
up
still
here.
got other pictures to remember it by.
Tons. It'll be fine.
Exactly. So there's that. And the graduation, did you get to do a cap toss thing?
They did. I screamed like a maniac when he went on stage, like like it was a sports event, like when he played football.
That's exciting. I can picture you with your face painted and
like
being one of those moms. Yes.
Yeah. I didn't see too many other moms doing it either, so I don't know. I felt okay about it though. Anyway, I'm sorry I took over there. I know you guys are talking about other things.
No
I just
hate,
had to
no
say
hate.
it.
Now I can
Don't
maybe look
worry.
forward to something like that.
We missed you, Taylor Mom.
Oh, I missed you guys too.
So glad you made it here.
It's been something else.
I'm
Anyway.
a way bigger fan of pictures since diagnosis because I know I don't remember things how they really were. Between the apartment and the condo, I've confused those two places so many times, and they were totally different worlds. And daughter has to be the one to correct me all the time, saying, no, we took those curtains from the apartment and they were in the condo, but that was just 3 years ago, not 5.
Right. Oh gosh, I'm
Yeah,
so
I feel
sorry.
goofy.
Yeah, I do too a lot of the time. Thank goodness for daughters, right? You too, Pookie, right? You got a daughter or several.
Got a few. So I got something here, and it says, "Am I wrong to say I'm ready to give up on life? No, I'm not suicidal, never have been, but I am sick and tired of living with epilepsy. It has ruined every facet of life, every job I had. Oh, can't have the customer seeing that. We'll put you on call, meaning you're fired, but legally we can't actually fire you. I have been unable to do work that I would actually enjoy. Can't join the armed forces, can't be a police officer, can't be a firefighter, can't be a paramedic, and dating. That's been an absolute joke. Women want to see a masculine man who can pick them up for dates. Back when I was breaking the rules and was driving around dating was no problem. But after having multiple accidents, I've given up the car now. Now I sound like a loser asking them to pick me up for a date. Haven't been able to get anything past a second date. Well, in that case, just focus on your hobbies and things that make you happy. Last I checked, you need a vehicle to get out to the wilderness to go hunting and carry you a deer or birds back to your home. Even if there was a bus that goes anywhere near the mountains, they will probably freak out as I board with my guns and my other gear. I can't hold a steady job with this stupid disease, can't get a romantic partner, can't even enjoy my personal hobbies. I'm ready to say screw it and just get a car again because the risk is much better than living this miserable life. The question was, am I wrong to say I'm ready to give up on life?
Sounds like this person just needs to jump in here. We've gone over this, quite a few times, and that suggestion of finding somebody else, they're not totally discrediting somebody else with a disability or with epilepsy even, who would obviously understand you on a different level. But it's got to be different for guys.
Yeah, I could see where it's coming from.
Yeah, that guy saying the whole like I gotta be masculine and I can't
There are
drive,
women,
but
plenty of women out there who
exactly,
just, if
there's
it's a
somebody for
nice
everybody.
guy, they're willing to take care of him. I mean, really? I mean, I don't know.
You're never gonna meet somebody and fall in love like
Gotta
right
be
away.
somebody, right? I feel really bad for young people, and I mean that for you guys that are young on here too, because you guys have a lot harder time finding people than I think we used to. I don't know. For
Harder in
some
your
reason.
30s.
yeah, for some reason it's just a lot. And then if you've got the epilepsy too, then it's just another sort of hurdle.
Hurdle. We
Let's
just
call
said the
it.
same thing.
Let's
Yes.
call it. Yeah, I think so. I mean, but don't, oh God, I hate to say this, don't give up on life when I've been feeling so freaking crappy lately. but I'm not gonna do that. And I think we all agree they should not do that. Yes?
Yeah,
Everybody here?
I agree. Don't give up.
I agree.
Find one thing each day that you can find happiness or joy or pleasure in. Anything. A bowl of oatmeal. I don't care. Your dog, your cat, the
Going
cute
to
old couple
therapy.
walking down the road. Whatever the heck it is for you, find at least one thing every day, and then you can think about that one thing when you're going to sleep and you're having that really hard time when you're like, my life sucks, this sucks, this sucks, this sucks. You know what I mean, guys? Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
If
you
you
can get on Tinder if you're watching this.
I mean,
that
Just
too,
throwing
but
that
don't
out
let
there.
people make you feel bad either. That's sucky.
Now,
Yeah.
if you could
This
be
is
resourceful enough to find a way to get out with epilepsy,
Hey,
Okay, I
maybe
was gonna say that.
make a friend who's a hunter. That's yeah, you know. It's
The
gotta be like
thing, the
just make
thing
sure the
about
hunter isn't holding a gun and epilepsy. Yeah,
that's what
yeah,
I'm like a little
I like that
concerned that
either.
his state's gonna take its guns away, honestly. But even so, if you want to go out and hike with your friend with some people, I'm sure there's hiking groups. You don't even need
Sorry,
to
Pookie, I keep interrupting you.
you probably don't even need to know
You're
them. You
right.
can probably join online. I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff out there, but there's usually more resources than we realize. You might as well look before you give up. And come on here and talk to us, damn it. And I'm gonna shut up now.
This
So,
is one of the
Like
darker
for me, like
sides
I have
of
problems with like talking like
epilepsy.
and stuff like that. Honestly, I mean, like I have problems like talking and stuff like that. So
Sorry.
But you don't have to talk. You can come on here and just listen. You don't even have to turn your camera on.
yeah,
yeah, try to make people as comfortable as they want to be, as comfortable as possible. There was something I was gonna say.
We interrupted you so many times. There's no way you can remember. It was something about meeting other people with the same condition, maybe? I
Oh
don't know.
yeah, the thing
Okay.
he was saying about being the masculine and you got to go pick a girl up and all that. I've been asked to pick me up a few times, and I pointed it out right then and there. I have epilepsy. Wherever we're going, I'm catching an Uber, and either you're going with me or that. But I always pointed it out right then and there. I have epilepsy, and I have children. If you can get past that, then yeah, I can't pick you up. That's another thing. Yeah. Other than that, I can get where I need to get Uber. But yeah, like I said, you gotta throw that out there at first. Like I have epilepsy. Do you know what this is? And I hate explaining stuff to people, but sometimes you have to when it comes to dating.
Especially if you know their motivations. If you're at some school event and somebody's obviously asking you out, yeah, that's their motivations right from the beginning, so it's going to be a waste of time otherwise. They don't know.
Yeah. Um, I got a long one, so you guys got to listen. It says my epilepsy has resulted in me despising and hating America and living here. My whole 32 years has been nothing but survival and planning ahead for loss. Missed 3 days in a year at work, got fired. Lost health insurance, so I go get government health insurance, make $10 over the poverty limit, and lose the insurance. But that job won't offer health insurance, so back to the factory. Miss the 3 days and repeat the cycle. Just last year, I lost my job because of missing a few days with my epilepsy. And that same day, I went home to open my mail and find out I was getting renovicted. Is that like renovated and evicted?
I would just go with evicted.
Yeah, it says I found out I was getting renovicted after a corporate bought my apartment building and wanted to switch to renting Airbnbs. I ended up living in my van with my 4 little kitties and for 3 months with epilepsy. It didn't totally suck. I found it relaxing but still dangerous, given my chance for a seizure and car accident shot way up. The people in this country too. They scream I shouldn't drive because I can hurt someone, and in that same breath scream, I'm not entitled to disability. Joke's on them, as much as it's almost impossible to get disability anyways, because I'm constantly forced to work. So according to the government, I can work. So from that, I pull this country doesn't want to help me at all and would rather just go off and die in a hole. I finally resorted to calling my parents after 7 years of no contact due to them being extremely abusive when I was a child. So I can have a home to live in that's cheap and where people are near me in case I fall and hit my head. That at least has been going surprisingly well. They both apologized and gave me a tiny home on their land. I have been here now for a year with no conflict, but I have no hope of moving out because rent and cost of living is way too high for me being disabled and having to job hop constantly. I used to work as much as possible until I got fired, save up money and pay my rent off for 4 months while I was unemployed. And that's not possible anymore. Living in America while disabled is an absolute joke while our presidents fight over who golfs better. People scream universal health care is communism and jobs have more rights than I do. Am I wrong in my thinking process? The driving part. I say you can't just be like, hey, I'm gonna drive just because I want to. Yeah, it sounded like he just didn't care for people's lives. I'm not gonna get behind the wheel because I couldn't live with myself killing someone, knowing that I have epilepsy.
Yeah. I think that's when I came into accepting it that I have epilepsy was the driving part. Like I did everything except get my final license, and that's when a breakthrough hit. And I said, nope, I'm not going to do it. You know?
Yeah, I think for a lot of people losing the driver's license, that side of your or that aspect of independence in your life is kind of when you have to accept it. That took a long time for me too.
I can't have nobody else's life on my hands.
I got something here. Genuine question. I can't do anything. How on earth do you get over the fact that you can't do anything because your stupid epilepsy is ruining your independence? You're not being aimed at anyone, just in the place of me. Anybody want to help this person?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
Genuine question. How on earth do you get over the fact that you can't do anything because your stupid epilepsy is ruining your independence? You're not being aimed at anyone, just in place of me.
I mean, choose not to focus on that. It sounds a lot easier than it is, but
Yeah.
one step at a time, one day at a time. Come talk to us for starters. What do
Yeah,
you
I
miss the
can't
most
say.
about your old life and figure out how to get back to that or replace that or something. Adapt.
Yeah, mainly thing I can say is to someone who's just getting it, it gets better with time. Might take some time and some time to denial that everything because I was in a lot of denial, thinking it's my fault, all kinds of stuff. But yeah, it gets better with time. I've been doing this for 20 years, so yeah, mine has got extremely better in the 5 to 10 year rate. I actually start paying attention to get my health better for my kids and family and all that. I was running wild before that. I didn't care about anything. I was just joining gangs and doing a bunch of stuff that I'm not doing now. But
Go ahead, Rick.
Well, you know me, focus on the positive, right? Look at what you can do and go with that. If you can sit down and read a book, then make time for yourself to read a book and enjoy it. If you can help your neighbors cleaning their house, help your neighbors clean the house. And that way you feel like, not that you're ever worthless, but I can imagine if you can't do the 10 things you like to do, or have to have people drive you around, you are going to feel a little bit worthless. So you find out what you can do and help around. One of the things that I was upset with was I couldn't help out cleaning the church and doing other things for other people. So I prayed about it, and that brought me to Reddit, where I was able to find people who I'm able to talk with, and I'm able to calm people down, not only with epilepsy, but other things too, and able to serve that way. So you find things that you can do and you run with it. I think that's what you need to focus on, not all the things you lost. You make yourself a journal of all the things you can do and, add to it.
I love that. I feel like Rick is just like, talk to Rick. Send Rick a message because it will brighten your day. And like he just is so good at, I'm a big Rick fan, so I'm just gonna say that. I'll move on from that. I'm also like the dark side of what Rick is saying, and I think too, just like feel useless for a little bit. Like that's okay. That's totally normal. Um, Annie, it's totally normal. Like you are useless to yourself at first, and you don't know how to make yourself useful, and that just kind of comes with time and it's slow. Like right now, my partner is making me dinner because I can't go in the kitchen because there's knives everywhere, and I'll fling them across back into my face. So you just have to like do it step by step. I'm not at the point Rick is at. I'm still trying to work it out, and it's hard. Like it's been hard on my partner to have to like do everything. But it'll come with time. And I don't know how old this person is, but I guess it doesn't matter. I mean, I put off waiting to go to the doctor for years, so I was in a lot of denial, and that's okay. I mean, it's good that you're starting it now, and you'll have to just go through it.
Yeah, if anything, that beginning little, time of feeling useless makes it even better when you do succeed past that and make it work.
yeah, the denial was rough. Got past it here.
I was going to
Something
say
else.
one thing.
Go ahead.
One thing I wasn't planning on was having a child, and that completely changed my whole world. Like just bringing in one, it's a whole difference to everything. And Pookie can attest for him being a father of 6 of them. So,
Come on, man.
but,
You throwing them out there?
yeah, like raising a child is a big game changer for somebody with epilepsy.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you did this.
Yeah. When I found out I had a child on the way, I was in a careless state at that point, and I was just like, all right, time to get some money. And did what I had to do, and yeah, move forward. I got something here though. It says, did you get blamed for your seizures? That's the question, and it's first, but I got to read all this. There's a story behind it. I was wondering how many people diagnosed with epilepsy today, tonic-clonic, absent seizures, or both, have been told that you're having seizures because of the life you're living. When I first started having seizures at 18 years old, I was blamed for them. It was my fault because I was going clubbing with my friends and had alcohol in the nightclub, so I needed to live as a nun and nothing else would happen. I kept having seizures, regaining consciousness at the hospital or in the ambulance for 20 years. They told me the EEG didn't show anything, so I was told I wasn't epileptic. I just had all the symptoms and needed Tegretol and Keppra twice a day religiously. Then 4 years ago, abnormal waves consistent with the ones observed in epilepsy were observed. I was finally diagnosed and then told I'm disabled. I wasn't a slacker for struggling at work. I wasn't a drama queen, like they said, for 20 years. Then, about 6 months after that, my dad started to have seizures. So now they're like, obviously, it's been passed down genetically. They act like everything is fine, but 20 years they blamed me and shamed my lifestyle. I was hearing I was lazy, a slacker who just didn't want to work like anyone else. When I was saying I was exhausted, I had YH. We all we all are. Get a grip. Slackers stay. Get a grip. Slackers to stay home, but you'd be dead with that attitude. If I had a beer on a warm day, well, don't complain when you have a fit. Oh, he's saying what someone else says. They all act like it's fine to those 20 years didn't exist, and I should just let go. Of course, I'm glad the nightmare is over and finally get help, but I need, it's been tough hearing all those things over 20 years. Sometimes my family and friends themselves. So I wanted to know how many people are in the same boat. How many got blamed for their own epilepsy and or told they didn't have epilepsy at all. I'm sorry if the rant was long. The spelling was horrible, but anyway, um, I'm so sorry for that.
Spelling is bad,
Cookie,
but
cut that.
we really are we really are
Oh, I'm
educated.
not. Um, anyhow, letting them know the spelling was horrible, then they'll get it. It'll get better. Everything gets better with time. You guys want to help this person out?
What was, I'm
Somebody.
sorry,
Just come read the
what
chat.
was
Everything's
the,
Rick said in the chat is like spot on.
They can't read the chat.
Okay. So here we go. I'm trying to put all Rick's stuff together. Okay. Yes, such a drastic difference. Okay, yeah, after Beyonce. All right. But key for me was to remember what I was able to accomplish because so many people in the world are not able to do what we have accomplished, and it gives those close to us to be able to return that kindness that we showed them. So basically appreciate anything that you can around you and use that to focus on. Did I miss anything else in the question that the original post was asking?
I think they said something about if anybody else got blamed. Sia was saying her mother-in-law thinks that she's a manipulative person and epilepsy isn't real. But her husband and her children have seen otherwise.
Yeah, now I found that chat. That's definitely one that just doesn't even deserve your focus or time or energy. I mean, in-laws, come on, they have that reputation for a reason.
Well, I'll chime in and say they thought that the original question was somebody thought they were manipulating them or they were blaming them. Is that right?
Yeah. thought they were faking, said they were faking their seizures for 20 years. And then when they
Oh,
found out they
Jesus.
weren't faking, they just wanted them to forgive the things that they said basically in those
Ooh.
20 years. It's basically what I'm getting from it.
Damn, okay, that's gonna be a process. And also, I feel like sometimes you don't ask for forgiveness, you just go back into somebody's life and show them forgiveness. Like ask for it in what you're doing, and hopefully that person is listening to this because I think they need to hear that. And that's something that you really maybe they can say it to their family or friend, I don't know. Um, but I think a lot of us go through something similar like that, like Sia just said. Um, for me, Pookie, don't cut this. My family thinks that I'm a drug addict still, because let's be clear, in my 20s, I was not sober. I've been to Burning Man. Figure you guys do the math. So I think that I did have a massive seizure after fun that I had in my 20s, but trying to explain that to them just makes it seem to them like I'm more of a drug addict. And sometimes, I mean, this person is past that point, but for everybody else, sometimes you just have to cut people out of your life. So if they're asking for forgiveness and you don't want to give it, you don't have to.
Oh, like I'll try.
If I can add on to that, I mean, I did drink a lot in my 20s. I was a binge drinker, but I didn't do a lot of drugs, but I wish people did. I wish people were more honest with me. Yeah, I wish my neurologist would just come out straight and say, if you keep drinking like this, you are going to die. Because it was on that track at some point. You know, my liver was, uh, that's true. She just said that the drinking's bad for you. But my liver was getting to the point where I, it, it was, I was getting fatty liver disease and, but I had to make my own choice. I had to realize that my drinking was killing me. She didn't tell me that, you know. I had to make my own choices, and she didn't tell me that. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, I had to make my own revelations, and people around me didn't tell me these things. And honesty, I mean, honesty is just so important from other people. But I don't know if um, I can equate that with blaming.
Is there a way that I could chime in by any chance?
Please do.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like I with Kevin's statements, it's so honestly true because I had a friend I had a friend who was my roommate, and it was back in my college years. I mean, like we were and like we're still friends still head on, but just like like I believe I hanged out with a person that drank way too much, and that drank way too much at a wrong given place at a wrong given time, and like and I believe that might be the main cause of of having of believe having epileptic seizures, and there's a story that I had, and there was in Gasper 2019, and because I'm I was trying to sleep, and basically my roommate my roommate that I had basically actually kept yelling and kept drinking for no reason. Can drinking cause epilepsy? I mean, yes. I mean, drinking can cause epilepsy. I mean, I mean, because I used to be like a whiskey drinker, and I don't really and now I don't drink whiskey like that anymore. That's why I kind of stopped drinking for a lot of reasons. And I never told people. I never told my friends about it, nor my family, because because like my friends think that I'm crazy, and my family thinks that like I'm like that I won't change, and they won't do any. I won't change, and I won't do anything to acknowledge by it. So I just gave up, and I mean like so I just gave up and left, and like my mom kept like keeps begging me to come back to her place, and I like and I literally said no.
Did you say that the alcohol caused epilepsy, or did you mean caused seizures?
I mean, like, I mean, I mean, like, alcohol can. I mean, like, I was saying, like, alcohol causes seizures, so, like some parts of alcohol.
Okay,
Hey,
because I thought you said it
Jason. Oh.
caused epilepsy. I thought you said that.
Jason, so when I was at the EMU, I asked because I so had it in my mind that it was my fault. Um, at the same time, my sister and I have the same type. But they told me drugs don't cause epilepsy. They can cause seizures. Um, but it might exacerbate if you already have epilepsy or like cause it to become apparent. I don't know if that's the same for drinking, but every time you say it, it hurts my heart a little bit because I don't believe that drinking caused your epilepsy, but I'm not a doctor.
I never went. I don't think that alcohol or drugs caused my epilepsy, but I know from when I did take them and I had my own addictions, they definitely induced my seizures a lot more, for sure, like more than regularly. But I'm not sure if they would cause it necessarily.
Yeah, yeah, I'm like, yeah, like yeah, like just like when I was like in like my second rehab, it was at Banyan at in Sebring, Florida. And like I remember there was this one dude that had said something that like if you're taking whiskey, if you're taking with like if I'm drinking whiskey, like because I used to be like a whiskey drinker. I mean like I don't really believe like with people saying that stuff, but like I mean like because like you know like I think whiskey it actually has sugar in it, and that's why like and like that's why I kind of started to know like I kind of have seizures because of whiskey adding sugar to it.
On a different note here, I'm seeing a post from uh, not too long ago. Somebody's decided to say that epilepsy is the worst and best thing that happened to me.
I seen that.
We all struggled with epilepsy differently. I'm privileged to have mine under control, but road to that point was a real struggle. Saying that there are some ways that epilepsy changed my life for the better. One, I got my first seizure after gaming abnormal amount of time. After having couple other seizures during gaming, I was forced to stop it for good. I'd probably still be stuck in Eastern Europe if that didn't happen. Gaming was my escape, and I finally needed to control everyday life. Two, booze. I needed to learn to have fun without alcohol. It was rough in the beginning, but eventually it just became second nature. Three, when I immigrated to the US, I was about to get back into trucking because my friends were making an ungodly amount of money compared to me. Fortunately, my dad got my original doctor to call me and tell me that's a big no-no. So I was forced to stick with barbering and my life is so much better now. Number four, overall outlook to life. After having to deal with seizures, I have much higher sense of urgency, can prioritize better, and I'm teaching myself and my family to prioritize health over everything. So I can definitely agree on that last point. The only positive thing that I think is like an everyday thing is again just like this could be the last time. So every decision really does count more, I think, after diagnosis. What do you guys think?
I'll
Come
say
on, guys.
something.
We're trying to help people here.
Well, since I probably definitely absolutely had it as a kid, I'm gonna say getting treatment is the best thing that's ever happened to me and the worst. Like the epilepsy drugs have made my brain work a lot better, like it hasn't since I was in college. They also suck, but like Kate was saying, like you have to um you have to do something. You have to organize better. You have to plan better. I think that's the gist of what you were saying, like things what you
Prioritize.
prioritize. Like it's more weighted what you're doing. Fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, also I get euphoric seizures, so they can take them from my cold dead hands. All seizures are not terrible, just saying. I have some music videos on now, so strap it.
Yeah, so Rick, you're just getting here, and there was a question we had earlier for everyone just joining. Would you take $1 million over the cure for your epilepsy?
Heck yeah.
All right. What about you, Tom? Oh, there you
So
go.
I just walked in the door.
Hi, Tom.
Hello,
Welcome.
everyone. How's
Thanks for
everybody
joining.
doing? Thanks for having me.
Always, anytime.
Welcome back, Tom.
Tom, would
Hey,
you take $1 million over the cure? Would you choose $1
$1
million
million for
or
what?
your epilepsy cured?
I'm sorry, you completely lost me.
$1 million or no epilepsy?
Hmm. Well, my current situation, I might take $1 million.
Yeah, we had a lot of different opinions.
Hold on a minute. Tracy, I was just asked if I would take $1 million or to keep my epilepsy.
I take the million.
That's what I said. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to go with the $1 million.
Love it. You're both on the same page. That's beautiful.
I mean, I think we've all made it to a point in our lives where, I mean, hey, it is what it is, right?
Yep. For me, 20 years,
Yep.
it's just, this is what it's going to be.
Okay, and
Ain't going nowhere.
I see Mark. How you doing there, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing well. How about you?
I'm doing well. You're a new face. I haven't met you before.
Oh, yeah, Tom is a regular. Mark is a new regular. It's
A
two
new
times in a
regular?
row.
2 times in a row. Yeah. This past Friday was my first time.
Well, that's great. Glad to have you, my friend.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. It's been good. Sorry, I'm really tired now. It's late here.
It's all right. If
The
you
Where
want
you
to
East
go,
at?
go
Coast.
ahead.
Mark, where you at?
Florida.
Oh, okay.
Florida?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of
Yeah, so it's
the
10:30 right now.
Central Florida.
Yeah. Okay, it's
Can
10:30.
watch
That's my
rockets going
bedtime.
on. Huh?
Yeah. 10:30 is about my bedtime too.
Yeah. Yeah. Close enough to watch the rockets going up from Kennedy Space Center. So yeah, within that radius here.
Oh, that's good. Well, I'll tell you what. You do look out of it, my friend. So
Yes.
if you need to go to bed, then maybe you need to go to bed. It probably might be
Mm,
better for you, huh?
yes. Yes.
Wise words from Tom the Witness.
Sweet
Hey,
Yes.
hey, hey. Well, I,
Yeah.
I I've been there, you know what I mean? I think we all
Yes.
have.
Yeah.
Yes. Well,
I've worked the last couple days, but uh
I look forward to speaking with you when I am a little bit more clear-headed.
Friday?
okay, we'll do this again sometime.
You
For
Yeah.
sure.
All
enjoy.
right.
Give
Take
that
care,
cat a
All
everyone.
right.
cuddle.
Yeah, like you enjoy.
Bye.
See you Friday.
Yes.
All right.
So, Pokey,
Yes.
there was a gentleman that I talked to. Remember, I sent you a text. You told me you would look for him today.
Yeah.
Did you have any new face show up today?
There was so many new faces. It was hard to keep
Oh,
track. And the
wow. Was there really?
I think there were
conversation was going
16
really
members
fast.
at one point.
Oh my
Uh,
gosh.
Yeah, it was showing
Conversations
up.
were just flowing. Yeah. So
Yeah, and I didn't even show up for a couple hours in. And when I pulled up the screen, there were 4 rows of like, 4 pictures. So yeah, there was like 16 or 20 people.
Yeah, it
Oh,
was a
that's
big
that's
help.
great. That's great.
Yeah, we're all spreading the word.
That's it. There you go. Spread the word.
okay, I got something
You all,
here.
you know what? You guys keep spreading the word like this. You guys might become witnesses.
Too
You need to
dark.
get
Be careful.
under my belt here, and you come out and spread the word with me.
One step at a time.
There you go.
This post here
There
is
you go,
reading.
Kate.
So people with epilepsy are actually geniuses, and they just post some, cute little graphic of a couple actors saying, "What if we use 100% of the brain?" I'm sure these are famous lines from movies that I just don't know. And then the other one is saying, "All neurons firing at the same time is called a seizure." And I guess this was just posted to see how many smiles they could get out of it because all the comments are just going back and forth saying like, why would you try to call yourself a genius just because you have a disability? And somebody's saying, yeah, okay, next time post a graphic with a bunch of flashing lights and I guess bet you'll get a bunch of different responses. So anybody ever had somebody try to spin it that hard for you? Anybody, loved one saying, this could actually be something good? That's
No, but
pushing it.
I think that we are better than other people. And Pokey, yeah, it's Pokey now. Sorry, Tom got in my head.
It's getting late.
Oh my God. Okay. What's the question? No, we are better than other people. Don't
Wasn't
cut this.
Pokey Gumby's sidekick? Wait a minute.
We're
And
awesome.
yes. And does anybody feel like Gumby during their seizures? Because I've been saying that for a while.
Yes.
Say what? Gumby?
Gumby.
Oh yes. Oh yes. I do feel like Gumby, honestly, a little bit.
So you guys, I got something here, but I only read the caption, but I need you guys to listen to this one. And I want some opinions on this because this person is on the other side of the fence as us. It says, sick of taking care of my brother. My brother has epilepsy. He is 15. He always takes things so far. His jokes involve hitting me, insulting me. Even when I'm crying, he laughs at me and calls me a baby and insults me more. Yet I still care, and I'm the only one mainly who cares about his seizures. I don't know why he is like this. Just now, me and my mother were all having fun and playing around. My brother comes in and we are all joking, and then he decides to kick me as a joke and starts fighting me to smash an egg on my head. I scream for him to stop, and he's grabbing me. He makes me lock myself in a room, and once he gets through, he grabs my hair and I begin to cry. He makes fun of me and calls me all these names. I don't understand why. Just prior, I was caring for him during him having a strong aura, and he was scared he was going to have a seizure. Despite all of this, he treats me awfully, and my mother tells me to go away so I can keep my brother calm. Why do I bother? I don't understand. I feel like I'm being punished. He has broken my door trying to get to me, and I have all bruises all over me. I'm sick of this. He is psychotic and ruins things put out ruin things out of nowhere and finds it funny. Yet I'm the one that's always here caring for him when he gets scared. I just need to rant without being selfish, and my mother making me feel bad that I don't want to care for his seizures anymore. I get treated like shit for caring and then called a hysterical when I break and terrible for not wanting to help with his epilepsy because why should I? Am I selfish? Am I selfish is the question.
If I may ask, did did he mention how old he was? They said his brother's 15.
Yeah, so I don't know. I didn't even think
Okay.
that's a guy. I was thinking it might be a female, but beyond that,
Yeah.
Yeah, if he's busting in, grabbing her hair a bunch, or his or her, then it sounds like at this point their ability might not be enough to stabilize him. So maybe discussing with any other caretaker, they only mentioned the mom, it sounded like once, but if they could have a serious conversation with mom, this is too much on me. I still have a life to live, just phrase it in a way that's going to be conveying the message that this is serious now. This is a breaking point. So what's the plan? If
Well, you
he's
know how
not getting
some
better,
people,
what are we going to do about it? And
you know
don't
how
put it
some
on me.
people get, I'm sorry. You know how some people get when they're when they have been diagnosed with epilepsy or whatever the disorder may be, they lose it. And that's might be the problem with this gentleman is he just needs.
Anytime you're on meds during puberty, I mean,
Mm.
uh-oh,
I think also like
Kepper rage.
I'm half gonna we're giving this person the benefit of the doubt because we have to answer the question. We also don't have the other side of this story, and we've all addressed so many questions that are like my family member is treating me like I'm doing XYZ. So just on the flip side, just to point out this a question like this, maybe not this person, might be not being completely truthful or just feeling a lot of pressure because they're not the person that's
Overwhelmed.
supposed to be. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So it can feel like a lot. And I'm going to assume this is actually happening. And yeah, how old is this person and where are their parents?
Yeah, we never
Because
get the whole story.
my sister and I had a lot of emotional regulation problems. I mean, not to the physical abuse extent, but I mean, similar kind of shit to people, and we didn't know why we were doing it, and we weren't even on meds.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does sound crazy.
It opens a lot of doors, you know. There's not a whole lot of you're right, it's all one-sided. We don't have a lot of information.
Yeah, hopefully either way, they find a way to balance the care and actually make progress. So
Get
this one
him off
not too
the
long ago,
Keppra.
somebody, oh, go ahead.
I said, get him off the Keppra.
Oh, I just threw that out there as an example of what can cause somebody to actually like not be themselves for a little bit.
Once again, I can't say if that's the medicine or anything. Being a 15-year-old, the 15-year-old has the epilepsy, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was pretty aggressive at that age. I mean, I was aggressive with my friends. Like I was always with aggressive with them. I was always shoving them around, but I was never shoving my family members around, though. I mean, I was very nice to them. What I remember, for the most part. I mean, I had, some temper tantrums, but um, yeah, but I was pretty weird when I was a teenager, but uh, I'd like to hear you know, the, the epileptic patient's side of the story because that's a bizarre age and, to be healthy at. When you throw all the medications in, it's yeah. I'd like to hear his side of the story, or yeah.
I was kind of a little kind of siding with her on the is that selfish part, and personally, I keep after someone else putting the pieces together and telling me, but you're not the one who has to see the seizure. So I wouldn't say she's selfish. I think she's maybe just getting tired. Um, Eventually, you
I
just
can
get
see that.
tired, and you're a sibling. You're not a parent,
The
so
wear and
you're not
tear.
selfish. Because on top of having to see a seizure, you're taking care of this person. You have to see them. So yeah,
Okay.
that's enough to wear me out, and then I have
And
to
then
deal
yeah,
with
and then
the
they're wearing
physical.
you out physically.
Yeah, I got to
That's
deal with the
fair. That's
physical,
fair.
and
That's a fair, yeah.
yeah, I wouldn't
Okay.
say she's selfish.
No.
In the beginning, I thought otherwise, just reading the caption, but got into it. No, I don't think it's a selfish situation. People just get tired, and this is a lot on top of, like I said, on top of seizures, they can be a lot, depending on the medication we're on as well. But
And just called it out in the chat. Caregiver fatigue.
mm, I got
So
something
this one
here.
was. Oh yeah, go ahead.
It says people don't realize how isolating epilepsy is. I am a university student and I have never felt more isolated than trying to make friends on my course as someone who doesn't drink and generally can't do late nights out. It feels like all forms of socialization for students revolves around alcohol, pubs, and clubs, and it's so frustrating. I want to hang out and make friends, but drinking environments are are so alienating. Whenever I suggest any type of outing to my friends I have made, going to the pub or pint of something description is inevitable. Added inevitably added to the itinerary. I don't want to sit in the pub and pay all this money for soft drinks while everyone else gets wasted. I get very downtrodden at the prospect of my social life looking like this forever. I'm already not great at making friends, and there aren't really any society sober societies near me. Does anyone else feel similarly? Um,
Man, I was reading something very similar to this on a Yahoo message board, epilepsy board. And here's a gentleman, pretty much the same thing. He's been diagnosed for a couple years and he's a partier. He smokes pot, he drinks, he does coke, and he's young and he doesn't want to give it up. But and his doctor tells him that he's got to, but he's not happy with that. What should I do? And I was like, number one, you have to accept the fact that you're epileptic and doing dope and drinking and smoking is not going to work. But he wants to still be part of the crowd. He wants to be with his buddies. We see that we read a lot about this anymore, and I wonder if if uh if these people really are thinking about what their life, whether or not they're still on the fence, whether or not they're epileptic or whether or not they can go out and party with their buddies.
I I personally think that since I was having a hard time accepting that I was epileptic, I was using substances to excuse my seizures and to still fit in and to self-medicate myself. I was using substances and I was just kind of just doing whatever, and then finally, after receiving electroconvulsive therapy and having a formal diagnosis and really sitting down with myself and accepting the fact that I should just take care of myself instead of working against my body, I can work with my body. It's been a lot easier on me physically. mentally it's really hard. It's really depressing and really lonely. But it's just about finding a new group of individuals that I feel comfortable around, and the fact that alcohol and substances in the first place are what the friend group is centered around is a red flag. And you should have people that are okay with hanging out and maybe doing a little art thing or pottery class or some silly shit like that, or maybe watch a movie and maybe you can have a glass of wine. It's not gonna, hopefully, it's not gonna kill you.
Right.
Or you can have like a little bit of weed if you don't mind it. But you don't have to be a party animal. Like I tried to be a party animal and it's just not for me, and that's okay. And there's nothing wrong with that.
You know, if I may, uh, I was reading a lot of the comments that went along with this morning. I read about 5 or 6 of them before I just hung it up. Um, Everybody was saying, well, it's fine. It's okay if you go out and I just don't get as high. Don't get as drunk. Um, it's okay. You have to find an equilibrium in there somewhere. You just don't, I mean, I don't know why people throw these things out there. I mean, this epilepsy is not a game. I mean, these people are playing like it's, well, I mean, you could die. You can be going out getting drunk and drive. These guys are driving around in cars, stoned, um, and they're throwing out the epilepsy uh ball as if, well, I'm epileptic, so I still wanna do this, I still wanna do that. And everybody's saying, well, do what you want to do, what you want to do. It's okay.
Just don't dig your own grave.
Well, they
Rick,
were all saying,
uh,
that's it. That's what everybody was saying, and it didn't make any sense to me.
I mean, and you want to talk about something that doesn't make sense. This post here, the first one is somebody's
Rick
claiming or
had
saying
his
that,
hands up.
go ahead.
Oh no, you go first. Finish up.
Okay. So they were claiming that a girl at their school seems to have epilepsy, but her seizures are too convenient because they always happen around an important test. And then the comments go on to say that, another reason is because that we let her know on TikTok she should put a seizure warning at the beginning of the videos, and she got all offended by that, saying I shouldn't have to cater to you because of, my problems. And then this one was questioning her. Somebody questioned her about PNES, and they got into a conversation a little further, and this girl acted like she didn't know what SUDEP was. And that's pretty much the end of the comments that they were updating, saying that's what sealed the deal. And now we think this girl is literally just saying she has seizures so she can miss tests. So apparently there are people out there that might actually do it. They don't say what grade this is or any more details, but I guess some people can go that low.
Yeah, but
Is
Kate, I completely agree that that happens. It just simply does. It's written by these freaking people who don't actually have the condition. So how do we know? Like to them, of course, it looks like it's convenient, but stress or testful. Tests are stressful. And some people they get triggered by stress. And this is a girl, and they're gonna get told that they have psychological seizures probably no matter what, and by everybody who's a doctor and not a doctor. And these posts just I'm not sick of you reading them. I'm sick of them existing without the knowing what this person is doing. We don't know what this person is doing. And honestly, like fuck these kind of posts. That's something for that person who's faking it or not to figure out with their doctor. And everybody else, you know what? Just suck it up and deal with it. What does it matter if they're doing it? Just take your test and shut up.
They will reap what they sow.
yeah, back to the thing where the person said it was isolating. I see how it can be isolating at times, especially like in the beginning of your journey. When you're just checking yourself out of things that you can't do. You're like, I can't do this, so I can't be with them people. I can't do this, so I can't go with them there. It can be a little isolating, and then once you get a hold of it or get your head together, I don't exactly know how to put that, but yeah, it took some time for me to just be like, okay, yeah, I got this. For a long time, I was just, all right, I have epilepsy. Wasn't worried about things as much as I am now. But Rick, you had something?
Yeah, so the person who feels like they're isolated, so I've taken substances in the past. Um, so I'm not one of those people that I don't judge. I don't say no, you shouldn't do that. But as I've gotten older, I've gone where I don't need that. I bring the party. I'm also the designated driver most of the time, and I'm okay with that. I joined a church that was very strict with substances, and my friends were cool with it because I sat with them while they drank. I had Sprite. I like Sprite. I sat with them while they smoked. Cool. I put on some funny videos, watched them laugh their asses off. Everything was cool. So when it comes to isolation, yes, I had a few friends that were really put off that I didn't drink alcohol with them. I became less involved with them because that's their problem, not my problem. I'm cool with everybody, so if I decide I don't feel like drinking, then you should be okay with that because I'm still having fun. I'm still bringing the fun. So with the whole isolation thing, either their friends accept it and then everybody moves on, or get new friends. That's the way I feel about that part. And you know, what better time to meet new friends than when you have something new that you're dealing with, right?
What I did, I just cut out a lot of people that, like my dealers and stuff, I just cut them out completely, blocked them, took them out of my life, and then I've been sober. It's not easy and fun, but it's life.
This is, well, another thing. Epilepsy stops me from having fun. I have a friend that I like to hang out with, but he only likes going to bars and getting drunk all the time. Since I have epilepsy, I'm not able to drink, and I feel like I'm missing out on a lot of fun and fun moments, especially when I see him post stuff on Instagram about having fun with all of his other friends. Do you guys have any advice about doing anything fun without drinking? That was similar to what we just went through. To just, yeah, like Rick said, drink Sprite.
The fact that everything is surrounded by substances in the first place is a red flag that doesn't have to do with epilepsy.
I haven't drank in over 20 years.
Yeah, I don't drink.
Uh,
I smoke every now. I smoke every day, usually some weed, but I don't go heavy all the time. But other than that,
Yeah, I
and
haven't
I'm not
drank
around
since Easter.
anybody that, I'm sorry, both.
Oh, I just said I haven't drank since Easter. I haven't had tobacco since, I mean, I haven't had nicotine since the 15th. Wait, yeah, there we go.
So everybody
So,
that I associate with does not, we don't indulge in cigarettes, smoking pot, drinking. Uh, we don't cuss a whole lot, if at all. Um, our we just find things to do that uh doesn't involve any of that stuff. But then again, that's just a 60-year-old man. I'm not a kid that's out partying with all his buddies.
yeah.
So I can't. I guess I don't have much to say in that area.
We got something else. It says, helpful bartender. I just need to bitch about this interaction I had last night. I feel like some folks here may have had similar experiences. I was at an art opening with a little bar and they had a bottle of Aperol. I asked for a LaCroix with a small splash of something on the top. I don't know that word. The bartender seemed really weird, really weirded out. So I explained that I have epilepsy and don't drink. I just like the bitter flavored beverage once in a while. He said, "Oh, this is the cure for epilepsy." I said, "No, alcohol is a seizure trigger." Then he said, "I'm sorry to break it to you, but the carbonated bubbles in the LaCroix also make your body absorb alcohol faster." I took a sip to make space for about 1 tablespoon of whatever that other word is. Aperol. Anybody? Yeah, so
Aperol.
Aperol. What is
That the
that?
earlier one? It's a liqueur. It's like a really sweet, like yucky alcohol.
Okay, yeah, so the person said they took a spoonful. I'm lost now. Oh, about 1 tablespoon. I've been doing this for years. I think I'll be okay. He proceeded to act like he was selling me a rope to hang myself. Maybe it's my own fault for bringing up epilepsy, but I find it really annoying to have random people trying to tell me how to manage my medical condition. Um, Aperol is 11% ABV, and I was diluting maybe half an ounce in a 12-ounce can. Alcohol isn't even the big trigger for me. I just avoid it and be safer. I'm also medicated and can legally drive because my seizures only happen at night. I'm a 40-year-old woman, if that matters. Kind of changes things. I thought it was a guy for a while. Come on, we got some opinions. You guys listen to me read that and have nothing.
Is the woman a bartender?
It sounds like she wasn't the bartender. Like, sounds like a bartender was trying to serve her drinks.
And she
Really
knew
trying to
that
sell
she
it.
had a problem. And she knew that if this was a bartender and she knew that this man or woman had a medical disability and she's feeding her alcohol. Is that what I understood?
No, she told the person that she has epilepsy. Now he's trying to feed her alcohol. He's really trying to sell it. He told her alcohol is the cure for epilepsy.
Oh. Oh.
He's
Oh.
really trying to sell a bottle.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody,
Okay.
let's go do a shot of Aperol and our epilepsy will go away.
Right.
If it does, I'll be happy.
I'd rather not even risk it, but yeah, that was a lot. One of the comments says, I've brought it up in a lot of situations like this. Luckily, my local dive has a sober bartender who knows I really do just want to splash. I don't have a local bartender.
Well, I guess anything's all right in moderation. I'm serious. I mean, if you want to have a beer or you want to have a glass of wine, I don't know if you guys smoke pot. You get a little high. If you're not getting stupid drunk, fall down stupid drunk. I mean, you just have to use your, common sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, I think you all know. I think I've made it clear what my history was, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So I've been there, I've done that, got the shirt. So no. You have to have your own, your head on your shoulders and make educated decisions.
Yeah. Advocate for your own health. But something else here. It says 21st soon. What should I do? 20-year-old male here was diagnosed when I was 14 and was weaned off Keppra after about 2 years. Thought I was undiagnosed until 2023 when I had another TC that lasted a little over 3 minutes. My entire family and my friends drink alcohol. I used to drink when I was off Keppra for those 2 years. I did not have issues. It sucks now because I have completely quit alcohol and everyone around me still drinks, and it's so tempting, yet I refuse to indulge in it. What makes it even worse is I really don't have anyone to talk to about this, honestly. I haven't talked to a neurologist since I was first diagnosed back when I was 14. I'm worried of the consequences of mixing alcohol with my Keppra. I don't want to have another seizure, but I'm turning 21 in a month, and I know everyone will want me to drink. I've been seizure free for about 2 years and have never had a TC while on Keppra, thank God. A part of me just wants to say screw it and drink, have a good time, and worry about the consequences later. But I also want to be safe and not have to worry about it in the first place. What makes it even worse is I feel like no one is understanding my point of view, and I feel left out because I'm the only one not drinking. It just sucks, and having no one to genuinely understand the situation makes me feel even more left out.
I'm sorry. I'm
Seriously, this person is so
seriously.
close to just making the wrong choice. It might be even hard to remember how annoying it is to have these seizures, but just because you're turning 21, to sacrifice
Exactly.
all that
All
progress and
that.
control, not worth it. This person really needs somebody to reason with them quick. And the
Right,
fact that they're
Katie.
saying everybody around me is going to want me to drink, that's not your crowd.
No, what are you doing with these people?
I'm turning
I mean,
21 soon.
are you that insecure
I'm
with
turning
your
21.
daily life?
I'm turning
Uh,
21 soon and I'm just smoking. Like some weed. That's it.
A big session.
I
Yeah,
wouldn't want to
that's
get
it.
rid of my friends though. I mean, you got to have some kind of middle ground.
as
Yeah, you don't
long
have
as
to
as
you don't
long
have
as
to get
they're
rid of your
not,
Oh yeah,
friends.
I was
You just
just
no.
don't have
Calling
to
them
you don't
friends
have
is a
to
loose term,
Just
though,
tell
if
them
they're
no.
pushing you to do something and they know you have epilepsy, but
Right.
they want to
That's
go
if
do
not a
they're
stuff.
not
friend.
willing to do something else with you, then that's not really a real friend group.
Right.
Right. They don't care anything about you. That's all. That's where that's at. I mean, you
Me
don't
and
want
my
to be
one
around
friend just
people like
colored the
that.
other day, and we didn't do anything. We just colored.
That's a
My
good
kids
friend. I
Hey,
don't have a
colored.
friend.
Lupa, I was under the impression that kids don't drink that much anymore. Am I wrong?
Kids? I'm not a kid.
I'm a little beyond that
I think
myself.
kids are on a lot of
Depends on like
different
how old
stuff these
the kid
days.
is.
When I was younger, I drank a lot, but that was just because of the people I was surrounded by. Drinking is still pretty prevalent. I'll tell you what is very prevalent though is cocaine.
Is it
Don't do
really
that,
still?
guys. No,
Oh,
fentanyl.
she's never gone away. She's just very known now. She used to be under the covers and now everyone knows about her.
Yeah, and pills and
Mm-hmm.
fentanyl. So
Fentanyl.
yeah,
Fentanyl.
coke is getting mixed with fentanyl, and so are pills and stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Ketamine.
sorry, who's that?
fentanyl.
Who are we talking about?
They said the kids these days.
I just got
They said
insight perspective
kids
here
aren't
from
as
a
much drinkers as
14-year-old.
they used to be. I think someone said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I
So I,
thought you were
I
talking
just got
about a
perspective
specific
here from a
person.
14-year-old that she knows her older sister um does drink, but it was more, it
Thank
sounds
you,
like not
Jason.
regularly partying just to be cool. Just tasting it to say she did kind of thing.
I mean, I'll go to a club for fun, but I'll also leave when I'm ready to, which is probably like 20 minutes in. I just want to go for fun and then I'll leave. I go to those things alone. I
Well,
like to go to
Sailor Mom
concerts
always
by
said it
myself.
best about being the designated driver.
See, that's it.
I don't
There's
even
nothing
drive.
wrong with going to a bar. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, you
Once
don't have to
again,
drink.
I'm
moderation.
sorry, you
No.
can tell how late it's getting. I just said we could be the designated driver. Wow.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I hate to interrupt here, but I've been reading some things, and it's really beginning to bother me. Um, Drinking, and I mean, I'm sorry, driving and being epileptic. I mean, it seems like every third or fourth post I read, it's somebody talking about driving.
Yeah.
Them driving, I'm upset about not being able to drive, and I've had these episodes, and I crashed my car, and this person is maimed, but I should be able to get my driver's license because I didn't tell anybody, And I mean, where are you people coming from? How can you live with yourself, even thinking about something like this? And I mean, I don't even read a lot of them because it 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 just bothers me so much. But I can't think of driving after just knowing that you're epileptic and you might have a seizure. How is that possible?
I
I
had
mean, I know they're out there, of course, they're out there. But when it's like every fourth or fifth post, somebody's talking about uh driving or having driven and going to drive, or when is my next chance to get my driver's license back. Does
I
anybody
had
else have a
I
feeling?
I had a friend that kept like trying to push me to drive, and I kept being very like stern with them. Like, I'm not comfortable to drive. I keep having seizures. I'm not safe on the road for anyone else, and then it's going to be a involuntary vehicular manslaughter in the second degree that I don't want to do because I know I have a medical condition that I can't drive with, and it's just not safe for me to drive. And I'm using common sense, and I'm also being safe for everyone else on the road because when you're driving a car, you're driving a weapon.
I'll probably never drive in the city. People in the city can barely drive. So I'm not going to drive around them. They're crazy. Maybe out in the like suburbs or, you know, it's nice out there. You could drive a pickup truck out there. Probably not kill anyone.
In the suburbs, I could see. But when you're talking about driving in the city, I mean, and okay, I've never driven. I've never driven. So maybe it's a lot easier for me to have a holier than thou type of attitude. I don't know. I just don't get it. I just don't. So, and I've made some comments. I will say I have commented on some of those posts. And after reading them, it's like, where do you come off? Who do you think you are? But they're asking for opinions. So I gave my honest opinion.
I agree with you, Tom.
Yeah. Yeah. But again, that's Tom 101, right? I need to start a novel, a textbook.
I'm one-on-one. The next one here says, anybody else just get used to not being taken seriously by doctors? I'm diagnosed with unspecified seizure disorder because, surprise, surprise, even the neurologist couldn't figure out the causes, and mine are apparently atypical. Either way, they are real, but I am used to the ER doctors not taking me seriously, even when I'm seizing in front of them because I'm apparently not what they used to seeing. I don't know. Either way, I know my truth and I just want dignified treatment. Is anybody else not being taken seriously by doctors? You just got used to it?
Annie.
I never got used to it. I just kept fighting back.
I feel you.
I literally fought back. Like, but yes, they don't take you. They will do everything in their power not to take you seriously, especially if you have other illnesses, especially mental illnesses, or if you have a bad period like I do. They'll be like, "Oh, it's just your hormones. It's just your period." And they won't take you seriously. Or it's insurance, again, like I said, trying to play doctor, trying to make things cheaper. Healthcare not taking you seriously. They don't want to spend more money on that. They don't want to pay for this medication. And it's a game that you have to play, unfortunately. An
So,
unfair
Rick,
one.
Say that again.
So that's one of the reasons why I shaved my head a couple of times was
I
after I
shaved
had
my
my
head
last. Hey.
too.
um, so I did because of when I had my latest seizure, there was going to be like 8 months to go see a neurologist. So I shaved my head. That way everybody got to see the scar from my brain surgeries. Like, hey, this is serious. I need to be seen right away. So I walked into the doctor's office with my wife and showed the receptionist. I said, hey, just to let you know, I really need to be seen sooner. So they got me in within a few weeks.
Yep, it's
So
totally.
that's why I did it.
It's like a little chess game that you have
Good
to play.
plan.
It's a total game you have to play, and you just get better at it as you keep going. It sucks,
Yeah.
but
That was my ace right there.
You're ace in a hole.
Yep.
Yeah. That was smart, Rick. I like that trick. Yeah. It's dark in here, otherwise I'd turn my camera on. But yeah, mine was I'm so impressed with you, Lufa. I really am. I'm so glad you're here. Because I mean, here
thank
you
you.
are. I won't say how young you are, Lufa, but you are very wise. And I wish I had your energy a month ago, but I did okay. I had to literally put the accreditation of a level 4 epilepsy center on the platter in front of them and say, okay, I've been communicating with the National Association of Epilepsy Centers, the people who say whether or not you can be accredited. And according to their regulations, these have been the problems for the last 5 years. Now we can either fix it or not. And I'll just walk away and carry on. Or we can move forward. And what happened to me was I moved to a new city and they took a 13-year diagnosis and treatment and said, no, this is wrong. You do not have epilepsy. You have PNES. We're not going to give you these medications. No, you're not going to do that. But they did. They gave me one of my medications back. And I just kept fighting and fighting for 5 years until a friend of mine who is a very, very incredible advocate told me this is what you do. And, that's what I did and it worked. And I had to stop screaming and yelling. But man, Rick, shaving your head, that was ace. That's ace. I love it.
Yeah, the next one was actually kind of similar to that, but it says, do neurologists sometimes
See
dismiss the
everyone.
epilepsy? Go ahead.
No, I'm out, everyone. Gotta go.
All right. See you later, Kevin.
Hi, Kevin.
Night,
Nice talking to
Kevin.
y'all.
It was great
We'll
to
see
see
you
you.
Friday.
I will see you Friday. All right.
Oh, nice. So this one says, do neurologists sometimes dismiss your epilepsy? I'm not sure how to explain this, but it super upsets me. I've had epilepsy since I was 9. I'm 37 now, and I've been on a few meds, but right now I'm on lamotrigine and pregabalin, as well as others for mental health and pain. Now, for some weird reason, neurologists and the therapist doesn't know a thing about the EPFGS. The neurologists and therapists are telling me pregabalin isn't an epilepsy medication. On the NHS website, it says it is. And I was given it years ago for my epilepsy. Not only that, but now a doctor and that same therapist are questioning if I have epilepsy at all. Apparently, I could just be having anxiety panic attacks because they look the same. Now I have anxiety and panic attacks, and not once have they felt like a seizure aura. They can trigger the seizures, but they're not the same. Recently, I've had a few seizures in my street, few seizures in the street, and all times someone called an ambulance. It was so embarrassing. I just wanted to hide. And one first responder actually asked to double check if it was in fact epilepsy. I'm so tired of having to explain myself to these professionals. Does anyone else have a problem explaining themselves to their neurologist? Can you tell me how to cope or deal with it? Because I am at a loss and it's making me not want to go to the doctors or therapists appointments now. I'm in the UK if that helps.
Okay, well, being in the US might be different, but um wait, I'm trying to think. Oh, I have PTSD and panic attacks as well, and anxiety attacks and social anxiety. So like I wrap my face in lace sometimes, or I wear lace around my hair to make me feel less exposed, or I wear sunglasses or headphones when I go out. Um, but in the off chance that I have like a flashback or something and I have a um PTSD attack or a um panic attack, or I wake up from a panic attack during the night, it's a extremely different feeling from a seizure. Like it is just this, like, to me it's an extremely different feeling. It's a more feeling in my chest of like everything being like swirled up and ripped apart and I can't get
Yeah.
it out. I'm confined to this one little space and I'm scared and I can't breathe and I'm hyperventilating. Whereas a seizure, it's this aura of like, what is going on? And I'm like, I'm confused, but I'm like still there and it kind of doesn't feel nice. It's just like fluffy and, but like horrible fluffy. It's like hell and it's just this weird aura. Or if it's myoclonic jerk, it's like being electrocuted. And if it's a seizure, then you're usually out of it completely. So it's completely different than a panic attack. It's just a fact of the health system being uneducated, and especially EMTs being uneducated, which isn't completely their fault. A lot of it's schooling.
It says, is anyone else just like really stupid? I was diagnosed with epilepsy in 2022 after a TC. I had 3 TCs in my life, and I'm currently 750 milligrams. And I feel like in the last 2 years, my cognitive abilities have been on a strong decline. Critical thinking skills are out of the window, and I don't even want to get started on memory, recollection, and retention. Was it a seizure? Is it the meds? Do I need to apply for MAID because I'm essentially doomed? I feel like I get worse and worse every day, despite my last seizure being January of this year. My friends have noticed I've gotten dumber, and at first it was fun, like little joke, but now they are beginning to get concerned. I had to drop out of the university because I couldn't understand my work anymore. I recently broke up with my boyfriend of almost 3 years, and I'm more heartbroken about the fact that I don't remember much of our time together rather than the breakup itself. I feel like I'll be forever stuck working in customer service. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I do love my job and the atmosphere of retail. I was on track to become a lawyer. I had everything. This disease has ruined my life. I wouldn't say I feel stupid, but then again, I'm 20 years in, so.
Yeah, it's hard because especially when you have multiple
and when you got everything going
chronic
for yourself.
clients or grand mals or whatever they want to call them these days. I'm gonna call them grand mal. It robs your brain of oxygen, and it's really hard because you can't decide if it's the seizure or the meds. You know,
Yeah.
but you're getting brain damage either way.
I really hate to say this, but I think a lot of what's going on is association. I mean, if you're associating with a bunch of people who have, that are on the outside of your mentality, of your being an epileptic, and they're not, so they're looking down on you. So that's going to give you a make you feel bad about yourself. I myself am surrounded by a lot of people that support me, understand my situation, and are there for me. Pretty much that's all I got to say. I mean, if we're going to surround ourselves with people that aren't willing to understand what our situation is, we're doing all we can to be the best person we can be, then that's all you're going to have are problems. And it's not that easy for everyone. I understand that. I'm a very fortunate person to be in the situation I'm in. And I just hope that you guys have a good support system. I know that was completely off track. I mean, I wasn't going there, but I went off track from the original question. I'm sorry.
When you first read it and you got to the 750 part, I thought you were gonna say pounds. It's like what I was expecting for a second, and it totally threw me off the entire thing. I was totally expecting you to say pounds. That was off topic, but I couldn't get that out of my head, and I just needed to. I'm glad that they did not have to get up to that weight value.
It says, is it just me or people don't take epilepsy seriously? I tell people I have epilepsy and they don't realize how serious it is and joke about it. I had to tell my boyfriend's cousin that it's not funny, saying, I'm gonna flash some lights on you and laugh. Like when I see flashing lights, I don't get seizures, but I try to avoid them because I'm scared that suddenly it could trigger it, even though that has never happened. My friends also think I purposely haven't gotten my license, and it's super frustrating because I don't want to drive and risk having a seizure while behind the wheel. So many people think it's funny to fake having seizures and often say, do the juice world. And it's so sad. Also, I saw a tweet that had a video of Charlie XCX and it was flashing lights, and someone replied saying that shouldn't be allowed. And people replied saying they should accommodate for people with epilepsy. Like it's a huge public place. Why do they have the flashing lights? Um,
Do the Juice World? I've never heard that before.
Me either. Do the juice world. What does that mean? I don't even know what that means.
I don't know. He
What
lost
that
me.
means? I've never heard that before.
Luke,
Oh my gosh.
Lucy,
Juice World.
and she don't understand.
Maybe
So
he maybe he overdosed and had a seizure. I'm taking a wild guess because he rapped
Oh
about
yeah,
drugs a
that was
lot.
that kid that died, that overdosed.
He was a rapper and I think he overdosed and had a seizure and like maybe it was filmed and that's why they're saying it. That's my wild guess. I'm using context clues. Um I've never heard that before though. That's insane.
Is that kid, like that young kid that there was like a
He was like
documentary about?
27 or something?
Yeah.
23?
Was there
24?
like a Hulu thing about that? Was that that?
I think there's always a documentary about someone nowadays. I think there was. He's like, oh, he did All Girls Are the Same. He played that song. I listened to some of his music is good. He did die. Rest in peace.
I got one here. It says, my son was kicked out of preschool for having epilepsy. My son is 4. Was supposed to go to school, supposed to go to his first day of preschool this Wednesday. This morning we got a call from the school informing us that he would no longer be in the class. They said they weren't willing to accommodate his medical needs. Specifically, they refused to administer his rescue medication, which he's never needed to use so far, thankfully. We offered to provide professional training from a nurse. We offered to let them call 911 instead of using rescue medication if a TC lasted over 3 minutes. They flat out refused, not interested. They told us they didn't want to expose their other children to a scary seizure event. They didn't want to have a talk about seizures with the other kids. We enrolled him in June. They had months to work with us. They had months to tell us to F off, but they waited until 2 days before school to give him the boot. I'm crushed on top of all the pain and uncertainty of managing seizures, meds, and his keto diet, being told that my kid is unfit to have an education and is too traumatizing to be around his peers feels unbearable. It feels so cruel and heartless. We have an amazing co op preschool that we know we can go back to. They were there at the beginning of our journey, and we are loved there. We were excited that the new school would allow him to have nuts and let's out at noon. At the end of the day, it's not the biggest setback, but when is the universe going to when is the universe going to hand us a win?
Now, I think I read something about this not too long ago where it was just passed. A law was just passed, and the schools aren't allowed to um, disqualify someone from going to school because because of a disability.
Wow, look
Anyone
how
else
far
with
we've
that?
come.
I wouldn't know anything about disabilities in schools, but that's messed up. That yeah,
That's
like I
crazy
was
that
saying,
that's
I'm glad that I'm not saying I'm glad that I learned I had it when I was already in high school, but the good thing, well, not a good thing that it happened. I don't know how to put it. It's a good thing that it happened when I was in high school already because they couldn't be like, we can't accommodate him anymore, and I'm already a junior in high school.
Right.
I moved around a lot. Um, a lot of the schools actually told me that I was a behavioral problem and traumatizing the other students as well. Not for my epilepsy, but for my autism. But it's a very odd experience as a child.
I think that if I was to make a suggestion to that person, would be to get a hold of a lawyer
Hmm.
because I I'm not I'm serious. I think I just read something about this recently that there was a win um on a case that's been going on about a child being refused public education. And it went to court, and they won, and it was a big deal. So, but that's, I think they should go to a doctor, I mean, a lawyer, and
It's
talk
way
to a
more
lawyer, because there's
common than people
nobody,
would think.
yeah,
It's like way more common than people would think.
yeah. But that's, I mean, to me, that's the only
It's
logical
like,
thing. To talk to people on Reddit isn't going to get you
no.
an answer of any sorts that I would think.
Says it's hard for me to accept that I am epileptic. Any advice? I very rarely have seizures and I have no clue what causes them. I had one a couple days ago and it's finally setting in for me that this is an actual disability I have to live with. It has removed my potential job opportunities from me. I cannot drive a bus, taxi, ambulance, etc. And it has forced me to need to wait half a year before I can even get my license. It's just super upsetting to me that it feels like everyone else is able to do the things I can't do because of something wrong with my brain that I can't control. I also struggle with the fact that whenever I try to talk to people about it, I either get treated like a lost puppy and they say, "Oh, you poor thing," which is really annoying for me, or I get the whole lots of people have it worse than you do, so look on the bright side type vibe. Does anyone else have any advice for me? I would really appreciate any help. How can I better deal with the fact that this disorder is something that I have to accept? Thanks for reading all of that.
I think Angel's got something to say.
It's not easy. It's definitely, I don't know how old this person is, but they sound young. Um, and I was diagnosed at 14. So it took some time. It took into my 20s. And I said it earlier, it's like, um, when I still wanted to drive regardless. And then that one big attack happened. That's when I finally accepted it. But it takes some time with like a pubescent mind. Is that the word? Pubescent? I don't know. um, to go into an adult mind, you know, or more mature mind. And I was having a conversation with Jeff on our Reddit channel versus young versus an older person too at the same time. Um like I feel like an older person, it's harder because they are pretty much going through a hurricane all at once and they have to rebuild like right there. Whereas the young person has to learn adaptability right there, you know. Um, but there's going to be like it's you're not going to be like you get your diagnosis and you're going to accept it, you know. There's going to be denial, there's going to be anger, there's going to be all types of things. Um and it's just part of the process that you got to go through it until you fully, and I think it happens differently for everyone. Like you realize this is just something you got to accept.
That's me.
Alright.
I've
Go
pretty
ahead.
much said that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, you go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I'm a lot. I think I consider myself a lot different than a lot of uh, epileptics. I've accepted my disability. I live my life in total. I work. The only thing I don't do different. The only thing I do different than anybody else is I don't drive. And I don't allow things to bother me. But then again, I've been a witness. I mean, I've been epileptic for 50 years, and I've learned not to allow anything to interfere with it. I've got a good marriage. Uh, I live a fairly regular life.
I was gonna say that like I was just recently diagnosed like say 3 months ago, 3 months ago, 4 months ago, something like that. Somewhere in that time span. But I also had electroconvulsive therapy done, so that plays again a big part in it. But um it for me has been a big like kind of a grieving process and an accepting process of like because I thought getting a diagnosis was going to make everything better and fix everything, and then I got the diagnosis and everything was the same, except I just have a diagnosis now and some medication. So it's more of like it's been like a growing journey with it. I get frustrated still when people treat me like I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to my diagnosis when I've been the one going through it and the one who's been proven right every time. Um, it frustrates me to be like compared to a child, still. And it's You know, I find it happening even within the community. Like, people say things that they don't realize come across as like,
Condescending.
yeah, like I'm not offended necessarily, but I am a little bit like, all right, like if you get it so much, then why don't you get this part so much? It frustrates me because it feels like you're again placing something onto me or forcing me to be a certain way with my diagnosis because that's how you are with your diagnosis. That's how you learn with your diagnosis. That's how you fix your cognitive abilities with your diagnosis. That's how you teach people to learn in your life, in your job. But for me, since I was a child, it's been different for me, and that's fine. And I know that. And to continue to kind of like almost tell me that that's not correct and whatnot when I know it's correct because I know what I'm talking about, and at the end of the day, I'm confident in what I'm talking about because I know the way I learn and I embrace the way I learn. So, part of what I'm doing now is embracing the fact that I have epilepsy and learning more about it and learning specifically about my type of epilepsy because that's the kind that I'm going to understand the most instead of
Good job.
forcing it onto people. That gets
Right.
frustrating and it's annoying when people think that they know more than you.
Right.
And
Right.
it's
Right.
never a competition. It's never been a competition. It's never been who has it worse. It's always just been let's help each other out. But then when people try and force this specific cookie cutter way of certain things, it is frustrating and it shows you that in a way we're still set back as a society no matter what in many different ways.
It's good to hear you say that at that age.
That's it. Yeah. Very much so. Very much so. I really appreciate you because of your age, the amount of time that you've been a witness. I mean, guys, I gotta get this out of my head. The amount of time you've been an epileptic and you are so mature in that area. I really appreciate that. I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Keep it up. And remember, we're always here for you.
I appreciate it.
We're always here for you.
I appreciate it.
And
We
Lufa, I
appreciate
will
you.
tell you that it does get old. It does get better when you get a little
It
older.
does get better. Yes.
Keep
Yeah, I'm
that
sure.
keep that confidence.
Yeah.
When I was in my 20s and I got into the job market, it was the confidence that opened doors. It was the confidence that had people listen. And I used to always wish that I had gray hair when I was earlier because then I would get respect right away. But I realized it was the confidence that really did it. So,
That's
you know,
that's it.
you are extremely smart. You are well spoken. Keep that confidence, and you're going to find so
Thank
many
you.
doors open for you, and you're going to find you're going to get really far in life with that. And I'm
Thank
trying
you. I
not to tear up
appreciate
as I'm
that.
saying it, but seriously,
Rick, that was
No,
head
it's
on.
you got
okay.
it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That was spot on, Rick.
I
Spot
appreciate
on.
that a lot. I don't have a lot of people in my life that I talk to or know a lot about my illness and whatnot, so it's nice to be heard.
Well, that's why we're here, so you do have someone to talk to.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I don't know what I would have done without Pokey starting this group.
Welcome to the family, Loopy.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, I wish I thought like you when I was 20. Might be a
Well,
little better off now.
it's gone. It's been a lot of. I was not always this way, so.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry, it was a lot worse before. And I was very ignorant to epilepsy before I knew I was epileptic. So, and I'm not afraid to admit that either. I was very ignorant to chronic illness. And then when I started experiencing it, I was like, oh shit, this is a really real thing. So it's just about properly learning how to spread awareness without, you know, it's a tricky mind game of trying to figure out how to do it properly because unless you really have it, you don't truly understand it. So the only way of
Exactly.
getting it through to someone's head is to explain it in a way that they will understand it, that would they will relate to it
Yes.
by being
Exactly.
empathetic and sympathetic.
Everyone
That's it in a
epilepsy
nutshell.
is like a fingerprint, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone is different. It can't be put all in the same
Basket.
category, you know?
Right.
Next one says how to deal with people not taking your restrictions seriously. For example, not driving. I got diagnosed with epilepsy recently after having my first seizure last year, and until we are sure what the cause is and can make sure my seizures are totally controlled with meds, my neuros have obviously banned me from driving. My family is starting to think I'm abandoning them because they all live over an hour away and I'm not able to drive and visit them anymore. And they refuse to come visit me since I live in a city with a remote. Oh, live in a city with a roommate. They all think my reasons for not driving are weak. You'll you'll be able to tell if you're about to have a seizure and just pull over, right? You've only had 2 or 3 seizures in the last year. Why can't you bathe? That's stupid. I'd be bathing anyway. You can't let epilepsy control your life. Uh, yeah. Then it says, yeah, totally let me just casually risk my life. My doctors totally don't know what they're talking about, and neither do I. I'm just making my life exponentially harder for no reason. How dare I let my life altering disorder alter my life? So, how do you deal with people not taking your restrictions seriously? Was the question.
I mean, you know,
Yeah,
time to
deal
find
with
new
it.
friends. But I think it's one of those things where
They can come
education,
find out.
right? They could come find
They can
out.
come find
There's
out in the car with me.
Yeah, there's
And
YouTube
trust me.
videos you can show them. There's all sorts of educational ways, and
Yeah.
you know, maybe even let them, you know, if you got a nanny cam, show them what a seizure looks like from yourself or, you know, from other people. I feel like, you know, if they were really friends, that they would understand and learn.
I had a friend that looked up seizures and how to properly help someone going through a seizure completely unprovoked, not me asking them to do that or anything, just because they wanted to make sure they were prepared in case something were to happen. And I think that just speaks very loudly to who you surround yourself with. I'm making Pop Tarts, so I'm gonna go get those.
Yeah. Pookie's home alone, so you guys are Pookie sitting at the moment. Um, I got one here. It says, does anyone feel like a burden? My epilepsy is back after 12 years, and everyone seems to be on edge and scared around me now. I don't want to make people feel uncomfortable. Does anyone feel like a burden? Is the question.
I think I can speak for a lot of us where that feeling comes on a lot of times where we feel like we're burdening our loved ones and you know
Yeah.
I
Did you
can
have something
I
else?
forgot what else, but yeah, we feel like we're the burden. And we take on that guilt.
Yeah.
You know, I
Tom,
feel like
muted.
I'm sorry again.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Thank you. Yeah, my wife picks me up and drops me off at work. No matter what's going on in her life, she drops the ball and comes and does that. When I go out in the ministry with my brothers and sisters, they have to come pick me up and drop me off at the end of the day. Let me see what other things. Everything that we need to do, go shopping or whatever, my wife does it. There's a lot of things that our significant others or parents or friends do for us that make us, I can speak for myself, we're all different. These are things that, yes, I feel are a burden to other people.
yeah, I get that. Yeah, like sometimes just has me thinking, like, per se, my living situation, I feel like I wouldn't be able to live here if I didn't have epilepsy. You know what I mean? Like, sympathy stay. But maybe that's just me, just how I think. Yeah, I'm already treated like epilepsy isn't a big deal, so I'm over that part.
Not being able to drive is probably where I feel the most guilt.
Rick?
Yeah.
So, we get this asked weekly because it's a big problem for people that they feel like they're a burden. And so like I'm unique in that I was the one who did everything. So I feel bad that I can't, but at the same time, people around me keep reminding me that I used to take people everywhere. I used to take care of this. I used to bring people to doctor appointments. I used to make the doctor appointments, all these things. So, everybody around me is like, remember you did all this for us. Now it's our turn. So I think a lot of it has to do with understand what you used to do for people and allow them to serve and be there for you, first of all. Second of all, what can you do? Can you help clean? Can you help clean other people's places? You're getting a ride from your neighbor. Can you help the neighbor bring in their groceries? Can you help the neighbor with their yard? Things that you can do it. And it's favor for favor. Yes, you give me rides to the doctor. Yes, you give me rides everywhere, but I'm helping take care of your cat. I'm helping take care of your yard. So I think there's a lot of think
Give
of
and
all the
take.
give and take that you're able to do, and then that should allow you to feel less of a burden.
It does take some of the burden off. It does. It does. But again, I'm speaking for myself.
Yeah, it's hard.
It's hard. It's hard. Even though you
'Cause I
do
still
that, but
apologize to
Rick,
my
that
cousin.
was spot on. I appreciate that. Good job.
Even though like I help clean the dishes and stuff around the house and whatnot with my mom, I still apologize when she drives me places that are farther or stuff like that. That if I could drive, I would do it myself. Or if we go on like a trip together, we would definitely switch off. But I can't. Oh, cookies and cream. I'd like to heat it up in the toaster. But
Oh, Lufa, did you ever have your driver's license or did you find out before that?
No, it was we knew before that. We knew something was wrong before that.
So you just stopped
before
driving or you just didn't?
I never went for it. I never felt safe enough to go on the road, and I was always taught growing up that if you're driving a vehicle, you're driving a weapon because other people are on the road, and a small vehicle crash can lead to a bigger thing. And even if you have a seizure while behind the car, that's a big deal. What if you kill somebody's child? That's a huge deal. That's a huge risk to take. And
It
that's one
sounds
that
like your
I'm
mom
just
like super like instilled in you to like follow your instincts, which is like really awesome.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah,
we
I
are all
was
God's
just
children.
Yeah, I have my own relationship with the universe, and I was raised by just my mom, and so I have. She raised me to be independent and to fight for my side to be heard.
That's really
And
awesome to hear.
I'm definitely a fighter, so
That's awesome to hear because like I think like I don't know about the rest of you guys because you might be in a slightly different generation than me, but I don't know if it was different, but we were just like taught like everything's dangerous, but at the same time like parents were never around, so you kind of just were taught like everything's dangerous, adults are in charge, so you have to do whatever they say. And you just like basically were taught to not follow your instincts. So it's like really good to hear. I don't know if that's common like in your demographic, like generally, or if that's just true of your mom, but it's really great to hear that
I
just
think
from one person.
my mom and I just had a different upbringing than I think most people in general. And it's really just been me and my mom. So we're like, and people say it's unhealthy, which I'm sure in some ways it gets a little too toxic at times, but not in like a way where it affects either one of us like so drastically that we hate each other. We've never gotten in a huge argument. She's never raised her voice at me. She's just a very gentle parenting, very aware of my needs. My biggest like she fights on my side. So she's like my best friend. We talk about everything together. I'm very comfortable telling her my thoughts and my feelings on things. And that's something that a lot of people like aren't really gifted enough to have, which I wasn't planned at all. I don't have a dad at all. So it's literally just me and my mom. It's only her on my birth certificate. So, um, it really was just her choice to be a good parent, and she chose to be a good parent, and it wasn't easy because she's a single parent, and that's not easy to be a single mother for anyone. It's not easy to be a woman. And so it's not easy to raise a child with autism and undiagnosed seizures. So she did it the best way she could, and she did a killer job at it. I have a lot of trauma and a lot of shit and a lot of baggage, but it could have been a whole lot worse. She could have like gone to drugs or taken her life or something like that, but she chose to be a mother, and that's the best thing you could ask for.
I'm so very, very happy that things are turning out the way they are for you. I mean, yes, it sounds like you do have a lot of things going on in the background, but um, you seem to have your head on really good. And
Yeah, yeah.
keep it up, girl.
Yeah,
Good
I think a
job.
lot of us wish that we had like your mom and your like
Yeah,
chutzpah.
yeah.
Got something else here. It says, can epilepsy medication alter personality? So this is basically how the title says, can epilepsy medication alter one's personality? Whenever we got into a fight, I had whenever we got into a fight, I had to be the one to relent because they have epilepsy. I have been told that it's not fair. It's not their fault for being immature and a hard person to deal with. Their medication makes them unable to understand some things. It makes them basically act childish. And no matter how much you explain something to them, they will see themselves as the victim in everything and won't accept any of your advice. When I push back on how such notion and that they are stifling their progress as a person, I was told that I'm not a doctor and my sibling would be much medication affect my sibling? Or maybe the illness itself is affecting her. I'm trying to understand this. I'm sorry if I made some mistakes with my spelling. Can the medication alter personality?
Yes. In my point of view, yes. Depending on the medication. Well, we have Keppra raids for number one. That's I think that's the most common. But they all have things, what's the word I'm thinking of?
Side effects?
Side effects. Thank you so very much. And yes, they do alter your personalities. I don't think that was a
Yeah.
very difficult one.
Yeah, that's an easy one. I agree
100%.
with that. I don't know about anybody else, but also like people talk about Keprage, but I think Lufa mentioned this too. But Keppra, I'm on it right now because of course I went in and they upped my dose. Yay, diagnosis. But it's been like making me weirdly depressed. I don't know how, I think they mentioned how old they were, but who's gonna remember? They're young and oh man, that must fuck with your brain. I can't imagine that. Um, yeah, Keppra, for example, makes me like really depressed and like I'm not a suicidal person, but it gets me at points like so low that I'm like, oh, like there's just no hope. So I mean
Yeah,
maybe
and
I should
it's
get
like
off of it.
this it's like this weird depression of I know it's the medication, but it just feels so awful that I'm just ready for all of it to end. And it's so dangerous because it feels like at any moment you're just ready to just be done with it all. And I've read that people have a wife and kids and their family has been threatened because of being on Keppra and how it has affected their personality and how it's changed them so much. So it definitely can because for me I'm changing onto whatever it's called right now because the Keppra depression is and I have bipolar 1 and borderline personality disorder, so I know what it's like to be going around and stuff like that, but I don't have severe depression. So this is a different low for me. And it's one that's so low that I don't even know what I'm holding on to at this point.
Yeah, that's saying what you said about it feels like it is the medication. It's like you can just feel the medication rather than yourself being depressed. Oh,
Yeah.
and he brought up a good point too of aside from the medication, sometimes after a seizure, I used to think that everybody would get a new personality every couple of months when I was younger. Like when I was younger than Lufa, and then continuing into my adulthood, it just seemed like every 3 months I would get a new personality. And it was very strange feeling like the whole world just felt different. So it could just be also just seizures.
I think I have a personality disorder, but it could be seizures. I think I just have a personality disorder though.
That could be part of it also. I agree with that.
Is it common to have hallucinations when you've been diagnosed with epilepsy? I would like to hope that I am not alone and that anybody else experience hallucinations due to your medication and possible side effects. It sometimes feel like I am high on weed and acid at the same time. Also, what's the scariest, happiest hallucination, visibly or audibly, that you have ever experienced? Anyone going through any hallucinations that they can explain?
Yeah, I'll take this one first. So I have like very clear a pathway of my seizures as we can tell, like so far as we can tell, that it starts in the occipital lobe, goes over to the parietal lobe, which means it starts as like a simple hallucination and then it jumps to like a carousel of images, which are kind of fun and as Pookie and Angel have sat through with me, sometimes not that fun. But it's not from the medication though for me, so I don't know if that's going on with this person. But I used to tell people who were telling me I was having panic attacks, I was like, no, this feels like I'm on fucking acid, and I love acid. You don't have to cut that. It's awesome, but it didn't feel like fun acid, and acid is always fun. So yeah, this person is like spot on. But if it's a medication, change it.
Yeah, that sounds horrible.
I've never had any hallucinations on my medication. No, that's I hear that a lot. People having hallucinations from their medication side effects. I'll have to admit that's not one I've had.
I see more like staticky things. Like the world's always a little bit staticky, I guess.
I had
Um,
auditory.
yeah, I get auditory. Like, um, sometimes I feel like I hear something, not like someone talking to me, but like something. It's hard to describe, but it feels like something's like there in your ear, and it also feels like it's in your ear, and it's very annoying. It's not like I know that there's not something in my ear, but it just feels like I can't get the sound of it out of my ear or my brain, and it's like really, really annoying and really frustrating, and it's hard to sleep. Um, Other than that, I just sometimes I have conversations with myself.
It says, "How do you calm down? I've been on
Not
Kepler
before.
and it makes me anxious as hell and angry. I just feel the urge to do something, but I can never find anything that is calming other than cleaning my room. I've cleaned every single corner. I can't find anything else to do. There's no walkable areas. I have no job. I've done all my school assignments. I can't find any good movies or anything on my phone at all. I have low attention span. What do y'all do normally when you want to calm down? I am having one of those Kepper Rage episodes and I hate it."
Tom,
Yeah.
you know how to calm down on Kepra?
No, 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 no. I don't think I've got a Kepler rage like I hear uh a lot of people talking about. My wife says I get uh angry from time to time. I might say things that are cocky. I even ask people at work about whether or not I'm aggressive in my speech and action. And they say, yeah, sometimes. But I mean, from what I understand, this what people talk about with Kepler rage, where they go on, uh, they get upset, they throw things, they uh, do things. I'm
Kepper's the only
sorry.
one. Kepper's the only one that I was thinking, what would it be like if I just walked into traffic?
Oh. That's that. Now that's something Tracy always had a
That's the
concern about with
weirdest thing
me,
ever.
is walking into traffic. Although
That's why
you
I
walk
don't
into
go on
people's
walks.
homes.
I had that feeling when I had one of my worst seizures in college and I didn't know. I told my roommate, I just want to run out into traffic. And she told me I was
Yeah,
having a panic attack. It was very nice, actually, because I just sat down and passed out.
I my like if I'm like suicidal, my impulsiveness in me is like
a 50-50 thing. So like usually it's run out into traffic. So I recognize that on Kepra, anytime I walk outside of the house and by the street, I'm like, I kind of want to run into traffic right now. Like Kepra just like is just like it's almost like it's talking to me like, come on, like you're on this, like run into traffic, like you know I'm already helping your seizure, so just do something fun, run into traffic. And I'm like, why? Like that makes no
Yeah.
sense right now. Like we're fine though. What's going on? We're supposed to be moving and everything. Like why are we running into traffic? So it's definitely something. It does something. I don't like what it does though. I only like that
And
it stops the seizures, but I almost don't like that it stops the seizures at the same time.
I like the fact with Kepra that it does. Kepra works for me. Um, it doesn't make me depressed. It doesn't make me overly anxious. Uh, the reason I'm actually thinking about going with Excapre is because it will be something different. I'm afraid of making that change because of the fact that I will probably have seizures while making the change, going through the changes.
Do they just want to change you because you're having anger on Kepra?
No, because I have had seizures lately.
Has
And
anybody
and
is oh go ahead.
and also because of the Keppra, where I supposedly have some anger issues.
Pepper did not work for me, and all they wanted to do was increase the dose. And I was I was finally taking all Keppra when I reached 4,000 milligrams.
That's where I'm at,
Um,
4,000.
and it was very hard to control that anger at work. Like I remember telling my wife at times I can feel it building up. And at work it was really hard to like work with other people with trying to control that. And it was just really, really hard to do that. And it was not stopping the seizures. The breakthroughs happen, and then once the breakthroughs happen, you know, it's like 2 weeks later, another seizure, and then it starts getting faster and faster, more grand mals and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, the thing with Kepra with me is, I mean, I work in a customer service type of position. I deal with some strange situations from time to time where I could get quite upset. When I've got my reins on, I've got it under control. But I mean, maybe internally I'm ready to go off, but I have it under control enough to where I don't uh speak what's on my mind.
Do you
So I
mind me
feel
asking if you have like pre-existing mental health conditions?
no, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. That's probably why it may be a little Kepra may be a little easier for you to manage versus some pre-existing mental health conditions.
Right.
Like for me with BPD and bipolar, I already have that like unstable emotional balance in my brain. And so adding something like Keppra onto it, where the serotonin and dopamine in my brain is extremely like all over the place. Um,
Yeah,
it
that
it
seems
really
like it would be quite a deadly
yeah,
mix.
it is. It is. Yeah, it is. So, but it would make sense for it to. It would make sense for it to help someone who doesn't have
Right.
something pre-existing like that. So I don't think that Keppra necessarily has to be the worst drug in the world if you're like have a good mental health record and stuff like that, where it's not something that has dawned on you so vigorously throughout your life.
And see, I would like to talk to my neurologist to find out what other options are there that would that are in the same category as Keppra. Because as we know, there's 40 other different uh, anti-seizure medications, but they are all in separate categories.
I think Briviac is one, and I think Benpat may be another one.
So I would like to find out which ones.
They just switched me on to Braviac, so I can let you know how that goes as I
Brainiac.
Braviac. Brainiac though, we can call it Brainiac. I call PNES penis, but that's just me.
That's amazing.
Hey, that's
But
why I
so
call those
yeah,
doctors dickheads. Just saying.
I want to be able to get this category of medications that Keppra falls into, so that I can do some research myself. And then when I go in and see my neurologist, ask him, could you please go over these with me and explain to me which one would work for me and why? And I could also look at the side effects myself and maybe pick a few out
I made
that
a Reddit post about how the Keppra was affecting me, and a lot of people responded about Braviac and how it's basically the same thing as Keppra, but without such intense side effects, especially like the mental ones. Um, so I'm really hopeful about that. They also mentioned a lot about vitamins. So
Mhm.
getting bone density scans if you can, or doing a lot of calcium intake, the healthy amount, of course, but making sure that you're like B12, B6, B9, whatever, um, are all at good levels because that's also that can take a really big impact on your body.
Right. That reminds me, I have to get some blood work done. That is on a schedule that I have to make plans to go and have this done before my appointment. Uh, I didn't know that. See, because medications I'm on, I don't need to have blood work done. But I've been on this. Now you guys know what it is called. It's the generic Capra, the Vidicayacum, blah 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 blah
The
blah.
levocarastataserpan.
That's the one. Yes. So that's the Capra that I'm on, and I
Levitate.
call
I'm
it
gonna call it levitate.
levitate. There you go. We're levitating. But so yeah.
Annie is levitating right now.
So
Kepler,
I
Kepler is the
Aw.
only one that I like thought about. Like I said, thought about walking in traffic, but one time I had a seizure, and I'm guessing it was like 15 years ago. So now I'm guessing it was focal unaware because I was I wouldn't say conscious, but I guess conscious, and I wasn't myself. And they said I was threatening to jump over the balcony, and they called the police. And I woke up in what they used to call the crazy house. They call the psych ward now. Um, yeah, so that's where I woke up at. And when I came to, I'm just wondering, like, why am I here? And why am I cuffed to this chair? And why are these people screaming? And yeah, some people were there because they were withdrawing. Some people were there because they really threatened to commit. Um, I don't remember. They just said I just threatened that, and once I explained it to them, I was like, "You guys, I had to have a seizure because I don't remember any of this." Um, so yeah, eventually it just I went home. Um, but inside that psych ward, oh man, everyone's just screaming and screaming. And people are screaming, telling the other people to stop screaming. And there's people screaming just to scream, people screaming because they're sick and they're going through it. And it was all sorts of just, we don't use the word, it was all sorts of crazy. We don't use those words now, but it was wild experience.
No, the psych ward is nuts. I've been to the psych ward probably 20 plus times, and it is literally a madhouse depending where you go. It is a madhouse sometimes. And a lot of times it's the staff that don't do anything, and you're like, what
Right,
are you
because
doing?
the
What
staff
if
is
they
sitting
had
right
me
there. They're
they had
looking
me
at
lead a
us through a
group?
glass and they're not doing anything. They're just sitting there looking at everybody scream and doing their work like nothing's happening. There's a room full of 30 people and everyone's screaming, and not everyone, but most of them are screaming and going through things.
I
Um,
was on the phone with my mom because you got like 5-minute phone calls on these little like jail like phones. And I could barely hear her like a minute into the call, and this girl comes up to me, and she'd been a little off the entire time, and so I was like a little wary of her. And she comes near me, and I'm like, okay, and she's like a leopard in the night. I look at her one time, and she's like all the way over there. I look away, and I'm like, there's this weird girl by me, mom. And then I look again, she's right there, and she starts biting my arm. And I was like, okay, mom, I gotta go. Like, this girl is biting my arm right now, so I'll call you tomorrow. But the psych ward can be a little,
party.
yeah, it's like I don't know. I think it's a nice view of different life. It's really cool if you think about it in a educational way.
Especially if you're not supposed to be there. It's cool then, but when you're supposed to be there, it's not cool. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You guys will been here 9 hours and let's keep going. Plenty more, plenty more.
Pookie, have
Just
you eaten anything?
Yep. I don't think you noticed earlier.
Anyway, I've got to go. I need to eat some. I haven't eaten all day. So this is great, and we're definitely going to do it again. I'm working Friday, but again, I'll be home at 7:30. So I'll stop
Can't
in
wait to
again.
see you.
I think we'll have
And
another day too.
what we have to do, because of my schedule, and because it's all about me, is we have to move this day. So I'm teasing everybody,
Okay,
but
Tom. Let's move to Tom Day. What day is it?
yeah, okay, let's have a Tom day. It's been real. Talk to you soon.
Yes, it's been real.
Good night, Tom. See ya.
Good night.
Oh, I love hearing Annie chime in.
Oh, hey, I'm half asleep, man. I'm just chilling. It's midnight 30.
And yes, it
He
is.
sounds like she's all asleep.
Well,
late.
2 doses of Feco and a whole bowl. I'm doing good.
Right.
This is Delta talking for her.
So one here. Do you ever regret telling your neurologist or epileptologist something? Just got something that randomly crossed my mind. I told my neurologist an episode I had 2 years ago where I was in the sun, 30 plus Celsius, and I had a paranoia episode, which can be related to epilepsy because heat is a trigger for me. Now, each time we have an appointment, the first thing he asks, no more paranoid episodes since we last spoke. And I have to remind him it's because of the heat and I don't go out in the sun like that at all now. So, any random things you regret telling your neurologist? Uh, Personally, no.
I regret telling
Kind.
anything to my neurologist. She sucked, man. If
I
she's listening, Pookie, don't cut this. She knows she sucks. You know who you are.
I
maybe
kind of
the
regret saying the depression, but at the same time, the only reason I regret it is because I didn't want to be on an SSRI, but I
yeah, I
think at
mean,
that time I needed.
I don't know if I regret telling my neurologist that I have PTSD and stuff, but I dissociate a lot, but I don't know if that's like seizures or if I'm dissociating or what. I don't know what. So I just dissociate and do it, and that's just it. But I don't know what else to do about it. So
Yeah. So now, yeah, neurologist. I had mine for so long. There's nothing I could do to lie to him. He'd take MRI and do that. Um, Anyone here prone to mystical peak type experiences? What raises this question for me is in researching an author I love, um, Dostoevsky, I found that he had epilepsy and a lot of his thoughts and experiences align with mine. I found he would experience ecstatic moments before his episode. I have this sensitivity peak, mystical type experiences, these flashes of perfection, like the universe is about to let me in on some huge secret and it's suddenly withdrawn. Other triggers are the wind will blow or change of season, triggering sensuous, it's a Russian word, or this awful ping of homesickness and longing. Moments in and out of time, as T.S. Eliot put it. What also makes me curious if I've had some sort of seizure activity is two things in hindsight. In my early 20s, and much less so, I would be somewhere and get this absolutely flooring sensation of I dreamed this and I'm living it now, over and over. Random, non important scenarios like having a predetermined life. Lastly, I have this obsessive preoccupation with religion, partly due to these experiences explained as mythical, partly like it's forced on me and I can't think of anything else. What makes it strange is I remember that one day when trialing trepilepto, trilepto for a mood
Trileptal?
disorder. Trileptal, okay. Medications. This word is it looks insane. Um, Trileptal, and I lost where that was. Mm, This is crazy. Okay, yeah. While trialing trileptal for a mood disorder, we've yet we've yet to fully figure out. All this stopped in an instant. My whole personality and my obsessive itch and preoccupation turned into silence. I sat there in shock in the first few initial days as All I thought about for years turned to dust. I say all that to say, does this resonate with anyone, or am I that batshit crazy? LOL. I can't say it's all terrible. These flashes, glimpses, whatever, are so powerful. I'd trade my life to experience these split seconds in some linear fashion. Even if it was only 10 seconds, I'd trade it all. But being let into perfection and kicked out immediately takes an enormous emotional toll. I'm not sure if I'm just melancholic, and romantic.
Melancholic?
Um, colic.
Melancholic? Like melancholia?
Melancholic.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, melancholic and romantic by temperament. Okay, I'm not sure if I'm just melancholic and romantic by temperament, or if there's more going on. But looking back, I suspect there's more going on that I've missed. That was a lot to read. Is anyone prone to mystical peak experiences?
Yes. I spoke to the EMU doctors about this and they called it post-ictal hyper religiosity. And I am non-theistic, like hardcore. Respect to everybody who is theistic. But that's just not me. And that lasted a good 6 months and I found it very embarrassing. But it helped me get a diagnosis, strangely enough. I also get euphoric seizures, and that kind of sounds like similar to what this person is getting. Like they're saying like they love them. So I can identify with that, and I think it's the seizures. I don't think that this person necessarily, I mean, I guess maybe it's a disorder since it's in like a problem in your life, but maybe you need your meds adjusted. Maybe you don't though if you like them. I mean, do what you gotta do.
Yeah. Um, that one's rough. But this one says, yeah, that is rough. I'm sitting here still thinking about that. And
If I feel too good, I start to feel like an aura, but it doesn't feel good. I feel like no seizure aura ever feels positive or mythical for me, or mystical at least. I feel like for me it always feels like I just want it to go away. Even if I listen to a song that's like that makes me too happy, I'm like, I can't listen to this right now because I'll feel it too much. I don't like the way I feel it too much. I don't know if that's related to the seizures though.
It is. It definitely
Oh.
is. Especially if you're like, I can't listen to that song. I mean, I'm like
Okay,
putting on music videos to like turn off the meds and it works.
Well,
But
that's
it
why I
makes
like
you feel
to.
bad, man.
That's why I like to listen to like my creepy podcasts and shit because like I don't get like super scared by it and it doesn't make me super happy either. So it's just like chill and like laid back and I'm like, oh, okay, interesting. Or like with history, like okay, chill, interesting. But when
Dude,
it comes
Let's
to
Read
like
is
music, Let's Read is so good. And Nexpo, I've been rocking with Nexpo. Sometimes he came out with the Nexpo something at night. I don't know. Something it was on Spotify. Late nights with Nexpo. I liked that podcast. It was good.
yeah, it's just when you forget you leave it on and then you come back and you just are like, and then her head was laying in the corner. Like, who's talking? What the fuck?
I'm like, wait a minute. I missed it. I missed the segment.
um,
Anyway,
let's see.
I have to go because I'm tired.
Understandable.
So I'm gonna
That's
go.
late.
Yeah,
Okay,
Same
it was
here.
good to meet you.
it was great to meet you all.
You've been here almost 10 hours with us.
Damn.
Don't know.
Get some
This is
sleep.
gross. Thank you. You guys too. So good
See
night.
you Friday.
Yeah. Good night. Good night, guys.
The next one is auras and childhood trauma. I was wondering if auras can mix with childhood traumas. Like I keep getting these auras and they feel like I'm getting triggered by most random things, and it feels like the triggers come from parallel universes. But I know also trauma can do this. Can it mix together? Let's say I always get triggered by certain industrial areas. Can that be a mix of aura and actual triggers? Why does my brain have triggers to weird things like environmental areas? Also, my brain keeps repeating this parallel universe of what feels like me experiencing some form of organized abuse as a child. And I have genuinely suspected this, but the things that comes, they don't feel like memories. They feel like auras and these things from other universes. Like my brain somehow has a weird, deep underlying knowledge of organized abuse and horrible, horrific things. And my brain also keeps like repeating this feeling of that I was a victim of something like CSAM or something. But the stuff that comes, it feels more like auras. Can auras come up as fake things that are actually fake experiences or real underlying traumas?
I don't know what an aura is.
Uh, I've been told that I had auras, but I can't exactly explain it.
CSAM, by the way, I just looked up is uh trigger warning. Child sexual abuse material, I think.
Ooh,
I don't know. That's what's coming up.
okay. Yeah. So childhood trauma is a thing.
I don't know about anybody else, but yeah, that happens for me and you get a really terrible feeling. I wonder if that's the flip side of euphoria. But I tend to think everything is part of a seizure because that's how it feels. So, I mean, it wouldn't hurt to go to therapy for that in any case, though.
Frustration as a trigger. Can anyone else relate? My partner and I were doing crosswords around 10:30 p.m., sharing screens over Discord. My brightness was down. I'm constantly conscious of what level it's at just in case. And I'm constantly and I was got so frustrated at a word I was trying to figure out for at least 20 minutes that I started seizing, which is embarrassing. What's weird is I was conscious the entire time and it lasted about 20 to 30 seconds. I remember feeling and seeing the pillow I was laying on while my head pushed up into it, and I could hear my partner worriedly asking me to say something to her every few seconds. I've never experienced a conscious seizure before, let alone one set off by frustration. I sometimes have petit mal clusters when I'm tired, very excited or stressed, but nothing like this. Can anyone relate? I would just like to not feel alone. Um, I haven't had frustration lead me to a seizure so far. Advice for this person: I say avoid situations like that. Oh, but then again, the person said it was like crosswords, so
I don't know. We weren't allowed to play board games in our house because everyone got pissed off. R.I.P. Monopoly.
for me, it's frustrating. I feel like I can't succeed in work or even do better. My mild cognitive impairment and short long term memory loss makes me feel like I can't do better. I have issues with memory loss, critical thinking, logic problem solving, and it's even hard for me to write down stuff because I forget and or my critical thinking skills don't really get the message. I feel like I'll never succeed. It's such a burden. Can anyone else relate?
Oh, can you repeat that one?
Not really. Go again. Say something.
Rick said repeat it.
Oh, does anyone else feel like they can't succeed with epilepsy? Should I read the whole post again?
No, I think we need Rick in on this one.
What would you tell this person, Em?
I don't know what they want to succeed at. That's hard, and I don't know how old they are. I don't want to give them some generic advice.
Anything is better than nothing.
Okay, let's see. Just ignore it. That sounds stupid, but sometimes I just ignore it and just keep going. And sometimes it doesn't work for people. Like if you're having seizures while you're trying to ignore it, obviously don't do that. Go get your meds adjusted, I guess, if you can. I don't know. Have a euphoric seizure. That'll pick you up.
Possibly.
Spooky's picking the hard questions for us today.
Yeah, I dug deep for these ones.
Let's do some softballs.
Has anyone ever used your memory against you? For the record, I'm aware of the fact that this is poor and inexcusable behavior. However, I would like to know if anyone has encountered a similar situation. Over the years, one of my family members has tried to cover up their bad behavior by saying, you don't remember correctly because of your seizures, or something similar to discount my recall of traumatic events. Anyone else experience this behavior? Yeah. I had someone tell me, you don't remember that. And I was like, yes, I do. And they were just like, you can barely remember when this happened. I had to tell you this. And using that against me. How do you remember that? You couldn't even remember this. And so on. So been there, been through that.
You got to get a nanny cam so you can show them that footage, and then they'll really get it.
Oh, I got one. So
I get the same treatment, Pookie. It's like you can remember some stuff, then they definitely get at you when you can't remember the stuff that they're telling you.
Yes.
And they get pissed at it because it's like you can't remember this, but you can remember this.
Someone said I have selective memory. I remember what I want to remember.
It's not even selective memory. It just happens, you know.
I wish I had good
Like
memory.
we're not selecting it. We're not in control.
They wouldn't believe that.
Just let us. We're having epilepsy. Come on, give us a break.
Right. It's the least you can do is give us a break.
We're not in control of memory. It comes when it comes. Sometimes it's a key word that will dig it. It's like, oh, I remember that.
I'm scared. I really don't know what to do or where to turn. I feel so alone, yet I'm never alone, but I'm not allowed to be. I'm a wife and a mother. March of this year, I had my first ever seizure, a grand mal. No warning, no signs, no nothing. I've had one a month since then, split my head open in the most recent one this month. Still haven't seen a neurologist or had any tests or diagnosis. I've been put on 3 different medications and they didn't work. A couple of hours after taking each, I would go completely crazy, couldn't control my mood. All of them gave me horrible side effects. I'm sensitive to meds. Doctors took me off my antidepressants in the middle of this and put me on Lamictal. Side effects are not like the others. It's tolerable since the first seizure. Everything has changed. I can't be alone. I can't go anywhere alone. I can't walk, swim, shower, shop, basically everything. All of my independence and space from everyone is just gone. And to make it worse, I'm not allowed to drive anymore for a few years. It's like the carpet was pulled from up under me and hovering. I don't remember any of the seizures. I can't talk properly because I forget my words. My memory is shit. Normal everyday words just gone. Can't remember when I need to. No actual diagnosis as of yet. My mood could be fine for a few hours and then I start getting upset at everything and cry nonstop, feeling sorry for myself and lashing out at everyone I love. I don't mean to, but I just feel so bad for myself. And then I feel bad that I upset them when they're only trying to help me. I feel lost like no one understands, worrying when the next one might be. Wow, 1,000 other thoughts are going around in my mind. I can't digest or process. Is this my life now? Will it ever be the same as before these horrible seizures?
I'm not a mother, but I was a stay-at-home father, and it it's really tough. The first year was really scary with my daughter. Like I didn't even want to get near a step. Um, there was a whole bunch of things, and she's still my pride and joy. But yeah, it's tough. Life isn't the same, but at the same time, the kids I think change you and they make you better. You know?
Oh, I think, can you hear me, by the way?
Yep.
Okay. So I think, what I've said before is you got to look at positives that you have going on. I totally understand. Feels like the rug's been pulled out from under you, and you got to look at here's the pluses, and hopefully surround yourself with people who understand you and also people who support you. This group is one of them, and also lean on people, lean on your friends. It's okay. It's just one of those things where you have to put certain things first. Yourself is one of them, and focus on what you can do. I think that's lift up your spirit, because if you're down and you're depressed, then it's going to be much worse.
Yeah, you have to take care of yourself because if you don't, then that puts a child in harm's way when you have epilepsy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And don't be afraid to ask for help.
I love
No,
to
definitely.
hear Angel keeps going back to like look out for your kids because again, I don't think that that was there for a lot of us. It's just really nice to hear that.
Have any of you been traumatized in a hospital setting? They thought I was having a panic attack with seizure like symptoms. When my chart says I have epilepsy and seizures, I was left alone for 35 minutes while a nurse looked at my chart and accused me of having ridiculous panic attacks and 5+ so seizures during that time. Don't remember much coming in and out of consciousness and worrying I was about to die and then asking for help and no one answered during that time. Trying to sleep and recover since discharge has been traumatic and distressing. Has anyone else been traumatized in the hospital setting?
I was before we knew what was happening, I thought I had schizophrenia and my partner of course is wonderful, but he didn't know what to do. So we called the medics and the police showed up. Never fucking call the police. That was not his fault, by the way. They just showed up. They put him, what did they do? They like separated us and they forcibly strapped me to a stretcher. Probably a bad idea when somebody's having a cluster of seizures because I started passing out like repeatedly. Um, but once I got into the ambulance, it was like an opportunity for them to just like be abusive. And then when I got to the hospital, I was still strapped down. I wasn't allowed to go to the bathroom. And I kept saying, tell my partner I love him because I actually thought I was going to die over and over. I don't recommend that. And then I was repeating the same phrase over and over once I got to a bed. Hey, Rizzo, stop licking. Cut that. My dog is licking. Rizzo, buddy. Um, what was I saying? Oh yeah, and then in the midst of this, I could hear them like mocking me because I kept saying the same phrase over and over. So yeah, be careful when calling an EMT. I personally don't recommend it, but maybe people have had better experiences than that. But I found them a couple times to be highly abusive. And I'm also 5 feet tall and like at the time like 80 pounds. So I was not like a direct threat to anybody.
Go ahead, Rick.
So, I've had quite a few experiences, but one was kind of like an irrational fear where when I was getting ready to be helicoptered from one hospital to another to have the brain abscess surgery, I kept telling my wife, I want my phone and I want my wallet. And she said, no, I'll hold it. And I said, no, I'm not going anywhere without them. And the doctors are like, listen, we got to get you on the helicopter. I said, no, I want my ID and I want my phone. I'm not going anywhere. You have no permission to take me. And they looked at my wife and said, give him the phone, give him the wallet. And she says, no, because it might get lost. And I said, I'm not going anywhere. I'll roll myself right out of this bed. She's like, what's going on? I said, I've had two friends that were in hospital situations. One had the wrong surgery because they thought he was somebody else. Another one sat on a gurney out in the hallway for 12 hours. They didn't know who he was because he was not fully aware. I said, I'm not going anywhere. Fine. I get my wallet, I get my cell phone, I get helicoptered, I have surgery. 2 days later, they go to bring me to the MRI room because I needed another MRI. They brought me back to the wrong wing of the hospital. And I didn't have my ID, I didn't have my phone. They wheel me in, and I'm looking around, I'm like, none of this looks familiar. They didn't know who I was. They didn't know where I was supposed to be. And I kept telling them, I just had brain surgery. I'm supposed to be, and I didn't know the room number because the room numbers were very long with decimal points in it and more numbers and letters. So I said, okay, call my wife. And they said, well, no, we can't just call a random person. I said, she's in the room I'm supposed to be in. For 20 minutes, they were arguing where I'm supposed to go, couldn't get me anywhere. And then finally, another person walks by and says, oh, he's over at the Bell Tower Hospital. And they're like, what? And we went back and forth. They brought me to not only the wrong wing, the wrong hospital. How they did that with me in a, pushing me in a wheelchair, I have no idea. As soon as I get back, door opens and my wife's looking at me because I was flustered. The head of the hospital came over, apologized. The head of the nursing department apologized. My wife's like, what's the matter? And I said, I told you I wanted my ID and cell phone. And that was my traumatic experience for that week.
That makes me think I need to start doing that because I never thought like that. Yeah,
Trust me, it happens.
good way to think now. Because I've went to the hospital in no pants, so I didn't have pockets for wallets quite a few times. Yeah, it happens when you wet your clothes. Yeah, and your family sends you there with no pants.
Oh, Pookie, sometimes your stories hurt my heart.
It's all right. It hurt my heart too. Anyhow, this one says, spouses weaponize incompetence. My husband has deliberate incompetence towards my medical needs. If I need my meds picked up, he will forget which ones and how much, and have to call me even though they've been the same meds for years. If I have a seizure, he will walk away and wait for it to be over. And if others ask if I need assistance, he'll say no, it'll stop soon. If I seize in the middle of the night, he gets up and leaves the room. And then the next day, I normally get in trouble for disturbing his sleep and making him tired for work. Or if I seize during the day, I'm possible when he gets home. And if I tell him I would like some affection, he would fall asleep in the bed next to me, watching a movie or something, but not comforting me in any meaningful way. We go to the medical appointments and they asked him what my seizures look like, and he said he doesn't know. I can't drive, and he takes me to appointments, but he's always running late or got caught in traffic or held up at work. I'll ask for practical things like ice pack or a heat pack or a drink if I'm caught up in bed, and he'll forget or say, "Yeah, coming," and then half an hour or longer will go by while he plays video games or watches TV. He'll leave for work without checking on me and has left me incredibly ill before after a full night of seizures that he knew about. And when he gets home the next evening and I'm still in a bad way and he hasn't checked in 24 hours, he is always gaslighting me, telling me I'm reading too much into it and he's just tired, but it is like I don't exist. He's a very selfish man in his personal life, but he's never been selfish with me until I got sick. Of course, we were already married by then, but I just want to know that if I need him or need someone, that I have his support. That he won't just leave me seizing one day because he's running late for work and assumes I'll stop and then doesn't check in, and that'll be our last moments together. It's like living alone, except I'm supposed to not be alone. I'm meant to be with my husband, the for better and worse death do us part love of my life guy, and he simply doesn't care or doesn't want to care or something. Um, Advice for that lady? Come on, you guys got to tell her something.
Yeah, dump him. I know that's easy to say, but get him out of there. He sucks.
Yeah, I said the same thing. Yeah, anyone who uses your health against you, I don't suggest sticking around.
It can be hard too because you're probably somewhat dependent on this person at this point, but if you can make some small changes to work your way towards getting out of there. Or I mean, it's possible he's having trouble, accepting it. Maybe I shouldn't be so harsh. But be careful. Maybe like reach out to some friends or get on the podcast so you have some support that's not just that person.
I think I've officially lost all hope. Last March, my epilepsy came back 100 times worse than before. It is now drug resistant. I have focal seizures multiple times a day and grand mal seizures multiple times a month. According to my neurologist, my yearly SUDAP risk is 14%, and that may increase during every single year. Apparently, this means I have 7 years left to live. I am currently 19 years old. If I don't get surgery, I was supposed to get the VNS surgery about a week ago, but my heart started acting funny, and now I have to get this sorted out before proceeding with VNS surgery. I hate all the alternatives. I would rather die than have 1/4 of my brain removed. The neurosurgeon I spoke to said that's my best option besides VNS or have any brain surgery for that matter. It's just too risky. I don't know what else I can do. I think I have officially lost all hope. I kind of accepted my fate, but any advice would be greatly appreciated.
I really wish people would put their age. Sorry, Angel, go ahead.
Yeah. Wish Kevin was here because he has a VNS, but damn it, I forgot what I was going to say. I really forgot what I was just about to say now. Thank you,
That's okay.
Rick, anything?
That's a tough one. I think therapy, research, this podcast, talking with us, talking with others that are going through it, and yeah, I don't know if there's support groups at the hospital or medical center, just other people to get together with. I think is something that will help this person a lot.
Over 20 years. Yeah, I'm glad I went through my teens because I don't know what I'd be like if I got it in my later 30s and had to go through that in Kepra now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
You got lucky you didn't go through the Kepler stuff. But
all right, see ya.
Bye, see ya. Hope you get some sleep.
Yep, I got to get going to 1 a.m. here.
Oh, damn. Yeah, get some sleep, Rick.
Oh yeah.
Good night, Rick.
Good night. See you all Friday.
See you Friday.
Later, DJ.
Oh, I have a question now that it's like season after hours, which is what I'm gonna call it. Is I've probably asked you guys this like 14 times and I don't remember your answers. Has anybody been on Depakote? Depocatet?
Depakote? Angel has.
Yeah. Did it work for you and did you have like side effects or anything?
I think we talked about it last night, but the first time I was on it, I was in my like I would say my early years, early 20-ish. And that was my seizure-free years. And when a breakthrough came, that's like when I got off of it, but not I don't even think I got off of it, but um the problem with Depakote is it's heavy on your liver. And so are all the other carbamazepine family type medicines. So yeah, they're heavy on your liver. You will probably be asked monthly to get blood work and stuff done. I'm not going to say monthly, but you will be asked routinely to get blood work done.
They will regret that. They will regret putting me on that.
The second time I was on it, it also was a godsend because it was how they found my liver enzymes were really high after I got the blood work done. And my nurse practitioner contacted me right away as soon as she got the blood work results and said, go get yourself I forget what they call it, but basically the liver specialist. And that's when I found out I had NASH, which is non-alcoholic hepatitis, which is a fatty liver disease. And it just when I asked her, should I be on Depakote, I was actually looking forward to being on Depakote because I remember my seizure-free years. But she suggested no. So I went with her on this one, being just diagnosed with NASH and stuff. So
Is your liver okay now, by the way?
I'm not taking any meds for my liver. I just changed my diet up. I started a Mediterranean diet, and I haven't had any of the symptoms I had when I was having problems. You know?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to hear that. That's good. That's like
Yeah.
livers, you can't fuck with them. You can't fuck with them
Yeah.
too much. And you didn't even get to drink to get that. So you didn't even get to do the fun stuff.
Yeah, I've been taking meds since 14 years old, and I've been on pretty much most of the carbamazepine family. So, and they all mess with your livers, and pretty much any med we take destroys our liver. But, and yeah, age,
Yeah, drink a lot of water.
bad
Being
diet.
14 years old.
You were 14 when you got it in?
Oh no, I
I
was saying
was,
we're all 14 now.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, we were all 14. We were all young when we got diagnosed.
Not me.
Yeah.
I got diagnosed with childish epilepsy at 35.
Yeah, but you had it since you were a child, so
Yeah, sometimes I'm glad, honestly. I mean, it's really, who knows what's better. But I mean, I just thought I was weird. Kind of like Kevin says, you're like, you're weird, but like not the good kind of weird.
weird is good.
Weird is
I
always good.
mean, freaky is good. I don't weird can be weird.
Weird brings people
Weird
to
can be
you.
weird.
It's
Pookie,
like,
cut
why
that
are you
out.
so weird? You know?
Yeah. Once that started happening, like once people said that to me in my 30s, I was like, I'm no longer a manic pixie dream girl. I'm just kind of the weird person. Like the weirdo.
Like, you want me to stop being me, and I'm going to tell you no.
Yeah, I'm gonna fall off my bike at Burning Man and break all my ribs, and you all are gonna have to deal with it.
Yeah.
I got something here.
Oh no.
It
I'm like,
says,
I'm like, what's it called when you get really tired? Like,
Exhausted?
having a focal.
weird.
You're
Go ahead.
Gumby?
We can head
Yeah.
out now. I need to go eat
Yeah.
breakfast. So
Yeah. Okay, yeah, let's do a good
I
night.
think Jason's asleep, and I think Annie's asleep too.
Annie's in a heaven we can't imagine right now.
it's all right, you guys. I will see you guys Friday.
Okay.
All right.
Oranges
Good
everybody.
show. It was a big turnout, too.
Yeah. And it's us again. We made it way past our bedtimes. Angel, it's like way past your bedtime.
Angel doesn't have a bedtime on Tuesdays and Fridays.
No,
Good.
way past my bedtime. But hey, guys, it was so
Oh,
nice
Annie.
just hanging out. I think Jason fell asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He did it with the camera on one time, but it's cool.
Oh,
I'll
did he really? Oh, yeah, that's
Oh.
right. He did. That's right. All right, guys. I will see you Friday. Yeah, I'm tired. It's time to go to sleep. All
Night, night.
right. All right. Night, guys.
Good night.
All right. Night.
I'll see
Love
you
you. Bye.
guys Friday.
Later, Pook. Bye, sis.
Night. Love you. Bye.
Please take your medication as prescribed or whatever works for you. We're not doctors.